Hello everyone and welcome back to VCO Esports. For the final time in 2022, we are ready to go for the Esports Racing League. In 114 days, we'll be live and in person from Germany for the second running of the Esports Racing World Cup. And while the 12 teams that are fighting in Germany are decided, today we'll see 12 teams fight for $10,000. To do that, we bring the dream team together once more. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside once more by Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod. And Luke, we've had a fun year of racing over the course of 2022, but it builds to this one-on-one once more with the iRacing Formula 4 machine.
Yeah, and I would say this is probably the most experienced grid in terms of the game we're using and the car we're using as well. They would have had a lot of time on this. We're going to see the very best of each and every team and each and every driver.
This is what Luke has loved as well about this format, is the one-on-one. And Lewis, we're heading to a track that, again, the VCO community has helped choose. It was between the Red Bull Ring and Hockenheim, and the vast majority of our viewers have decided we're going to Germany to round out the Esports Racing League.
Yeah, the very second that Luke joined our little booth before we went live, he did say, thank goodness for it being the Hockenheim Ring. I was against that. I wanted to do the Red Bull Ring. Love myself a little bit of the Red Bull Ring. It's something very special, very fancy. But Hockenheim always produces good races. And looking back to what we had at Fuji, I am super excited to see what we're going to have delivered today.
Fuji was incredible, and with the big drafts that we'll see here as well, it's going to be a lot of fun. But I mentioned it right at the start, 114 days, 24th of February 2023, live and in person, the second running of the Esports Racing World Cup. We've got a little bit of a promo to show you as well as we get ready for this one. Going to be a very different sort of an environment, Luke, as we get ready for that one, as we get in person inside Arcadia, the home of the Unicorns of Love at Hamburg. And this poster has got me even more excited for next Feb.
But yeah, it will be a different environment for these drivers. They've been so, especially because of the global pandemic we've had. There are a lot of drivers that haven't done, an event in person ever. Some drivers would have been missing it for 3 years, but it will be an opportunity to race side by side. And it's one of those where there's a bit of jeopardy. I'm not saying people are going to fight each other, but ultimately you will get someone staring you down. You will get someone coming up to you and talking to you about the incident, opposed to throwing Pepe frogs out at you in Discord. So it's a whole different experience for these drivers.
It's going to be not just about the competition, the live show, content creation, and a meeting point for the industry. More details to be talked about as we build to that one in a day of lots of announcements. We'll talk more about some exciting stuff coming up. Let's focus on the racing here today. As I mentioned, of course, 12 teams for the ERWC are already locked in. So today is very much about the prize money. And Lewis, we'll talk about the standings for this Fall Cup, because it's a big change of pace from what we saw when we got underway in the spring.
Yeah, Team Redline right at the top of those standings. They've been so strong. But Apex, we were talking about this particularly last season in the Summer Cup, how much they transformed themselves from the Spring Cup. They've been contending in both sides and looking very strong today. Other teams to not be counted out for as an outside chance. Williams Esports, who are very good on iRacing. The ones that we did the iRacing round of is that one in round 1 of this season. RHG also went very strong. They ended up finishing in 3rd position when we went racing at the start of the season. So they could also be another one to look out for a little bit further down the standings. As much as there aren't that many points up for us, as you said before, we're more focused on prize money. Still, it shows their form on this platform. Meanwhile, 4th in the standings, Unicorns of Love, they might struggle a little bit today.
Only 2 teams in this field, I believe, not going to be in the field for the Esports Racing World Cup. But let's run you down through the overall standings through the year that's been. Remember, we still pay out some points here today, so seedings maybe will switch around a little bit as we move our way forward. Those points not correct, the ordering also not correct, but we'll get that up for you. Those, I believe, are the Fall Cup standings rather than the overall standings in this Esports Racing League. Hey, I was just trying to save him and get us out of that one. So let's talk about the format then for today, and I'll bring back in Luke Crane to talk about this one-on-one. And Luke, this was what excited you right off the bat.
Yeah, it's just something a little bit different. In my tweet I posted earlier, it is esports and sim racing all in one. And I think they're 2 different entities. So yeah, 1v1, then we still got our last chance, no more chances after this, last chance qualifying race with 6 teams that go into that who lose in the first stage of today. And we got semi-finals and a final, a quarterfinal, semi-finals, and a final. It's as simple as that. But yeah, the 1v1 format, just, it's like the final straight off the bat. And there's going to be some surprises here. I think what we just saw with the 12 teams that have qualified, if you look at the iRacing racing performance from the teams like Race Clutch, who are our 10th seed team today, and our 12th seed team with Ballas Esports. Like they got 26 points in week 1. I know they're up against Redline, but you know, 1v1, catch a team off cold. Redline could be put under a bit of pressure. So yeah, I think that some of the lower seeded teams who've got higher points from iRacing in total could spring a bit of a surprise today. So yeah, this format lends itself to that as well.
And of course, the winner of today is the Fall Cup champion, no matter how the points stand out of the Fall Cup standings after today. $10,000 on the line as we get set to head to the Esports Racing World Cup. And Luke talks about the potential for surprises, but Lewis, you and I were kind of talking a little bit earlier before we went live, and we're talking about how this track has got the potential for many surprises, and the factor of that second chance race will potentially be the saving grace in the thought of some of the bigger teams' mind.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting one to see how they're going to play the game in that second chance race, because that is going to be just brutal. It's the only time we get to see more than 6 cars out on circuit throughout the entire evening. Everything outside of that is 3v3 or effectively 1v1 when it comes to the teams and they're progressing. This kind of circuit, though, everyone talks about one overtaking opportunity realistically, and that's obviously the one around the parabolica into the hairpin. But let's not forget that is not the only overtaking opportunity around the circuit. You've got down into the Mercedes Arena section. You've got coming through into the stadium, into the Sachs curve. And even if you are brave, and trust me, you will see that in this car. Penultimate corner, realistically, final one's a little bit dodgy, but penultimate corner, you will absolutely see a few lunges in there, especially late in the race when some teams get a little bit desperate not to go into that second chance race.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's remember just 8 minutes on the clock for these heats, and then we'll see half the teams move forward, half the teams going into the second chance race. It's going to be a lot of fun, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. It is my turn to step aside. The first couple of races, it'll be these two taking you through it. Arjuna and Luke, have a good one.
So it's Team Redline up against Leo Racing and Ballas Esports, and maybe it's not a shock that in qualifying, it's Redline 1, 2, and 3. Lullum in front of Benito, but by the narrowest of margins, down to the 10,000th of a second. Then Patrick Holtzman third, with Bernardini, Castellani, and Whitvet through the entirety of the field. Standing start here, and we didn't see too many drivers having any issues getting the car off the line at Fuji, Luke, but it always adds a little bit of intensity to the starts of these races.
Certainly does. Nerves are there for these drivers. So yeah, just accidentally putting your foot down on the pedal a little bit too early can indeed happen. And, you know, getting into first gear a little bit too early. It's all about just making sure that you make no mistakes at this stage, especially if you're Redline. You've already done the job here with the top 3. It's all about just keeping hold of that top 3 and moving forward to the next phase.
Still waiting for the engines to start building up, but of course remember how points are handed out in these races. 3 drivers, but only the top 2 will score points. Your position is the number of points you get, the lowest points will win, and we always talk about the important thing for the 3rd driver in the line is to stay out of trouble and not get any penalty points, because that's the first of the tiebreakers, Luke.
Yeah, exactly. And when well, again, barely able to talk here, I'm really that excited, but also 1 penalty point could cause your whole race to be done with 1v1.
Here we go then for the first of 6 heats, 8 minutes on the clock. And the drivers launch themselves at Hockenheim for the Esports Racing League Fall Cup Masters. Redline 1, 2, and 3 as you'd expect. But maybe see the draft build up into the parabolica. Patrick Holtzman already in front of Enzo Benito, who now sees Bernardini look to his inside. Benito swarmed on the start. Leo Racing and Ballas Esports at least getting one of their cars into the fight.
Yeah, Bernardini doing a really nice job here, splitting those 2 Redline drivers, and really can now just become a bit of a bomb inside the Redline camp and try and help a couple of his teammates get through here. But ultimately, just leading this race is massive for Lullum. If you can get yourself 1st and indeed 4th position, you're golden. So all of the Ballas team need to get themselves up into P2, 3, and indeed 4 if they've got any chance here. But the Redline drivers are making it so difficult right now that they're giving Lullum every opportunity to drive away as well. The 2 Redline cars have come together.
I think that was Whitfit, excuse me, that tried to look to the inside. He tagged Benito, who then tagged Patrick Holtzman. Race control's going to immediately have to take a look at that one, but the race turned on its head, and you saw just how much draft they were being able to use. Bernardini went ultra aggressive on the run into the hairpin, but already drama at the start of the evening.
Yeah, this is good news really for Ballas. Again, there might be a penalty point. I didn't see the Ballas car getting involved with the Redline car there, to be honest. I only saw the 2 Redline cars on the outside. So yeah, we will need to see that again in terms of a replay. But right now, the fact of the matter is, Lullum, Bernardini, Whitver and Castellani are indeed your top 4. Bernardini now has got Lullum isolated, so we can work on him here and try and get up ahead of him and try and give Ballas that opportunity to get through. This is very fascinating stuff.
And if it holds as it is with no intervention from race control, it would be Leo Racing and Ballas that move forward. Here's the replay. Send to the inside. Yeah, I think that's pretty clear to me. I don't know what you think, Luke.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's Whitver's gone in a little bit deep. Has he gone a little bit deep? I think he still hit the apex there, and it's more of a diamond apex from the Redline car. But yeah, the car behind is definitely at fault for that one. That is going to be looked at for sure. This might hand Redline a free passage through to our quarterfinal stage here. But if you are reaching this stage of the competition, if your team's got through to the Masters, if you're not taking a chance in a 1v1, are you trying hard enough there? I don't think Whitver's done that on purpose by any stretch of the imagination. But you've got, you know, against Team Redline, ultimately have been pound for pound the best team throughout all of our competitions so far this year and last year. You've got to take chances at some point. So you can't blame them for doing it, but ultimately I think there will be a penalty.
And remember, Leo Racing Ballas Esports not going to be part of the Esports Racing World Cup. Came into this one 22nd in the overall Esports Racing League standings. The potential to potentially jump into 19th position if they run well in this Masters, with the Masters winner getting 12 additional points to add to their tally. So these races going to be about 5 laps in length. We'll see how it now races as it's split on up, and Bernardini sees Lullum run very, very wide, but I guess no harm, no foul. It just closes up the battle for the race lead.
Yeah, Lullum there really taking liberties with the gravel, just about keeps on to the circuit in the end. That's so easy, could have dragged them out left there, and that would mean game over for another Redline driver. And imagine having all of the Ballas team in P1, 2 and indeed 3, even with penalty points, that might still give them the opportunity to go through. So it's still on for Ballas here. Again, they've got the leader driver here indeed isolated by being Chris Lullum. If Chris Lullum does make a mistake, that's the only way really I think Ballas are going to go through. If there's a penalty, there might not well be a penalty, who knows? So we're just going to call it as it is. Ballas currently 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And I'll tell you one thing, Bernardini, of course, Ballas with their Leo partnership now, they kind of underperformed, I think, over the previous championships we've had in terms of the, you know, Spring Cup, the Summer Cup. But Bernardini is really spearheaded, especially on iRacing, spearheaded this team to you know, through to the stratosphere, really, into different grounds where they're not used to going. So we see a potential move down in towards the hairpin, takes that inside line. Bernardini should easily get this done, and will pretty much my corner that. No, he doesn't. He leaves room on the outside. They're still side by side here. Yeah,
nicely done. You can leave Racing Room, shock horror, but now Lullum with the better run off the corner, sweeps around the outside, converts to the inside, in towards turn 8, and now there's contact between the two of them. Bernardini seemingly doesn't take too much damage, but I'll have to eat my words there and take responsibility for the commentator's curse.
Yeah, well, you know, again, if you're not taking chances at this stage, you know, are you a sim racer? Are you looking to win this event? I think Lullum knows he has to stay in the lead of this race, so again, runs off into the gravel there, taking massive chances. And Bernardini has got plenty of room to maneuver here. 2.7 seconds to the next drive, which is Whitver, and then they've got Castellani, both teammates of him. So right now, it's find your opportunity. You can take a couple of chances at it as well and maybe lose some time, but ultimately, you've got time on your side. Still 2 laps to go.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. Still waiting for the word from race control. I have seen it's been noted and under investigation from our very busy team at race control. I was chatting with them just before they got their preparations underway with the driver's briefing. Basically swamped the rest of this week, all building to the 3rd round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship at Indianapolis this Sunday. Of course, here live on VCO Esports, looking on board with Chris Lullum. I'm still trying to figure out the lean that he's got going on, especially through some of these faster corners. He's offset to his left-hand side. No move forthcoming from Bernardini just yet. And ultimately, with no word from race control, does Bernardini really have to go for it as his teammates will swap around for 3rd behind?
You have no idea about the sim racing lean, now, do you know? You really a sim racer? Like, I do a lot of oval racing, and I'm constantly leaning to the left. It gains you about 0.4 of a second a lap, so how you don't know about that? Now you might be able to get, you know, above a 3K rating, I guess, with that information.
Whoa, I'm 4,500, thank you very much.
Oh, you're well above me. Okay, I'm just talking to myself here. Oh, here we go, race control.
There we go, 2 penalty points. And so as it stands right now, 1 + 5 for Redline equals 6, 2 + 3 for the Leo Racing Ballas esports team provisionally would give them 5, but of course, with those 2 penalty points added, it's now advantage to Redline. But
no,
Chris Lullum, you've got to keep it on the track.
Yeah, well, right now, if Bernardini overtakes Lullum, that adds a point to Redline and takes a point away from Bernardini. So Ballas, if they get into the lead of this race and they stay as they are in terms of 3rd and 4th, they would actually go through by 1 point. So Bernardini now absolutely has to get this done. 1 lap to go here, Arjuna, and I'll be potentially going to see our first upset of the day.
And surely you have to set it up out of turn 3. There's no real opportunity before then. And out of the hairpin, you can fight side by side and maintain position. They'll take liberties with track limits now on this last lap because incident points are not a concern in a 5-lap race.
Yeah, here we go. It's through then turn number 2. Bernardini basically just needs to set it up down in towards that hairpin. Lullum, normally we see him looking unfazed at all. He just looks like he's stressed right now, doesn't he? He's not made his bed, that's for sure. But then again, most of us don't. Down then towards the hairpin we will come, staying as far left as possible, trying to stay in that slipstream. Bernardini then is going to try and go around the outside and tries a potential fake here. Then he goes back around the outside again. Lullum holds that inside line. It's all about a punchy exit here. Can Bernardini get the drive? He cannot. Lullum has done the job so far for the first half of the last lap.
Well, and now remember the contact that they had at, what was it, last lap or the lap before? That is also under investigation from race control. Is there still yet another twist to see? Bernardini to the inside in towards turn number 8, but Lullum will slam the door shut.
Oh, yeah, that was a brilliant bit of driving there from Lullum. It could have so easily come to tears, but I think Bernardini and Lullum are just on top of their game right now. They're merely a few corners to come. Down towards the stadium section, they do indeed come. Could be covered by a loincloth there that close. It's now Bernardini's chance to go into the gravel with merely 3 corners to go. It's looking like Redline are going to win this race, but with that penalty point maybe hanging over their heads, are they going to get through?
Well, it was dramatic, that's for sure. 1-on-1, it's what you want, and it's what has delivered in the first of 6 heats in this Esports Racing League Fall Cup Masters. Lullum pushed to the very end by Bernardini. Redline provisionally on top. Will race control change the result of this one? But Patrick Holtzman and Enzo Benito were forced to fight their way through some adversity after that.
Yeah, I tell you what, the car, the track, there's a lot of stress there. Lullum has never really come off the race, you know, wiping his brow or ever looked too stressed during the race. That time he did. So Redline under pressure from the start today. And as you can tell, we've got our racing results up on screen, Arjuna. But what a way to kick things off.
Yep, and looks like no further action from race control for the contacts with Lullum and Bernardini. So I think it's official. We can say Redline will advance, but not without a bit of drama. Leo Racing Ballas Esports, of course, will get one more chance in the second chance race, but what a way to kick off the evening's entertainment, Luke.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. Again, this just goes to show with a 1v1 format, anybody can really up their game and make a performance or make a run to get through the early stages. If you catch a team like Redline, maybe a little bit cold, of course, we saw the contact that may have caused, or did definitely cause, the discrepancy for Redline to finish 5th and 6th. But ultimately, there are chances for teams to take advantage of teams being cold and get themselves through to that quarterfinal stage. The last thing you want right now is to be put into that last chance qualifier race where it is an absolute lottery.
And Lewis, as I think you kind of expected, this track, the draft that you're going to have around it, it's going to lead to some close racing.
Well, like I said, it's the first seed coming into this versus the 12th seed. Effectively, the result is what it should have been. It should have been Redline beating them. That's fair enough. But it was so far from that because that's exactly what this track and this car delivers. When you go racing on it, it's the slipstream gets you involved. Bernardini really gave it a good effort there to try and get past Lullum. Like I said, maybe could. If you think about that final lap, thinking what could I have done differently to have actually got through? Fair enough, you will do. Focus that, use it in the second chance race, and one race down, we nearly had a big upset already. I'm liking this so far.
So the next race up is not Seed 2 versus Seed 11. That's going to be Apex Racing Team versus BS Competition, which may be the most fun of the matchups that we've got, but that will be the final race of this heat. Instead, it's Unicorns of Love, the 4th seed, up against Team Fordzilla, the 9th seed. And I think we expected Unicorns of Love to maybe struggle a little bit more here, of course, in iRacing. Yes, they've got Elvis Rankin loaned from the Apex Racing team to help them out, Luke. But they're going up against Team Fordzilla, who have plenty of strength and experience here on iRacing.
Yeah, 100%. Fordzilla, could they get a bit of fortune for once? Because, you know, if they had no bad luck, they have no luck at all, right? It's been very unfortunate for them. Sometimes they put themselves in that position as well, so you can't really say that it's all been, you know, not their own fault per se. But that is a mouth-watering tie for sure. Unicorns of Love have been on ACC almost unbeatable. They've looked the strongest, but they've also improved when it comes to iRacing. But I will say one thing: they actually disappointed me when it was the iRacing one earlier on this season, where with the announcements of the partnership or link with Apex of what they're really going to do the job. It's worked out for Apex. It hasn't quite worked out for Unicorns of Love yet, but they are here in the Masters, just having a position in the Masters, as we just saw from Ballas. They took on Redline and nearly beat them. This is a real big opportunity for these drivers to, kind of prove me wrong, I guess. Not that they need to, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
It's the partnership that started during the Summer Cup with Bastian Richter being loaned over to the Apex Racing team. And Luke mentions being disappointed, Lewis, with the Unicorns of Love earlier in this Fall Cup with Elvis Rankin and Ben Fuller driving for the Unicorns of Love team. However, they've come into this one with a slightly different lineup. Rankin is there, but it's Maciek Milnek alongside Tobias Grunewald.
Yeah, Milnek has plenty of experience in iRacing, so we'll have to wait and see how that one unfolds. But Fordzilla, they were a really strong team back in Fuji. There's only one way to see how this one's going to unfold, because you two back on the mics, back in the commentary booth, back to see yet another race. Let's go.
Let's go indeed, and let's run you down through the starting grid for the second of the heats. And it's the young 15-year-old Elvis Rankin, fresh off his trip, by the way, to the Apex Racing team facility, also part of some real-world testing for Formula 4, with a 138.274 that will be at the front of the field alongside Tom Burns, then Tobias Grunewald in the second of the Unicorns Love machines, Josh Poulain, Peo Pave, and then Maciek Milnek rounding out the field. A little bit more mixed up here in qualifying, though, Luke, compared to the first heat.
Yeah, 100%. I will say one thing in terms of, I was disappointed with the, how it's worked out for Unicorns of Love in terms of that partnership, but they've got such a young team that they have got an unlimited ceiling in terms of growth and potential. I think that Grunewald's in this squad right now because, he may have found something on iRacing, he's put more hours into it, and he might become one of the, the Kevin Siggies of this world, where he becomes an incredible all-rounder. P3 here and a very, very strong field of 6. Just proves that point for me there. So Unicorns of Love, big chance here to take advantage of Fordzilla. And, well, I'm sure we're going to see an incredible bout between the two of them.
Even though Tobias Grunewald is one of the newest members of iRacing in this entire field today, his iRating is still over 4,000, so he is by no means inexperienced on the platform. Do love this Unicorns of Love livery on this iRacing Formula 4 machine. But I think we are moments away from getting underway. Again, remember, 8 minutes. We saw 5 laps with the first heat. Not expecting too many changes there. Here we go. The engines will build, the lights will come up, and we will get ready to send them once more. To send one of these drivers, one of these teams rather, to the quarterfinals. And a big moment already at the start. Tom Burns lights up the rear tires. Rankin will run himself into turn 1. Behind him, his teammate Grunewald into second, running wide. Fordzilla third and fourth. The perfect start for the Unicorns of Love.
Oh, it's birthdays, Christmases, Easter's all rolled into one here for Unicorns of Love. Grunewald takes full advantage there of a very poor start, actually, from Poulain. Burns in third position, but Unicorns of Love in a really good spot here. I'll tell you what, though, Burns has got an incredible run down in towards the hairpin here, and there might be an opportunity for him to go back up into that top 2.
This is the draft, and we saw Bernardini go all the way back to the inside, and Grunewald maybe watching that one, protects that line, and will force Burns to go the long way around. Didn't see that work at the end of the race, and Burns makes another mistake, overcommits, drops to the back of the field. Poulain now promoted to be the leading Fordzilla driver, but Rankin, Grunewald, now Poulain, the top 3.
Yeah, Grunewald, they're doing a sensational job, knowing exactly where his braking point is. As Poulain makes a move here towards the stadium section, hits the curb on the inside, runs the car out nice and wide, and that is a textbook move here. Grunewald kind of just let that happen as well, in all fairness. As you can see here also, Milnek trying to get up to a top 4, as Payev is not going to let that happen there. Really nice move from Poulain, had to get the job done, had to split those two drivers. Elvis Rankin's off the circuit here into the gravel. How has he managed to keep hold of that there? As we then head through the hairpin at the back end of the circuit, there is all sorts of stuff going on down here at Hockenheim.
Yeah, and I think we should explain why we're seeing the track limits being moved to the left out of turn 11. It's because 17 incident points in a 5-lap race, you can take some liberties with them, and that's what the drivers are doing. Grunewald through the inside of the final corner, back up to second, and will force Poulain to compromise through the opening corner. Almost contacts as they both run themselves off the track, and now a battle into turn number 2.
Oh, wow, I can't believe what I'm just seeing here. That's incredible stuff there. Poulain actually had his rear wing underneath the car of Groenewold. Contact between the two of them, a run wide then from Poulain. Payev is now the lead car for the Fordzilla team as well. As we can see him conversating there, he's got some chewing gum as well. Seems pretty calm and relaxed, but I'm telling you right now, his bum will be going like a rabbit's nose.
Back to the inside will go the Fordzilla machine. Great camera car, Josh Poulain, it would seem right now. I think trying to cover off a move from Milnek as Groenewold deep under the brakes, sees Payev squeeze him onto the anti-cut curve, but somehow Groenewold finds some traction. Say goodbye to Elvis Rankin. Now 2 seconds clear at the front. The now pressure goes onto Groenewold and Milnek to make sure they're in the right positions and to stay clean, 3 wide for a moment.
Yeah, you can see here Poulain doing a sensational job there of forcing Groenewold to be very tight through the apex there, which tried to give Payev an opportunity to make the overtake. Ultimately, though, Groenewold is fighting both of these drivers off. He's now got Milnek coming through as well, and Groenewold right now, although not winning this race, might be the most valuable driver from the day already. This is a sensational bit of defensive driving right now from the Unicorns of Love driver. Elvis Rankin is going to be so thankful for this drive.
I'm just saying, you said Ranking, I think accidentally there, but there's a nickname. Free of charge. I mean, if you want royalties, you can talk to Elvis, but 3.5 seconds clear. Continuing to kick up gravel all around the track as we work our way to the halfway point of this race. Lap 3 of 5. Groenewold, Poulain, Payev, Milnek, Burns, and now we look on board with a rather more homemade setup than some of the more full kitted out rigs that we've seen over the course of the season, but Milnek proving it's not about the equipment, it's about the driving talent.
Tell you what, that's a lot of speeding tickets there to his left-hand side, isn't it now? Cool. He needs to be getting them paid off, but that's what you do when you're a sim racer or a racing driver. You go quick. It's as simple as that. And actually just dropped off the back here of this group of 3, but we'll catch them pretty quickly, I would say, if Payev and Poulain and indeed Groenewold keep battling like they have been. There's a potential send down in towards the hairpin. No, there is not. So Poulain does sit behind. There's a mistake, though, from Groenewold. Groenewold should get the power down a little bit earlier, though, on the exit and recover from that mistake, but this is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Do you remember, Groenewold could hypothetically drop to 4th position, allow Poulain as well as Payev to get in front. Again, some contact through turn 7, and now Poulain has lost the back end of the car. Was there contact? It won't matter. Payev slides forward to 2nd.
Payev says thank you very much there, and I tell you what, I am so thankful that we have that on board there, because he closed that apex far too much for me. He was side by side with the Unicorns of Love driver. He didn't leave any room on the inside, and he actually initiated the contact for me from that perspective. If there was any contact, maybe he did just slightly overdrive the car, but it looked like that might have been more of a T-bone, but there was no room left here. 5 cars, you would believe that there's only 5 cars in this race. There isn't. Elvis Rankin now is 4.5 seconds in the lead.
Milnek pushed all the way off the track there by Josh Poulain, and now Tom Burns will try and follow him through, but still with 2 laps to go, it is advantage to the Unicorns of Love, but this has been a much crazier race than what we had in the first of our heats, and it's just getting me more excited. RAG and Arnage, 2 very strong iRacing teams up after this. Triton and Veloce, again iRacing experience there. That'll be the 4th of the 6 heat. Williams, Race Clutch, Apex and BS competition. It is stacked all the way through the field. Again, the drag up in towards the Parabolica at the back. Milnek might drop all the way back to the tail end of the field.
Yeah, there's so many. If you've reached this stage, Arjuna, in the top 12 out of what? How many teams we have? 31, I think, in total, or maybe 33 we've had take part. If you're the top 12 teams of that many, the best teams in the world, every single heat is going to be exceptional. As we're seeing right now, we saw it in the first one. We're seeing it right now in the second one as well. So it's just been absolutely fantastic driving from all concerned. You can see Burns here has to try and get ahead of the Unicorns of Love driver here to then go and put some pressure on Groenewold, because the only way, realistically now, the Team Fordzilla team can go through is if all 3 cars get past Groenewold, and that they do indeed take 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. So they would now have 5 points because of 2nd and 3rd, and then it will be indeed 6 points for Unicorns of Love with 1st and 5th position. So right now, Groenewold knows that he can go down to 4th position, no problem. Anything higher than that, and he is absolutely golden.
So Milnek now behind Burns, but as Milnek takes another trip off the track, he is all the way at the back. These 2 split from those in front. They'll start the final lap of the race. Only one thing under investigation from race control: contact between Josh Poulain and Tobias Groenewold. Luke gave you his thoughts on the incidents riding on board with Josh Poulain. We'll see exactly what race control has to say about that one. Rankins, 4.5 seconds clear out of turn 2, though. This is where Gronewold needs to stay strong.
Yeah, these Formula Catra cars are unbelievable. So Elvis Rankin's still leading by 4.5 seconds. Payev in second spot then. It's a tenth of a second separating those two. Gronewold will want to try and get up to second spot and get as much insurance here as possible as a cone gets kicked off the track there. Come on, have some respect for these cones. But right now, if I'm Gronewold, I'm chucking myself down into P4. I'm not getting involved with this. That's the last thing you need to do. He's just moving out of the way here. I think this is a good idea for Gronewold just to get out of this situation. Don't fight. Do not fight in this situation. Just get yourself through safely to the next stage of this championship. Although it looks like they're slowing him down. They're playing the team game here. They're trying to get Burns up into a position to take advantage. Only a few corners to go. So Gronewold's got a bit of a roadblock there from Fordzilla. And as we've got, what, 4, 5, 6 corners to go, they've got to slow down to get Milniek involved and Burns. Burns has to make 3 overtakes, I think. And this is on for Fordzilla, but very unlikely.
Doesn't matter as it stands right now, unless race control is going to intervene. There's a handful of things actually coming down. It's Fordzilla that will get a penalty point provisionally, so I think it's all but sealed. At the front of the field, Elvis Rankin rounds the final corner and will put himself across the line after testing a Formula 4 car in the real world, heads to a virtual counterpart and wins for the Unicorns of Love. Still more, of course, for race control to take a look at, but a very intriguing race relative to what we saw in the first race of the evening, and this is any indication there's plenty more drama still to come. There's the confirmation of the penalty point for Josh Poulain for the avoidable contact that he had.
I was right for once. What's going on? He didn't initiate the contact by turning in. God, someone give me a job.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, you were right. Here's a look at those results. Confirmation that Rankin in front of Poulain, Pev, Gronewold, Milniek, and Burns at the very end. The final 2 swapping around. Fastest lap. Not a shock. Punched in by Elvis Rankin. And I do believe that is it for race control. So these results will be official. Redline now joined by the Unicorns of Love in the quarterfinals, while Fordzilla will head to the second chance race. Bring back in Lewis McLeod, and I think, we were all downplaying expectations for the Unicorns of Love, and well, they've come out and at least proved me wrong, to say the very least.
Yeah, he might be 15 years old, but he's pretty quick, is that Elvis Rankin, especially, like I say, in open wheelers and whatnot. Absolutely smashed it in that race. I mean, Team Fordzilla threw everything they could at it realistically, but you've got to say for Tobias Gronewold, probably was, if you really want to speak about it of drivers in that race, you could almost classify as the MVP of that, because he slowed the Fordzilla drivers down enough that it allowed Elvis Rankin to break that slipstream and just disappear off into the distance. That was the key factor in that race, or one of the key factors in the race that helped Unicorns of Love take victory. Even though, let's be honest, Elvis Rankin did nearly drop it almost immediately, but we won't talk about that. That's fine.
We'll bring it up as much as possible. I think that's the way that we're going to play this one. In terms now of these next couple of races, RHG and Arnage. Luke, to your point, yes, the field is stacked with teams, and it's not a surprise when you get the top 12. What maybe doesn't surprise me, that I think surprised us more earlier in this year, is all 12 of the teams, other than maybe the Unicorns of Love, have established iRacing pedigree behind them.
Yeah, but there's established iRacing pedigree, and then there's Team Redline, there's RHG, there's Apex. Those are like different world level drivers. These are, world championship level drivers throughout their whole roster. So again, this early stage of the competition's the vital part for all of the teams that maybe don't expect to go out there and win this championship, because they can catch a really top team off guard, cold in terms of racing. I think that last race actually for Gronewold was perfect, because Elvis Rankin was able to just drive away, right? They're safely through to the quarterfinals, but Gronewold's now race sharp. He is, he's got wing mirrors tied to his head at this point. He knows exactly what he's doing in terms of the racecraft for later on here. So, with Redline, they don't have that. So they're still going to be relatively cold going into the quarterfinals later on today. So, yeah, it's interesting to see how this will indeed develop as the championship goes on. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I just feel like if you are in amongst, if you're in the trenches from the get-go and still getting through, you're kind of going to be in a better position moving forward.
talk a little bit about the drivers that we've got lining up. R8G with Valentin Mandanak, Permislav Lemonek, and Quintin Violate, 3 drivers, all with World Championship licenses in 2021. On the other side, Arnage competition with Jimmy Antunes, Ricardo Ferreira, David Toth, all 3 drivers that we see in the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. David Toth is coming off a quite successful run as well. Was in Monaco for, I forget what the name of the event was, Sim Racing World Cup something or other, got a podium in that. Hungarian national champion this past weekend as well. Stacks up as a very interesting race, and I think qualifying, as always, is going to be important, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, you said, actually, no, to be fair, I was going to completely disagree with you. I don't think qualifying means anything at all.
No,
really,
that's what I meant to say as well. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. I think this one's pretty much a slam dunk for R8G, though.
I think you and I were waiting for that same signal to come through our ears, but we are ready to go racing. I will step aside this time. I'll leave you in the capable voices of Lewis and Luke for the 3rd of 6 heats in this ERL Fall Cup Masters.
Well, welcome back then, ladies and general cars. It's time for our 3rd heat today. And while here is the starting grid, it is an all R8G front row with Lemonek in P1 with the most hilarious Tash in sim racing. We've then got Mandanak in 2nd position. David Toth is in 3rd then. We've got Ricardo Ferreira in 4th spot. We've then got Violate in 5th position, who's been exceptional throughout the last, well, you know, sort of 6 months really within this competition. So expect to see him move forward. And everybody's favourite pink driver, Jimmy Antunes, as your 6th driver on the grid. So R8G, as you said, you think it's a slam dunk here for them. Lewis, is there a potential shock though, or are you literally thinking, no, this is done and dusted before you've even gone through turn 1?
Always potential to spice it up. Got to disagree with you there again. I'm disagreeing with you all over the place, you lot. Lemonek, but most hilarious mustache. What about Ollie Pakala's back in the day, or even Kevin Siggy's in the recent past? There's a lot of funny tashes in sim racing, but for me, R8G, they've got the pressure on right now. Whether they can deal with it, I mean, I'm sure they can, but we know what this racing format's like. Arnage can really challenge here.
Yeah, Ollie Pakala, I've shared a room with him in India, actually. I wouldn't say it's hilarious, because he's a beautiful human being. Lemonek has a hilarious tash. It really is simple as that there. Yeah, front row for R8G. For me personally, we're Green Light Racing, by the way. Here we go. Off we go to R8G with a very good start here, although it looks like it could be a potential run around the outside then for Arnage competition. Not quite going to work out, but yeah, R8G with a phenomenal start here. Once again, as we're on board with Ferreira looking to try and get up towards that top 3, but again, it's his teammate in front, so realistically, unless Toth makes a mistake, you just stick behind and just let this race develop then as we head then through the kink down towards the hairpin. It's a very clean start from everybody, but R8G looking very strong off the start of this race.
Yeah, Quintin Violate got down the inside of Ricardo Ferreira, but now it's dropped back behind Jimmy Antunes as we race down through the Parabolica into the hairpin. The Arnage competition cars in the background looking to potentially switch positions, but it's about David Toth to really get involved with these top 2 right now, because R8G are in control. David Toth around the outside potentially.
That's lovely there from David Toth, and I tell you what, I think he's got the power down a little bit earlier before they come down towards the kink in towards Mercedes, and has he got enough time to run around the outside? It's very difficult to keep that overlap. He absolutely has kept that overlap. Down in towards Mercedes we go, and David Toth moves up to P2. That's an exceptional bit of driving there from the Arnage competition driver, and now mixing it with the R8G top 2.
Yeah, and Quintin Violate is trying to get past Ricardo Ferreira, who's trying to stop this from R8G marching forward to assist his teammates, leaving it with just the 2 in 1st and 3rd. That 6th car might be out of it at the moment. Much faster, though, going through Mobile 1 up towards the Sachs curve. Valentin Mandanak getting around the outside, going to be in a little bit too deep, though. Locks up the front. Let's have a slightly big spin, though, from David Toth.
Yeah, David Toth there just over-rotated the car, and actually he was kind of in between the off-camber and the on-camber through that corner. And I'll tell you what, in real life, the top lane is actually the fastest through there, but in sim racing it's not, because of the camber on the inside is just too strong, and he was just caught in 2 minds. He's trying to defend, overextended in terms of his braking, and then it was just the power down too early. The 2 wheels were on the left-hand side of the circuit, 2 wheels were on the right-hand side of the circuit, and then the car just wants to spin around there. It's R8G now with P1 and P2 and 3 versus 2 in terms of the cars. They're favourites now to get through to the next phase of this competition.
Yeah, just, I mean, a costly mistake. David Toth was trying to drag his team really into this race properly, and unfortunately, out of the race, he's kind of got beached in such an awkward spot and supported. We saw the webcam there, almost didn't even see that bother. It was like, yep, fair enough, because they know that if you don't get through in this phase, you at least get to take them on in the second chance race, or your favourite, the last chance race, which will be coming up after the initial rounds, the heats, however you want to classify this section of the event. So there is another opportunity. This won't be the last we'll see of Arnage competition. And hey, they still might get their way through if Ferreira and Antunes manage to catch up to Valentin Mandanak and Lamanek.
Yeah, I would like to see that back again from the perspective of David Toth, in all fairness, because I think Mandanak has played a huge hand in that, because he just forced him to be so tight onto the apex. He forced him to be late on the brakes, and then he just overextended. It's almost like an oval corner. The next corner they're actually coming up to now, it's almost like an oval corner through there. So yeah, if you do you either run at the top or you run low. You can't really run through the middle. And I think Mandanak has done a really good job there of forcing that to be the case. So, you know, again, RAG thinking a little bit outside the box there. They're in absolute cruise control. No, to be honest, no, he's just lit it up, hasn't he? Simple as that. He's also given damage to his teammate there, Ferreira. So Ferreira's not going to be quicker than Mandanak now anyhow. So RAG looking really good indeed.
Yeah, it's the final little bits of slipstream that Ferreira is using to kind of keep in touch with the top two. But the moment that goes, you'll suspect they'll drop off quite significantly. Quinton Violate can really end things immediately if he starts fighting with them. As soon as he starts slowing down those Arnage competition drivers, that will basically be the deal breaker, and RAG will be able to check out. But with 1 second, Valentin Mandanak to Ferreira, especially with Mandanak receiving a little bit of slipstream, he's not going to fight his teammate going down into the hairpin. So should be pretty calm and collected between the two of them, and they're just focused on one thing, and it is building a gap to those two. Because let's be honest, they're still sat there. There is still a threat. One mistake in all of this, and the door is wide open for you to get thrown into that second chance race.
I like what Violate's doing here, because he's kind of half a second off of the pace of the two in front, right? But he's also in a position that if one of his front drivers do make a mistake, he can then insert himself into the battle. So he's kind of not in a position where there's a potential penalty point here because he's running side by side with anybody. But if it does come down to it, ultimately he can insert himself into that battle. So RAG again are in such a strong position, but they're also kind of all of the meta of how to get through, and we keep talking about the metas of this championship because it's a little bit different to what you normally see within sim racing. It's more of an esports feel, as I've been mentioning. Violate just in a position to take advantage if something does go awry for the front two.
Well, I do remember that RAG, well experienced in this competition, as Ricardo Ferrer having a bit of technical issues there. Well experienced in this competition, they've reached a couple of finals of RAG, including more recently in the Fall Cup on rFactor 2. They managed to get their way through to the final. Yet to win, though, from memory, if memory serves. And of course, in the last Masters that we had, they did end up getting to the final, again being beaten out by Team Redline. That was on rFactor 2 at Sebring with the British touring cars. But I'm curious to see how much longer they go. They were really quite good in this car at Fuji. They ended up finishing in 3rd position, but we were talking about them all day. Well, I say we were, you were actually talking about them quite a bit through the day as being like ones to genuinely contend to get through into that final. They nearly did, just missing out by a single position.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that could be said for pretty much everybody at this stage. Look at that, that's a massive send. And again, you just got to be a bit more patient. I know you've only got 2 laps to go, but be a bit more patient there. Your teammate's letting you have that. You're going to be able to close that gap. I think the gap may have closed down still by a 1/10 of a second. But yeah, bit more patience needed, I would say there. Antunes nearly getting up into 3rd position. I will say though, a massive collection of helmets and cups and race suits in his gaming slash, I don't know what you call it, man cave, whatever it is. He also has a hilarious tash, by the way.
You just love sim races with hilarious tashes. Love it. I've got to say, our Arnage competition, I mean, Ferreira is doing an amazing job right now to drag what is a slightly damaged car up to the rear end of the RGs and give them a hope, give them a chance. And as we head on to the final lap of the race, there is an opportunity potentially, but Antunes all over the place. Yeah, what a man cave. I love that. Wow.
Yeah, indeed. It is exactly wow. With 1 lap to go, it's RAG looking pretty strong here, although Ferreira is pretty close behind them. He does have a damaged car, we think, due to the contact he had with his teammate. You can see that the track limits are being used to their full potential. Of course, having 17 incident points during the course of a 5-lap race, although in some of the splits that I take part in iRacing, that still wouldn't be enough, but in this they should be okay. They're taking advantage of that 1 exit they get. They don't get penalized in terms of a time penalty, so ultimately they can just get a bit of a better run on the exit. Every single driver will be using that. You can see here Ricardo Ferreira then trying and at least get in between the RAG cars to potentially then make a move on the front car at the end of this race. It is the final lap. It's do or die really now for Arnage competition. Maybe force a mistake from the leaders. Mandanak though just defending. Brilliant stuff from Mandanak, giving Lemonek the opportunity to drive through. Lemonek, by the way, in the first of our iRacing championships that we had for the Fall Cup, it was kind of the third driver for RAG, but instantly coming here as the number one, by the way, and you know, setting the precedent for the team. And this will be great news for them. If they know he can go out there and win races, they definitely know that Veloce and Mandanak can do the same. Very close, though, battling for this second spot. Arnage on the charge.
Yeah, it's super close, but Valentin Mandanak getting a little bit of slipstream assistance from his teammate of Lamanek coming up into Mobile 1. Again, the defensive line taken. Brilliant stuff from Valentin Mandanak. I don't think Arnage can do anything. It's going to be a couple of big sends, though, coming down to the Sachs curve. It's not enough for now.
No, it certainly isn't there. Lemonek and Mandanak were pretty much gifted the chance to just lead out this race, P1, P2, take it all the way till the end of this 5-lap race. It's such a short race, it's difficult for anyone to make any moves. And as they come across the line, then it's Lemonek that does take P1 for RAG. It's Mandanak that takes second. Ferreira and Antunes, they did fight. And I tell you what, they might be a bit of a danger going into that last chance race. They won't want to be there, but they'll be looking very strong to get themselves through that. Veloce then in 5th position, and Tothu ends up being in the pits, unfortunately down in 6th spot. But RAG, they look good. We expect them to be good at this stage. We expect them to make it to the semi-finals at a minimum, I would say, probably the final as well. And well, they're safely through at this stage, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, RAG, an incredible team and really showing that. But despite potentially the pace differential between themselves and Arnage, it was still super tight, 4 of them separated by a second across the line.
Yeah, 100%. But here are your official results then after 5 laps. It is Lemonek that takes P1, Mandanak P2, Ricardo Ferreira of P3, and the fastest lap of the race, of course, that will be slipstream aided, but that's still a great sign for them moving forward. Jimmy Antunes in 4th position, Veloce in 5th, and then we have David Toth, who unfortunately was involved in that incident on lap number 1, all of his own making, to be fair, in P6. So there you go. RAG safely through to the quarterfinal stage of this Masters Championship.
I mean, it's just, again, an incredible performance from RAG. They're looking very strong, but I am mostly surprised with how much Ferreira closed that gap back in. We should probably bring in our junior to have his thought on that. RAG looked pretty strong in that race. Did Arnage have anything to say about that potentially, or was it always going to be RAG?
I think with half the heats done, what we have seen so far, guys, is that hasn't been a shock. Yes, we've had close racing, but there's not been a shock result, at least so far, Luke.
Yeah, but I feel there's been enough evidence there to say don't take your eye off it, because it's you know, it only takes one position for these things to happen. Not one of them has been, you know, not close really. As much as the RAG team kind of pulled away for what, 3.5, maybe 4 laps, Arnage came back at them even with a damaged car. So Ferreira was the spearhead. We feel like it's a damaged car. If you hit, you know, like he hit his teammate as hard as that. Normally, you know, with iRacing, cars are made of paper, aren't they? You get a slightly bit of damage on the front of your car and you kind of toast for the rest of the race. So yeah, the fact that they were able to still catch up bodes well for them. I just feel like they have got some serious pace, but just unfortunately seeded. Like, imagine getting to this stage, you think, oh, feeling really good. Oh, I've got RAG in the first race, or Team Redline in the first race, or Apex. So, but saying that, there's probably 6 or 7 teams you want to avoid, so you're going to face someone pretty quick. But yeah, I think they're going to look pretty good in that last chance race, but again, it's a bit of a lottery in there anyway. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. It's just bananas.
We've already had one announcement here today in this VCO Esports Racing League finale for 2022. Plenty more to talk about, and now we talk about a new partnership that VCO is embarking on with the team at Low Fuel Motorsports. It is VCO Low Fuel Motorsports Flex Stream. It is about taking BOP and gamifying it. So many interesting things to talk about. 6 rounds, 10,000 euros, 6-hour races, 9-hour races. It's going to be a lot of fun, lots of excitement. We talk about gamifying BOP. Each car going to be within the GT3 specification, given a set BOP at the start of the season. We'll have a draft show on the 11th of November where all our teams will get to pick the car that they're in. Depending on how many cars, how many teams pick each car, then there is popularity ballast that is added. And then teams have to be thinking about how they choose to distribute additional ballast over the course of the season. I like this idea, Lewis. I think this is taking BOP, a topic that none of us really want to discuss and none of us really want to deal with, and finding ways to encourage teams to still use unique cars while encouraging them to take the burden of balancing their performances.
Yeah, I've seen things like this being used in a couple of other championships on various occasions. Fair enough to, again, try and increase that variety in the grid and essentially try and penalize you for using the same car as everyone else to get you out of the OP machine. I think it's something we can absolutely do in sim racing. I think it's something that's a great thing. And to be fair, looking forward to a season where you've got 6 hour and 9 hour races. 9 hours is an interesting one. We don't see that that time period usually being used in races. I know it sounds like well, it's only a length of a race, but those things do make a difference on how you run strategy and how you do this and how you do that. I think it's going to be an exciting championship. I'm really looking forward to it.
The 9-hour races are GT3 onlys. The 6-hour races will see one Porsche 992 Cup car race and then a BMW M2CS Racing Cup car. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be all live here on VCO Esports, so make sure you stay tuned on social media. Signups are open. See the press release to find out more. I'm going to step aside now once again because we've got Triton Racing and Veloce ready to do battle in the 4th of the 6 heats. Let's head back to the action at the Hockenheim Ring.
Well, welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen cars. And for me, this is the first one where I really couldn't call who's going to go through. And here is your grid. And well, true to form, they are, the grid is very much split up, isn't it? Dominic Blyer then for Triton is on P1. We've got Dominic Hoffman in second for Veloce. He's kind of the spearhead of the iRacing contingent for Veloce. Sven Noller is in third spot then for Veloce. So how important will it be, those 2 cars being in the top 3? Then you've got Maciej Nogaj in 4th position for Triton. Then you've got Jerzy Glack in 5th position. And Patrick Wolf in 6th spot for Veloce. So very interesting here, Lewis, and I think this is the first one that we can genuinely say is wide open.
Yeah, no, absolutely no idea which one's going to go through. The interesting bit from that qualifying is that Patrick Wolf, no qualifying time set, will start from the back of the grid. Now, that's interesting because of all of the drivers on this grid, this is not me trying to be disrespectful to anyone else on this grid, but I would say Patrick Wolf's probably the fastest. And so to have him at the back of the grid, I know it doesn't really make much of a difference really in this car. You know, he could win the race, fair enough, but he's got to come through everyone. He's got to make that risk to come through and, you know, maybe not even trip over his teammates, which can also be a very difficult thing to do around trials. And we've already seen a little bit of teammate-to-teammate contact, whether it's been through their own volition or through the assistance of someone else.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe that's intentional, just to have the car managing the situation from the back end of the grid. Maybe they've seen something different or understand this car on this track differently to everyone else. Who knows? Like, that's been really the key for most teams, find a way of winning these races instead of it doing it the normal way. But here we are then, it's time for the races, the 4th of our round 1 races. It's Triton versus Veloce, and we are green light racing here, and it's a very good start then from Triton. And actually nobody's got a poor start there, to be honest, although could we see Triton go up from P1 and indeed P3? No, they're going to back out of that situation there. Through turn number 1 they would go, and I think they're pretty much as they qualified. But as you can see, Patrick Wolf then trying to find a gap. The gap's closing, the gap's now reopened here down in towards turn 2. He decides better of it, because that could have been very interesting. I tell you what, Triton cars nearly had a bit of a ding-dong with each other through turn 2, down towards turn number 3. Patrick Wolf getting well involved here at the start and getting very mixy with those Triton cars.
Yeah, it was Hoffman that actually didn't have a great start from the start of the grid, so he dropped back in behind Blyer a little bit. Wolf picking off 1 position, potentially down to the hairpin, got the inside line through the parabolica, and I think Nogaj might drop to the rear of the field, but might send it in a little bit too deep. He's got to watch out then to make contact with his teammate, because Jerzy Glack in that 5th spot. A little bit of a brush, I think, between them at the apex, but the outside line from Wolf should give him the position, especially with that big slipstream train.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as we come through that right-hander in the real world, if you're on the outside there, even if you're slightly ahead, you've got 0 chance of being ahead coming into this corner here. It's just impossible. But in sim racing, there is every opportunity. If you can get yourself alongside, you can still hold that outside line. That's because of all the marbles that will be on the outside of the circuit. So yeah, the grip levels are a little bit different here at Hockenheim on the sim. So it's nice to see. It gives actually more impressive racing for us to indeed witness. But as you can see now, Nogaj, who was kind of charged with the job of making sure Wolf does not advance towards that top 4, because right now, Triton being 1st and indeed 4th, on countback, they would go through because of the P1. They'd have the same amount of points, but they'd go through because of the better position from their lead driver. But Patrick Wolf, as you know, is the quickest out of everybody, you would probably say, on this in terms of raw pace. Now off to try and chase down that top 4. But yeah, Nogaj, I think for me, has to try and get back ahead and just slow him down as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, as much as I've said that Patrick Wolf probably the fastest on the grid, but then again, you know, quite quick as well. Dominic Blyer, Hoffman, Nola, Glack, Nogaj, basically everyone on the grid is pretty fast. It's just how it goes. So he's got to close up that top two. You've got a little bit of a switch there between Nola and Jesse Glack, who's got back to the inside potentially. Try getting the up and under on the exit of 2 and then 3, and then round the outside of the Parabolica. This is going to be a brave one, but it should give him the inside line into the braking zone as long as he can hold it there.
Oh, it might just be clear the Veloce driver might be able to move across here. He's not going to be able to. Glack then forces him out wide. Very deep send under braking. The Veloce car should be able to get the power. No, not going to be able to get the power earlier. It's a brilliant move there from Glack. Moves up into P3. More insurance then for that Triton team. And yeah, just to go back to what Lewis was saying, yeah, and we're talking about Patrick Wolf maybe being the quickest in terms of raw pace. It doesn't mean everybody else is rubbish on this grid, that's for sure. Everybody's absolutely lightning. But this is the first time we've seen all 6 cars pretty much nose to tail. It's like a formation lap where we've got first and second, third and fourth, fifth and sixth, then all in their own little order. As you can see then, Nola trying to get back up ahead. We'll take the outside line, running down towards the stadium section here. And now we'll try the switchback. Not too sure whether the outside line is that favourable here on iRacing. Inside line taken there from Glack, and the pressure maybe about to be ended there as the front two are starting to get away because of those two battling as well. It's just perfect for Hoffman, because Hoffman will actually want to isolate Blyer. He doesn't want anyone else behind him. If he wants to make a move, he kind of wants to be able to fail and not be overtaken by someone behind him as well. So yeah, if he can isolate P1, this might work out for Hoffman.
Yeah, and it depends, like whether Glack closes up. It's actually more dependent on what Nola does rather than what even Glack does, because he'll be able to keep up in the slipstream and would eventually be able to close that gap down. That's fine. But if Nola really attacks through that midsection, through sector 2, where it gets a little bit tight through the arena, through the stadium, if you attack then, that is what opens up the opportunity for the top 2 to clear off. And like you say, for Veloce, that's exactly what they want. That's what Hoffman will be telling his team. That is what I want in this scenario. I want to clear off with Blyer, make it 1v1 because I think I can beat him. But meanwhile, in the background, Nogaj and Wolf potentially switching over. Nogaj looking to the inside. Meanwhile, the defensive move from Blyer to hang on to the race lead.
As we come through the halfway point of this race, it is very evenly poised between both teams. We're seeing a few position changes here as I think Nogaj might be able to make the move back on Patrick Wolf. Nogaj filters back in and it's normal service resumed. So yeah, Hoffman knows right now that he's in a key position. If he can make the overtake on Blyer, then it is guaranteed that Veloce will indeed go through. That P1 is the key position here. And again, so a few people are asking in the chat as to exactly what the format is. Basically, we've had loads of cup competitions to get our final 12 teams. And at this stage of the competition, it is 6 races of 1v1. So you've got 3 drivers per team, and it's 1 team versus another team. Seed 1 has gone up against Seed 12, Seed 2 goes up against Seed 11, etc., etc. And the winning team from each round here will go through to our quarterfinals. Then the losing 6 teams will all go through to one race where all 6 teams will take part. Top 2 of those will join the other 6 teams that have already qualified, and then it's quarterfinals 1v1. So there'll be 4 races of 1v1. Then there'll be 2 races in the semi-finals, 1v1, and then there'll be 1 or a best of 3 race, final between the final 2 teams. So hopefully that does indeed help you if you've just come across this format. Again, it can be a little bit tricky for everybody because normally you're expecting to see exactly what you see in terms of real racing, because most esports championships do mimic that. With VCO, definitely not the case. Trying to indeed revolutionize sim racing and doing a very good job of it as it stands. Anyway, back to the race. We've got just under 2 laps remaining. Blyer leads the way now by half a second. So managed to get himself a nice bit of a gap here. And now the Veloce cars are trying to really get past Glack. So Glack still could lose out here, or Triton could lose out here by all of the Veloce cars getting ahead. So if Veloce finished 2nd, 3rd, and indeed 4th, that is also a way of them getting through here. So the next 1.5 laps here is going to be incredible to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky there. Glack and Nola going side by side off of the hairpin. It's on the right-hand side of your shot, left-hand side of the track. Glack's trying to hold that outside line to give the inside through the arena section. He might well just hang on to 3rd spot. Nola though straight around the outside. Patrick Wolf's going to potentially try and get through to that all-important 4th position. Exactly like you've been saying, it is a very tense fight, this one.
Yeah, we're going to go to a final lap here, and I think Veloce might be able to put themselves into a position where they go through side by side between the 2 of them as we come through here. That's Glack and indeed Wolf. Wolf started from the back, and can he manage to get all the way up the lead here? Nogaj has to slow down Wolf. Bit of contact then up the rear of Glack as well. Glack just trying to hold on, and really, right now, Triton have got to isolate Wolf as he makes the send up the inside towards the 2nd to last corner, and into the final corner we will go. And as it stands then, Triton would, if they finish this next lap in this order, would go through, but they would be tied on points and it would go to countback. If Veloce can get Wolf up ahead of Glack right now, then they would go through. So it really is all about one position, and Nogaj can force this to not be the case by just making the move here on Wolf and making it very difficult for him to have to overtake 2 drivers. He has not done it, so Patrick Wolf then is really charged with trying to drag Veloce through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's desperate not to get a penalty point. We've said this before, as much as your third driver might not be, there's the top 2 drivers in a team which are scoring points. That third driver isn't scoring points to the team, but they can add penalty points to that. So if they make a mistake, they can still cost their team that chance to progress. Glack there in that background spot, the one that we're looking at right now, really under a lot of pressure at the moment from Wolf. He's just stuck between them, out a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin, brings it back onto the track. Bly still leads, and like you said before, it would be Triton progressing as it is. Veloce need to make up a single spot.
Yeah, and again, they could do that by taking the lead in this race as well. Supplier under some severe pressure. Look how close they are, almost touching the rear wing under the undercarriage then of Glack from Patrick Wolf in towards the final sector. We will indeed come. Only 5 corners to go. Blyer doing the job he needs to do here. There's a potential send. There is an absolute send here up the inside of Glack. Wolf, though, not able to get that job done. And I'm sure now that Glack's going to hold that inside line as we come through the stadium section here at Hockenheim. A little bit of a checkup then from Patrick Wolf, not able to get it done again. He tried to send it through the second to last corner last time round. He's not able to do so this time round either. And as we come through the final corner, I think Blyer's done the job here. He has. P1 then for Blyer. Dominic Hoffman and indeed Noller take second and third. You could cover them with a loincloth. They're that close. Then it's Glack that takes P4, sending Triton through to the quarterfinals, although they were tied on points with Veloce. Patrick Wolf in 5th. And then Nogaj, who again finishes in P6, but had a very important job there of making it very difficult for Wolf to go and attack Glack. So Triton playing the team job there perfectly, and they're going to go through.
I mean, both did realistically an incredible race. Really, really impressive, as you can see the results.
Yeah, there is the official results. And Dominic Blyer, who was under pressure from start to finish, finishes P1 for Triton Racing. Dominic Hoffman in 2nd. Sven Noller is in 3rd. Jersey Glack in 4th position. Patrick Wolf in 5th. Maciej Nogaj then is in 6th position. And I said that this would be the one which is wide open. Both teams with an incredible showing, but it is Triton that go through. Arjuna, I'm sure you've got some thoughts on that, but that is the first one where it's just been absolutely spectacular from start to finish.
And it shows just how important that third driver can sometimes be. We talk about the need for them to stay out of trouble, stay out of the penalty point range. Well, it was on Paddy Wolf to work his way forward. Ran out of time at the end of the day. Now we got 2 more heats still left to go. And like you said there, Luke, that was the first race where we've, from the green to the checkered, been electrified the entire 8 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of bits of contact right today, nothing too crazy, but that was absolutely perfect from both teams. So yeah, neither team was willing to take that chance and create any contact or indeed try to get any penalty points. They both just drove the absolute wheels off the cars. Again, you know, we're talking about the drivers at the back that could have made a difference. Blyer out the lead there. That is an incredible performance because he was just had a, both wing mirrors full of white cars the whole race long, and he held on. Triton, that's the first big scalp in terms of going to the second phase that have been taken out in Veloce, I would say. Of course, Arnage are a big scalp, but they were that closely fought that Veloce could quite easily have gone through. That's what I'm trying to say, really. So Triton taking a big scalp there. The confidence levels in that team, which we've seen can make a big difference moving forward in this kind of esports format, is going to be through the roof. Could Triton be that surprise outfit today?
So you say it's a surprise, but they came into this one seated above Veloce, and I've seen Triton, at least in endurance racing, plenty of times. So maybe I'm not as shocked as you, but let's look forward to the next one, Lewis. We got Williams Esports up against the newest of our teams here in the Esports Racing League as Race Clutch makes it to the Masters.
Yeah, it's they've had a great season, have Race Clutch. They've really shown their ability throughout the season, again, moving their way forward, as we've seen from a couple of teams like Koana Gaming, of course, last season. A strong outfit in Race Clutch. Of course, they're probably more focused about what's happening at the weekend with the Le Mans Virtual Series, fair enough, but they're not using all of their drivers from it. Just got one driver, being Colin Sport, could be taking part of the weekend, so they can keep their eyes focused on this event. They're going up against Williams, who in this format, they've got used to it. They've been looking really strong, fair enough, but they've never really captured an event properly. Maybe this is the one for Williams. They've got a great lineup. I think they're going to be pretty strong today.
I think both lineups are pretty impressive, if we're being honest. You got Michael Romanidis, Moreno Sorica, and Alexander Spets for Williams. I think all 3 drivers probably above 9,000 iRating there. And then for Race Clutch, Enric Andre, a relative veteran to iRacing competition, Timu Milikangas and Colin Spork. It is looking like a rather tasty lineup, Luke.
Yeah, well, you know, Stato being you, Arjuna, you've always got the stats to back things up. And I'm now going to take a break and give Stato a chance to actually get involved with the commentary. It's race 5 of our round number 1 for today's Masters. And Lewis and Arjuna will take it away from here.
Should be a super one, this, as we can see Williams Esports versus Race Clutch separating each row of the grid. Moreno Sarica will start from pole position with an Eric Andre alongside in that front row. Quite a large gap between pole position and second spot. Colin Spork in third behind his teammate. And then no qualifying times set for Alexander Spets, for Michael Romanidis and for Timo Milakangis in 4th, 5th and 6th. Maybe there is a little bit of strategy to that, but let's be honest, qualifying around here can be a bit of a nightmare when it comes to keeping within those track limits, right?
Yeah, we've been seeing just how much drivers have been pushing it. Now, we haven't seen any drivers get close to disqualification. I wonder if we will. It's going to take a bit of contact to get close to 17 incident points when each incursion off the track only gets you the 1. But contacts builds you 4 contact points at a time, so gotta watch out for that one. I still want to see how these starts go, because I still think back to that Fordzilla start on the outside of the front row and just how the rear tires lit up and the car went nowhere. Because Lewis, you have plenty of experience in this car. It's not the hardest car to get off the line.
No, it's where it's kind of one of those cars where I'm like, everyone should really start this car the same. It is not a difficult car to get off the line. Pretty simple with, you know, you don't have to find the magic clutch bite point and all of this stuff. Literally, you can just rev it up and switch it into first if you really want to. You won't actually lose out too much, but clearly there was a little bit going on there. Did see a little bit of wiggling side to side from Alexander Spets and that legendary number 78. We're about to get ready to go racing. Moreno Sarica on pole position and Eric Andre alongside on that front row. Williams Esports versus Race Clutch. Just 2 races left to go in the opening heats. We're underway once again at the Hockenheim Ring. A great launch from Moreno Sarica. Look to the inside as Spets is trying to get down his inside of Colin Spork. Going through that first corner, out wide goes Spork, gets back into the slipstream of his teammate of an Eric Andre, down towards the first proper braking zone of the circuit at T2. Look at that big send though from Alexander Spets, straight down the inside, almost taking out Colin Spork, but just slowing his exit onto the Parabolica.
And crucially right now, Spets and Romanidis in front of Milakangis, advantage Williams, but the toe up in towards the hairpin is going to be important. Look at focus on the face of Michael Romanidis and almost thinking, I think, about bump drafting, but really it's the battle up front. Sarica defends from Andre.
Yeah, look at this. Andre going for it down the inside. Big lock-up in the background as well. Bit of a lock-up from Colin Spork. Race Clutch take the lead. Milakangis also skips his way through potentially 1, maybe 2 of the Williams Esports drivers in the background. It was an absolute cluster down into the hairpin, and it is going to continue up towards the arena section. And Eric Andre defensive through the kink, calling down the inside. Oh, Colin Spork, though, Milakangis down the inside, nearly into his teammate. Wow.
But now advantage goes to Race Clutch. It's the battle for 4th where the eyes will attract, just like it was in the last round. Spets and Milakangis side by side as they work into turn 11, and we've seen drivers use the outside and run themselves wide, but Milakangis doesn't leave that as an option. Now advantage goes to Race Clutch.
Yeah, Moreno Sarica does hold on to the race lead, but he was also, as we've seen time and time again from the race leaders throughout all of the races that we've had in the opening portion of this race, of this event rather, that the leader for some reason can't keep it within the track limits, coming through Mobile 1 out wide, picking up a little bit of the gravel, but managing to hang on to the race lead ahead of an Eric Andre, Colin Spork, Milakangis. At the moment, Race Clutch would be transferring their way through, but it's going to be a tight fight. Spets and Romanidis with a lot of work to do. Milakangis way out wide. If he wants to help his teammate, you know, he might try and mess with those 2 behind him and just try and slow them down, try and get them out of this battle.
That's a risk though, because in the event that Andre and Sport can't get past Sarica, then Milakangis is left by himself to fend off Spets and Romanidis. I think with working onto lap 205, you basically just hold stations and see if it's going to split up. Milakangis, I think, with more iRacing experience, maybe you get him in front of Colin Spork. Alexander Spence wants both of them.
Yeah, he's going straight on the inside, making it 3 wide into the hairpin. He might well get his way up in a 3rd spot as Spork had to go out wide with Milakangis. Milakangis taking over that 4th position. Of course, Moreno Sarica still hanging on to the race lead, looking one way and then back the other, going into the kink. That's a big move from an Eric Andre. He's got to get to the outside, though, of the arena section. This can work if you can send it in all the way around the outside, but he doesn't know it's 3 wide as Milakangis looks back to the inside. Wow, this is such a tight fight. Loving this respect at the moment. Williams Esports hanging on to the race lead, but just chopping over the load of Andre.
And this is why the VCO community wanted us to come to the Hockenheim Ring. Andre will leave room for Sarica. Very different to what Milakangis did, but Sarica makes a bobble over the curb and Andre hits the front.
Yeah, it was a mistake there from Moreno Sorica. He was out a little bit too deep through Mobile 1. Like you said, Spets has also got through up in a second position behind an Eric Andre, our new race leader, straight to the inside. Milakangis getting down the inside of Moreno Sorica. Go through. There's been a spin though. Was that solo on the curb, or might have got into the rear end rather of an Eric Andre? But Alexander Spets pushing for all he was worth and drops down to 6th.
He has been driving like a madman today, let's be completely fair. Pushing as hard as he can. The car on the very ragged edge went from 5th to 2nd and then back to 6th, as Luke Crane has just pointed out, all in the course of just 1 lap. Now it's Colin Spork down the inside of Romanidis, and now it's 3 race clutch cars with the upper hand against 2 Williams Esports machines.
Yeah, these two have got a little bit used to racing each other, of course. Both of them taking part in the Le Mans Virtual Series. They've had a fair amount of battles between the two of them. But Romanidis to the inside of Spork. He'll have to send it into the hairpin, like you say. But the top 3 are checking out this battle for 4th at the moment. Spork not holding a defensive line. Big move, though, from an Eric Andre, from Moreno Sorica, straight on the inside of an Eric Andre. That might be a little bit too deep, though.
A little bit too deep. Optimistic, but I think he recognizes he has to win this race with the position that Alexander Spets is in now. We've come to 2 to go. Next time at the line, Sorica sandwiched by Andre and Milakangis, and now Spork just trying to fend off Romanidis. It is starting to break up into a couple of different packs.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's a rough one from Spets. Like you say, I will say it's so easy to do going through that the penultimate corner into the final. You're out on the curb, you're close to the car ahead, you're trying to stay as close as possible, and yeah, like you say, it can cause a little bit of a trip up in that scenario, but biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Straight around the outside though, Romanidis and Sport continuing their little fight for 4th. Romanidis with the inside line to take over that 4th position.
So still though, it's now the impetus onto Moreno Sorica to try and get up in front of Enric Andre as we'll start the penultimate lap of the race, and he shapes to the inside into the opening corner, and Sorica will hit the front. But is that too early now? Because he's got to tow 2 race clutch cars, all the way down the main straight, but Milakangis wants the lead.
Yeah, he's gone straight down the inside into T2, but again, you have to ask the question, is that potentially too early? He's gone in a little bit too deep through that second corner. It's going to give the advantage on speed, at least the way of Moreno Sorica, but an Eric Andre right into this, chopping over the nose just a touch there. Moreno Sorica right into the slipstream of Milakangis, and Eric Andre going to make his decision, what he's going to do coming into the hairpin. The defensive move from Milakangis, Sorica to the outside, as he'll be down towards the hairpin, of course, the inside through the Parabolica. Colin Sport gets past Romanidis once again. Milakangis in a bit too deep, might be a little bit of contact with himself and Sorica, and Eric Andre has come through to take the race lead.
Was there a bit of a smirk on the face there of Enric Andre? Does he recognize that that was team tactics that has now seen Moreno Sorica drop down to 3rd position? Still Spork and Romanidis side by side. It's bringing Alexander Spets not just into the equation to battle with them, but maybe to close to the race lead as well. By no means is this a 3-car train at the front. It still could be a 6-car train. They're split by just over 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's what, like I say, it's 1.7, but realistically, the gap that you really need to focus on that is between Spork and Milakangis right now. Is between 3rd and 4th, and it's less than a second. That is slipstream range, almost perfect with it being around, realistically, sort of 6, 7, 8 tenths. That's where you want it to be. That's where you get a really big punch in that slipstream. Obviously, the closer you get, fair enough, but then there's a point when you're too close to do anything. We're heading on to the final lap of the race, and again, as things stand, Race Clutch will be the team progressing, but that's flip-flopped so many times in this 5-lap race as the white flag is out.
But really, it's advantage to Race Clutch no matter how it stands right now. For Williams to advance, they need Colin Spork to drop behind at least one of the 2 Williams Esports cars at the back, and they need Sorica to find his way to the front and fend off Andre and Milakangis. But out of turn 2 for the final time, this is the tow, and these decisions will decide if they've got to fight their way to the second chance race.
Yeah, don't rule it out, Arduino. I mean, these can switch so much. Easily can see a couple of position switches in a single lap, and Eric Andre defending all the way to the white line, going around the Parabolica. So Moreno Sorica's got to go around the outside. There's contact between the 2 as well as they wrestle it down. It's a big lock-up, and there's a big spin from an Eric Andre. Moreno Sorica comes through to the race lead. Milakangis up to 2nd. That will definitely have to be investigated by race control. But like you said, it goes from Race Clutch 1 straight over to Williams, and you're absolutely right. That was a very broken car.
As soon as the contact happened, there was nothing Andre could do. There was plenty Colin Sport could do to avoid running into the back of Michael Romanidis. But regardless, with Sorica in the front of the field, Spets in 3rd, somehow it's now back in the advantage of Williams Esports.
Yeah, I mean, that contact between Spork, I think that might have been more on Spork's side between himself and Romanidis, and Eric Andre potentially squeezing a little bit with Moreno Sarica, or rather coming over into Moreno Sarica. Either way, bit of a tricky one. Race Control will have to take a good look at this final lap. We've seen big drama finally at the Hockenheim Ring. Williams Esports come to the final corner, and at least provisionally, they'll be out of it. Moreno Sarica taking the victory with Specs in third. It should be Williams Esports progressing with a massive provisional sticker slapped onto this race. Milikangas and Spork in second and fourth. Romanidis and Andre spun off in the final lap of the race to drop back to fifth and sixth. Well, that is drama. That's what we like to see. Once again, a look at your race results. Moreno Sarica, Milikangas, Spets and Spork. Your real major finishes up towards the front, with Romanidis dropping back about 3 seconds and Eric Andre effectively a retirement from that race. But wow, was that drama.
You say massive provisional slapped onto that one. I don't know about that one. I feel like if there's any decision from Race Control, it's likely to impede Race Clutch rather than Williams. I think
they've still got to look into it.
They're still going to look into it for sure, but I think Williams will feel rather comfortable out of that one and advancing their way on through. Let's bring back in Luke Crane to recap what we've just seen and get ready for the final of our 6 heats. I think the one that we are most looking forward to. But yeah, what did you think about the last lap brawl here at Hockenheim?
I think Race Clutch just bottled it. Simple as that. I think Andre had a big opportunity just to really hold that inside line, force the Williams driver out wide, and initiated contact. I don't know why he moved over to the left there. Like there was obviously a car to his left-hand side. You can see that. And then it was all his own fault from there on, because it was just too far into the braking zone for him to then get the brakes on. I don't think the damage initially was there, was it? I think it was a case of he just tried to turn the car going too fast, and that's why he spun the car around. But yeah, I think Race Clutch had a genuine opportunity of going through there, looked the stronger team, and bottled it. I think Williams have got away with one there. They obviously are always pretty strong. They always tend to get a pretty strong result, but yeah, they've definitely got away with one to go through to the quarterfinals. They were looking almost guaranteed to be in that, last chance qualifier race, whatever we want to call it at this point. Yeah, that's what I think there from me. I could be well wrong, but I think Race Clutch just thrown that away.
I think we might actually have a couple of minutes in between the previous race and the next one, as Race Control has to work their way through that last lap and just make sure all the decisions are finalized. From what I saw there, Lewis, though, as soon as the contact happened, Enric Andre's left rear was broken, and we saw that when the car was stationary out of the hairpin, it was clearly damaged. Yeah, you can pop off one of the rear wheels pretty. I mean, if you can pop off any wheel pretty easily, and particularly when it's a rear one, as soon as that happens, with how diffs work, essentially all the drive goes to the wheel that effectively isn't there, and thus it follows the path of least resistance, and if there is nothing there, that's basically straight out of the car, so your car goes absolutely nowhere, and effectively had to retire from the race. Bit of drama. I mean, again, they were kind of risking everything, as much as like we said, Race Clutch were in a really good position, but Williams were kind of I wouldn't say timing the race right, you know how I mean. It was still there for them to have taken it, and so Race Clutch still had the pressure on. So, fair enough. Sometimes we see these kind of mistakes. Next up, though, the final of our heats is Apex Racing Team up against BS Competition. Now, these are two teams which have something to redeem themselves for, heading out of BMW Sim Live when they were comprehensively beaten by Team Redline, who never looked in doubt from winning that one. But these are two of iRacing's finest, and one of them is going to have to go through the second chance race, Luke.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be BS Competition, to be completely honest. I think Apex, had a very disappointing start to their ERL seasons, but since once they got going, they've looked the best team out of everybody, in all fairness. As much as Redline have been so dominant in many of our competitions, Apex have been the most likely challenges. It was RHE in the early stages, of course, Unicorns of Love when it comes to ACC. We've got to give GTWR a bit of a shout as well. Of course, they won the ACC, but in terms of generally it's between Redline, and the likes of RHE, but Apex have looked so good, especially on iRacing. So for me, I know you guys have got, you whet your appetite and you're all excited. I think this might be pretty much a blowout, to be honest. I think Apex will be that good. Apex have plenty of experience in this car as well right now, Lewis, with a handful of their drivers competing in the Rocket British Formula 4 Esports Championship.
Yeah, they've been doing very strong over there, having the main team, the Apex Racing team, where Jamie Fluke's been doing so well, and then of course their academy, who had a little bit of a blow at the last round, Alton Park, but again looking very strong, having experience in this car. It's kind of helping them. Also, let's not forget how well they did back in Fuji, and the last time, before even that, we went racing in open wheelers. Of course, yes, it was the IndyCar, yes, it was Road America, something very, very different to this, but who won that event? Well, yeah, it was Apex. They're so good. Well, I was going to say they're so good in open wheelers. They're just generally good at pretty much everything at the moment. So each their own.
They've had a very good year. So Race Control is still working through the last lap of round number 5. To give them a couple of minutes, we've got something else to talk about. It's something that returns for the 3rd year this holiday season. Yes, the VCO Semis return, so you're going to have to decide which one of the Dream Team is your best commentator of the year, but plenty of exciting categories. And Luke, it's great that for the 3rd time, VCO celebrates the sim racing community, and what another incredible year it's been.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal year. This biggest year ever, right? Simple as that. It's nice to for there to be, things like that to celebrate people's successes and whatnot, whether it be because of their social media or streaming or, commentators. You guys have both won one previously as well. But yeah, it's just nice. It just shows the growth of sim racing, the fact that we have our own little award ceremony, which is a pretty cool little thing, I would say.
Of course, the nomination phase will begin this coming Friday, so keep your eyes out on social media. There is also a jury that will help narrow down the nominations into the final voting phase when Lewis, again, it will be up to the public to crown our Simi winners for 2022.
Yes, you're not allowed to all vote for Arjuna again. He's already stolen one award off me. I still feel robbed. Obviously, that's not true. We all joshed about a bit over it, but I mean, it's like you say, it's an amazing thing to have an award ceremony. But of course, he's got it by hand. Mine's downstairs. Don't worry. But to have an award ceremony and stuff, but the fact that it's voted on through the community, that you've all got your say, and not only like I say, you nominate, go through that nomination process where you, the community, say who has been the best driver, the best team, the best platform, best commentator, obviously, best looking. I'll take that one. That's
Benito,
fine. No, I'll
what? Oh, geez.
Oh dear. But no, it's an amazing thing.
It's going to be a lot of fun. 11 categories nominations again open this coming Friday, so head over to the VCO Twitter and the VCO Simi Awards Twitter as well, where you can stay up to date. And I believe if it goes by historical trends, we are going to have the awards ceremony again on the 26th of December. So it's a good way to celebrate Boxing Day, to celebrate the community. Still, I think a couple of minutes though from getting underway, and I think Race Control still finalizing the decisions. Having said that, I do have the decision right in front of me, and sometimes I can be right as well. Luke's been right once. I'm right now once today as well. It's not looking great for Race Clutch because Colin Spork does get a penalty point for contact with Michael Romanidis. There is no further action for anything else on that final lap, Lewis.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right. I mean, that one, yeah, sure, the one between Eric Andre and Marian Sarica, fair enough. But like I said, probably more on Eric Andre. That one between going down into the arena section was pretty much a slam dunk as being on Colin Spork's shoulders. So, fair enough. Is what it is. And like you say, as much as it was provisional, I still stand by that. It was because it had to be looked into. But yeah, Race Clutch receiving a bit more of a penalty, and they will be going through to the second chance race. Williams Esports joining the 4 that have already gone through.
And so now it's just left for Apex Racing and the BS competition guys to head out onto track. I think we hopefully are only a couple of minutes away from getting that one, so we can get back to racing rather than talking about racing. But I mean, Luke, as we get ready to say goodbye for the rest of 2022, I mean, you were so excited to start. We've had a number of changes over the format over the course of the year. You look back on 2022, how excited are you about this journey for the ERL?
Yeah, I think it's great for my personal opinion. I love being involved in it, of course, but I feel like a genuine revenue stream every couple of weeks for drivers, meaning that they can put more time into sim racing, is only going to increase the product for everybody watching across multiple different platforms. And more people are going to end up driving on the platform because there is that opportunity at the end of the rainbow, if you like. So yeah, I think it's been a massive positive this year. But of course, we can keep building on this product and make it better. I will leave you with this. Luke has just said me for commentator of the year, but his favorite still George Morgan. I think the restraining order that George has put out on him is starting to take his effect now, hence why I've been put above in that pecking order. But I'm now going to leave you with that little bit of banter and let the other lads take over for the final qualifying round of today.
Poor Luca being outed for his restraining order immediately. Oh well, we'll focus on the race at hand, and this one will be quite an easy one to pick through because it's BS Competition on one side and it's Apex Racing Team on the other. Phil Denez on pole position with Peter Berryman alongside in that front row. Then we get the BS Competition driver of Ryan Barneveld alongside Jamie Fluke, who's got plenty of experience in this car recently. Jarl Tyen in fifth, who I would be pretty scared of going side by side with in one-to-one combat because he is absolutely ruthless when it comes to racing. Johan Harth starts from sixth from the back, 4/10 off of the pole. Phil Denez, though, looking pretty strong in that one, Arjuna.
You say ruthless. I introduced you to Johan Harth Racing, by the way, from the Apex Racing facility. We spent all that time hyping up Apex Racing Team. Phil Denez says, sorry guys, you forgot about me.
I'll just say I've been dealing with Jarl Tyen for about 8 years in sim racing. I've seen his racing, so he's like genuinely a very good overtaker. They don't start in the back of the grid. I mean, any of these drivers genuinely can start from the back of the grid and still win. It's such we say this all the time with a lot of these races, but it is just the case, especially in this car around this track, and it's why this is quite open, more open than I expected. Like we said, more Apex really.
Yeah, I think we're in for a bit of a treat here, but we're ready to go racing.
Yes, indeed. Phil Denez will start from pole position. Peter Berryman alongside as we'll get ready to go racing for one final time in the opening portion of the Masters here at the Hockenheim Ring as we are underway. Try and pick these apart on the race down towards the first corner. That's Ryan Barneveld who's looking to the inside coming down that first corner. He's got Apex Racing Team all over behind him in Jamie Fluke. Wow, this is really tricky to pull apart. Phil Denez, though, is leading the way. Peter Berryman, Ryan Barneveld, and Jamie Fluke, that four. There's the move to the inside, though, from Berryman and the defensive move from Barneveld.
Yeah, you always complain about black and red cars, but can we have non-white, blue, and black cars right now on screen? Because, yeah, my goodness, this is almost impossible for some of the camera angles that we'll get. Denez, Berryman, Fluke, Barneveld, but I don't think that will last because they're side by side, 2 rows deep on the run to the hairpin.
Yeah, if we make mistakes in this one, we do apologise. Peter Berryman, though, with the move to the inside, trying to take over the race lead for Apex Racing Team. Gets past Phil Denez. Denez, though, his teammate Barneveld battling it out with Jamie Fluke for third position at the moment. You can see that inside line being taken by Barneveld, but also being taken by Denez, heading up to the kink to the outside of the arena section. Denez has taken over the race lead, if he can make this one stick.
Yeah, I don't think he will be able to, but Berryman continues to leave him just enough racing room, and now single file behind the race leaders. Denez will grab the point of the field as they'll enter into the arena for the very first time. There goes Tyen down the inside of Johan Harth.
Yeah, I've said every time a commentator says that move's not going to work, every time it works somehow. It's just how it goes. Apex Racing Team in second and third right now, with BS Competition in first and fourth. The teammates of those battling out over fifth spot. Johan Harth still ahead of Jarl Tyen despite that aggressive move coming down to Mobile 1. They're battling it over fifth, but they are still very much in this train as we complete the first lap. Denez, Berryman, Fluke, Barneveld, Harth and Tyen. At the moment, it would be going to BS Competition. Talk to me again in 4 laps time and we'll see where things stand.
Yeah, no way that you could be guaranteed that this result holds on. Little liberties with track limits taken once more. And remember, the loser of this will still have a chance to go through the second chance, but we'll throw more teams onto the track for that race, so it's going to be a lot more chaotic. Johan Harth on the outside will now need to work with his teammates to get some toe and to get in front of Barneveld in time. But for the race lead, there goes Peter Berryman.
Yeah, Barneveld had a bit of a struggle through the first corner, is coming under pressure, but he's got his teammate to assist him on the inside run through the Parabolica, so it might be Johan Harth dropping to the back. But meanwhile, at the front, Peter Berryman down the inside, trying to take over the race lead. Phil Denez trying to do whatever he can, but he does relinquish that position. Big moment, though. That was a solo mistake from Peter Berryman. He was out onto that yellow sausage curb on the exit of the hairpin and dropped the race lead. It's Apex Racing Team second through fourth, but BS Competition either side of it.
Yeah, sleeping policeman was not sleeping there, and now Fluke almost runs into Nez. 3 wide was always going to end in tears. It's Barneveld and Hart that somehow get conjoined and then released from one another. Advantage still with the BS competition team as they run right now, but it's separated itself out. Berryman and Tyne fighting for third. Denez and Fluke fighting for the lead.
Yeah, that's a tricky one because Barneveld was the one that made it 3 wide by diving it down the middle, but then it's about whether the car on the outside was turning in, was giving enough room. That's the big question. You can see in the background third and fourth, Tyne and Berryman switching positions. So Jarl Tyne takes over third position. BS Competition's grip on this race gets a touch stronger. We'll see what that penalty does, where that way swings from race control, because again, we're not necessarily sure, but focusing on the matter at hand at the moment, BS Competition with first and third looking pretty strong, but Jamie Fluke, like I said before, he's been building his experience in this car. Let's take a look at this instance. So down the inside, or through the middle rather, Ryan Barneveld goes. See, I don't know. I almost kind of feel that Johan Half might be a little bit more on that one.
I was going to say, maybe you also blame the car on the inside for not backing out, because you have this brake pedal, it works as well. I know it's a revelation to racing drivers sometimes. Here's the battle for third side by side, Berryman and Tyne. Reality is here for the BS competition driver. He can finish fourth if Denez wins this race, but that's not guaranteed as Fluke goes to the inside.
Yeah, there is the switch. Jarl Tyne keeping off Berryman, but at the moment it means nothing right now because second and third won't be good enough. They need the victory in that sense, and that is exactly what Denez is trying to steal back. He's got the inside line through that kink coming up towards the arena section where he's going to try and send it around the outside of Jamie Fluke. Once again, a super battle between two cars that are definitely not teammates, even though they look like they might well be. Denez takes over the race lead once again, and BS Competition take the swing just about. I will say the other thing with that instant is it might be the person that's decided to have made it 3 wide. They might also cop the blame. So there is that one. But Jarl Tyne and Berryman battling over third.
Yeah, the brake works for all cars. It's not just one car that the brakes could work for. That's a bit of a commitment to the penultimate set of corners from Tyne. Given the outside, he's got to be careful. You get pushed wide through the very penultimate corner. You're on the drag strip where, as was it Sebastian Vettel found out a handful of years ago?
Yes.
There is absolutely no grip. 2 laps to go. It is still advantage BS competition. But how can you guarantee there is any chance of that holding through the course of these next couple of laps?
I think you might also be thinking about Nico Hulkenberg, who was on for that podium
that too.
And then went off there. So literally just destroying all the hearts of the Germans watching, who are really enjoying them. To be fair, the hearts of a lot of drivers. We all do love a little bit of Nico Hulkenberg having that painful moment. But either way, that's a joy of the Hockenheim ring. I mean, that bit out there is very slippery, even in iRacing. I mean, if you go out there, especially with that curb, you can absolutely spin. We've already seen it affect a couple of the races today with how large that curve is on the exit of the penultimate corner. Fluke, though, to the inside, taking over the race lead once again. But are we going to see a repeat of what we've seen for the last few laps? Is Denez going to have the drive off? He does hold on to second for now, which wouldn't be good enough. But again, he's coming back to the inside.
Now that gaggle for third is not really closing lap by lap. So as we get ready to start the final lap of the race, Berryman's separating himself from the BS competition driver. The impetus gets onto Phil Denez to make sure he leads this race, and lead around the outside he will, but with 1 lap to go, do you really want to lead out of turn number 2?
I don't know, but I do love seeing these two battling right now. Of course, knowing, I mean, it is the case, with a lot of sim drivers and whatnot. We're fans of a lot of people in the sim racing community. We're mates with quite a lot of them. Denez and Fluke, love these two. They are such a great couple of sim drivers at what they do. They've got a lot of respect, not only for each other, but obviously for the wider audience in sim racing, and really do put on a great show every time we see racing from these two. But now to see them both going side by side consistently, we're seeing that respect that we want to see as we head on to the final lap of the race. Into the eyes of Jamie Fluke, you can see a complete lack of track maps once again, and a lot of focus. That Hockenheim ring track map might help him find a way to get past Denez.
That was an interesting line into that turn 2. Word from race control, by the way, no further action for 3 wide. So it's all about on track. It's all about the next 3/4 of a lap. Denez and Tyne in control, but this run to the hairpin is where Jamie Fluke will try and find the race lead.
Trying to get that one from race control. It's a very hard one to pick apart, so it's all square at the moment. Fluke looks to the inside. Denez out a little bit wide. He might have that better traction on the exit. Luke's been talking about it quite a few times. That drive off the corner can sometimes be better around the outside. Denez needs it, though. It's going to give him the inside from the arena.
I liked what Jamie Fluke did there. Braked initially, trying to gauge where Dinez was on the anchors, and then released it to try and compromise Dinez's line. But into the final sector, I think it's done and dusted. Fluke fought all he could, but he's running out of corners.
Yeah, there is not long. We'll see if there's going to be a dive down the inside. Jamie Fluke is a driver. When we've spoken of ruthless moves, he is one that can throw one down the inside when he absolutely needs to. And trust me, right now he absolutely needs to. They could be going into that second chance race. Could be the last time we see them, which would be much earlier than we expect from the Apex Racing team. They've been dealt a hefty blow by BS Competition. Phil Dinez, who took pole positions coming through the final corner to give BS Competition a hope to move through in this competition. He's going to take victory in this race. Fluke behind, and the Apex Racing team will be going to the second chance race. BS Competition moving through to the quarterfinals. What an event.
What was I saying before we got underway with this one? This was the one I was looking forward to. Second versus 11th seed. This is a shock, no matter the lineup that BS Competition brought to today's fight.
Yeah, like you say, they might well be the 11th seed though, but BS Competition, what a quality entry. But for Apex Racing team, they're ones that we all joined, and we had a little chat before we came live, and we were expecting Apex Racing team who were going to be our finalists today. Redline, Apex Racing team. That might not be the case. Apex Racing team being sent to the second chance race. Phil Dinez taking the victory ahead of Fluke and Berryman Yol. Tying with a fourth place means that with first and fourth, BS Competition will be moving their way through again provisionally, just in case those final little checks from race control. Johan Hartham, Ryan Barneveld 5th and 6th in that one. But what a tight little tussle between the top two, Phil Dinez and Jamie Fluke. Regardless of the result in that race, what a show they put on. An example for all of our drivers to see what we want to see going through this competition.
An example to motorsports, whether it's real or virtual, for how you can race side by side. And I always say Jamie Fluke is the nicest man in all of sim racing, and I think he proved just why there. Raced hard, but raced fair. Unfortunately, it does not work out for the Apex Racing team, at least provisionally. Like you said, we wait for final confirmation from race control. Let's bring back in Luke Crane to talk about that one, because Luke, you were getting quite excited about the racing that we've had so far today.
Yeah, completely wrong from me as well. I thought Apex were going to blow BS out of the water, but that was just sensational from both teams. Regardless of who goes through, I just want to tip my hat to both of them. That was outstanding from both teams, actually. And I'm really glad that the race director just let that incident go down in towards the stadium section, because ultimately, if anyone was at fault, I think it would have been BS, because they've gone into a gap to make it 3 wide. The other two cars, it's very difficult to react there. They've all got to turn left eventually, right? And if there's one car that's braking a little bit later than everybody else, they're not going to be able to turn left as quickly. So really, it was up to Apex to sort of react and take different lines. So I'm just glad it was left alone, because yeah, it looked spectacular. There's a lot of love making between the two cars. Again, congratulations to both teams on your baby F4 being born in 9 months' time. But I didn't want that to affect the race, because again, it was outstanding from both teams. Every single race we see a team going out, I'm like, oh, okay, but they'll be fine because they're one of the favorites to go. And I'm like, actually, hold on, all 6 teams in this second chance race are like one of the favorites to go through. It is ridiculous when you get to this stage. When you get to the Masters, it's just 12 really incredible teams. It's spicy already, and we've just got started. It's going to be a phenomenal day's racing.
We've already announced a couple of things. We've talked about the in-person Esports Racing World Cup next February in Hamburg. We've talked about FlexStream, and we've talked about the Simmies, but there's something new as VCO continues to push boundaries in esports racing. Welcome to Vicarus, a digital race car manufacturer, a joint partnership between VCO and Munich Design to bring experience with real-world automotive cars to this virtual sphere. Today, the brand is launched, if I could get my words out eventually. The goal is to bring amazing cars onto all the platforms with great performance, great drivability, and great design. And the very first car is going to be launched publicly at the Sim Racing Expo on the 4th of December. Luke Crane will be there in person, so he'll get to see it first. But Luke, I think the thing that I'm most excited about is the potential for what this means for next year in the ERL. Maybe some new special VCO cars that drivers can only drive here in the ERL.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this is this is kind of the next step, isn't it? It's the next level within sim racing. You know, what are we going to see from other manufacturers now? Are we going to see some really big existing manufacturers in the real world go, right, well, hold on, we don't necessarily need to scan our own cars. Why can't we just make ones just for the virtual racetrack now? And separate it, and really, you know, this is the thing in sim racing, we can kind of do whatever the hell we want, right? It is that simple. But yeah, to see this first step there by Vicarus is incredible, and I'm really excited to see exactly what it means, because, you know, we've really just scratched the surface with a little announcement. But what does this mean for not only our competition, but the sort of sim racing landscape? It's going to be super exciting.
I mean, Lewis, the great thing as well is we don't have to be tied to anything. We showcased a design, a concept for a tin-topped car, but we can really go and do whatever we want in this virtual sphere.
Yeah, literally you can go wherever you want now. I know a lot of people will be like, well, yeah, if it's grounded slightly, and be like, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's maybe 4 wheels, like fair enough. But then outside that, just do, I mean, to be fair, even with that, yeah, spice it up. Why not? I'm all for this kind of thing. We used to have this even back in sim racing 8-9 years ago, where there were quite a few fictional tracks, cars, yeah, etc., etc. And it's fine. It worked. It has its market. It has its place in sim racing. You kind of see some of that almost being, you know, brought back a little bit with this kind of stuff, you know, at least from the car side of things from Vicarus. I'm really looking forward to seeing, like I say, where this will go and where this will be in a year's time, to see what we can expect to see. I'm all for it.
I think it will very much change how we think about ERL moving forward as well, especially if we can have the same car across different platforms. Follow Vicarus on Twitter, Vicarus Racing on Instagram. Stay up to date, and don't forget to stay connected with Sim Racing Expo 4th of December to see the very first car that Vicarus will launch, and details on when and how you will be able to drive it. So 6 races are already done, but we've got a long way still to go. The second chance race will be the only time, Luke Crane, that we throw more than 2 teams onto the track, so it's going to be a very different sort of a race to what we've got left in store for us.
Yeah, and it is, you know, as it says on the tin, it's the last opportunity for these teams. So 4 teams are going to be disappearing. 2 are going to make up our 8 teams quarterfinals. It's, yeah, even if you go through at this stage, you're so under pressure because of who you're going to be facing in the quarterfinals. But you just want to get there, right? And one mistake realistically is going to cost you your whole race. You need to qualify really, really well here as well. And your third driver's key, because you don't want them getting involved in any mistakes in terms of penalties, because it's going to be an absolute cluster, especially down in towards the hairpin lap number 1. This is going to be phenomenal. I always love this. You know, it's a bit of a shame that we've taken it out of the normal cups that we have, but the Masters, to have it, it makes it a bit more special as well. But yeah, people are going to take chance. If you feel like the race has been close coming up to this point, oh, there's going to be chances taken. We might see a couple of cars upside down.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy on the start, that is for sure. And that first lap, the run into the hairpin, I think we are expecting craziness. Remember, 2 will advance. Leo Racing, Ballas Esports, Team Fordzilla, Arnage Competition, Veloce, Race Clutch, and the Apex Racing team are the 6. Here's a look up. Producer read my mind. You can see visually those that will be battling. And again, all teams with iRacing pedigree. I think, Lewis, we'd want to slot Apex into one of the 2 spots, but there are no guarantees in this race. That is an understatement.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, you would have said Apex Racing Team versus BS. Really, it should have been Apex Racing Team winning it. But now they're in this second chance race. The likelihood is they could go out, especially with how the slipstream battle is. If I were to pick 2 there, I would go with the Apex Racing Team, obviously. And then I'd go slightly left field. I'd actually go for Race Clutch. I think the battle they put on in their opening round, I think, was very, very impressive. And as much as they did implode a little bit, I think they would be the one to go through with him. But I mean, to be fair, any of these 6 moving through, were like, I'd not be shocked, right?
I would not be shocked. And I'm hearing that there still may be some potential drama. Race Control working through a couple of things before we get ready for the second chance. Don't forget, we've already announced a handful of things. Still more to talk about new here on the VCO Esports channel, with plenty more racing to come. The second chance, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals before we will wrap things up and get focused for the Esports Racing World Cup. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second chance race. Well, hello everyone and welcome back to VCO Esports. We are ready to go for the second chance race. Qualifying is getting underway as for the only time today we throw more than 2 teams onto the track. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, Luke Crane, Lewis McClade alongside. And Luke, we're getting ready for this one, and we're getting ready for a race that, like you were just saying a handful of minutes ago, something you missed from the ERL since we've updated our formats.
Yeah, this is absolutely bananas, ladies and gentlemen. Expect anything and everything. It normally happens like that. And, you know, I think Lewis said left field with Race Clutch. I don't think that's a left field prediction. For me personally, they were one of the best teams in iRacing, so I feel like it's kind of a safe bet. But any one of these 6 teams could go through.
Any one of these teams could really be a safe bet at the end of the day. This race, not 8 minutes though, Lewis. It's 10 minutes, so we'll add a lap or so to the distance. What's that going to mean for the drivers' mentalities?
I mean, it means that early stages of the race, you can afford to play the longer game at a touch, but that is easier said than done with how chaotic and crazy these races are. Honestly, almost forget about how long's left in the race. Just keep driving, keep going as hard as you can until you see that checkered flag. It's going to be it's going to be a tough one. This is one where qualifying, by the way, does properly matter.
Yes, no, this is definitely one, and we were talking earlier about how the third driver maybe wants to stay out of trouble. I think in this race, Luke, you can't have your third driver hanging back and try and staying out of trouble. They need to be in the fight to make sure that if someone else has any issues, they're there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, 100%. But on the flip side, if you've got 2 drivers that are in a very comfortable position, it is almost a case of pull that car off the circuit. If you're in a massive train of cars, just get off the circuit. You know, if someone makes a huge mistake up front, so be it, I guess. But yeah, it's such an interesting way of doing things, and that's why I love this race so much. It's not the most easy race to cast, that's for sure. It goes pretty crazy every single time as well, but it is a case of this is the last chance of you getting through to the big money.
What are your feelings on this one, Lewis, as the one that doesn't have to commentate on this second chance race?
I mean, I always love it. Like I say, again, it's a little bit crazy. Although, you know, in a sense, like for a lot of these teams, like we said before, this will be the last time that we see quite a lot of these teams. But to be fair, that is the case from now on anyway. In the quarters, in the semis, if you make a mistake from now on, like I said, this is why it's the second chance race. Because if you make a mistake from now on, you're done for, and that's what makes this kind of race. Like I say, your second chance. You get to redeem yourself from that opening round. Either way, I get to step aside, as Arjuna alluded to, and we are about to turn it up to 11. It's time to enter Crazy Town. Arjuna and Luke will take it away for the second chance race.
Well, here we go, the second chance, and we wondered what Apex would do, and they're here to play. Locking out the front 3 with Peter Berryman at the front of the field, Jamie Fluke, and then Johan Harth, the front 3. Peo Pev on the outside of row 2 with Timo Milikangas, Jimmy Antunes on the 3rd row of the grid. A big mix-up behind with Castellani, Ferreira, Hoffman, Poulain, seeing the likes of Leo Racing, Ballas, Arnage, Veloce, and Fordzilla all represented. David Toth, Sven Noller, share row 6, backing up those in front with Paddy Wolf, Whitfit, Andre, the final cars with lap times on the board. Plenty struggling with track limits in qualifying. Bernardini Burns Sport will round out the first 9 rows, and then that's going to be the field on the grid for what is a 10-minute race. One point that Lewis McClade has just noted, Johan Harth is one of the newest members of the 10K club here in iRacing.
Yeah, that's a club that I will never ever get involved in. That's for sure. One of the hardest things to do in sim racing, if not the not the hardest, I guess, but one of the hardest things. I will say one thing: the sim racing version of a kick in the nuts has been given out by BS Competition to Apex because they have taken this qualifying session by storm. P1, P2, P3 kind of said to everyone else in this race, yeah, you guys can figure out the second spot through this race. We're just going to go through on our own.
Yeah, woke them up a little bit, didn't it? And
yeah,
I think now it's going to be very interesting behind how aggressive teams are going to be, because remember, only 2 will advance, and their positioning is important relative to the matchup. Once again, the engines will build. We throw 6 laps onto the board. This time around, it's Apex 1, 2, and 3. The second chance race is underway for the ERL Fall Cup Masters, and immediately the teammates slot into line, but single file inside of the top 5 as they work through the opening corners. Arnage and Race Clutch, Jimmy Antunes and Milikangas run alongside on the dive down into turn number 2. A bit more fighting at the front of the field, but once again, it's a safe start through the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Payev there, currently in that P4 position, but if you take Apex out of the equation, which I think realistically at this stage of the race, you need to take them out of the equation. You need to be looking at getting that P4 at an absolute minimum and then hope one of your teammates does the job behind you. As it stands, Poulain's down in P10, and I think it might be Arnage Competition that really are in the best position as it stands, although Antunes is trying to go round the outside. You've got one of the Apex cars in half, who is going to run down towards the hairpin. Bit of a contact there. I think the race clutch car may have got involved with, I'm not too sure. I think Milika Kangas. There's two cars then. That's Veloce, and I think it might be a Ballas car. So that's Whitver and Wolf, both off the circuit. They are no longer going to be involved in this race for the position. So not a good start for those two teams here. But Apex Racing team, oh, that kick in the nuts has really done them a world of good.
Yeah, and it was now Hearth and Pev, fighting side by side, as now Hearth separated from his teammates, but maybe an opportunity for Berryman and Fluke to run away. It is advantage Arnage, as Luke was pointing out. They've got 3 cars inside of the top 10, albeit maybe one of them running very wide as they dive into the stadium section. The Frenchman Hearth back up the inside of Pev as Berryman and Fluke lead at the end of the opening lap. Apex in control of the first of the qualifying spots. It's still wide open for the second one.
Hearth are playing a phenomenal game there, never really looking to make the overtake there, just looking to slow down Payev. And also, with them being P1 and P2, he can afford a couple of penalty points as well. So really, he can go out there and send it. It'll be an absolute statement to have P1, P2, P3, and probably the hardest race. And I know the final is going to be difficult, but I think this is the hardest race to get into the top 2 of, as we see coming up towards, I think that's 3 wide again. And it's a very similar incidence to what we saw with the BS and Apex race actually there. Not sure there's too much different, whether the Veloce car just drove across the front of the Ballas, whether the Ballas car was running a little bit too deep. We'd have to see it from multiple different angles, but it's, yeah, very similar incident there is what we saw previously. Johan Hearth again, if he doesn't make this overtake, doesn't really matter, just gives a bit more insurance to the team by running out into the lead. You've got then the Arnage contingent who are all running through, and I tell you what, Antunes looking for a lovely lunge down the inside as the second of the Arnage cars runs off into the sunset, ended up there nearly at the Norris ring. He went up that far wide, now drops down into, well actually no, back up to P8, so he's got back ahead of Toth. They've got then Milika Kangas, who is in the race clutch car around the outside. They've got then Poulain actually, who now Team Fordzilla look very good because Poulain's made it past all of the Arnage cars. He might be ahead now of Antunes. No, he's not quite ahead of Antunes, but now they are in third and indeed 6th position. So yeah, Fordzilla looking great as Antunes and Payev are actually now swapping positions as well. I don't know what's going on.
Antunes all the way up to 3rd right now and very much helping out because Todd and Ferreira have started to slide backwards. So he's maintaining Arnage's position, but it's now Arnage basically versus Fordzilla as it plays right now. 11 points for Fordzilla, 11 points for Arnage, with Antunes being the tiebreaker with the spot he's in right now, on board with Pev in the Fordzilla machine that runs inside the top 5. With still 4 laps to go into turn number 1. Top 2 are broken away. Berryman and Fluke will not play any games. They will assure Apex a spot inside the quarterfinals. But what will happen behind them as they once again fire out of turn 3 with Antunes making a bit of a mistake?
Yeah, I know Paul Joseph Clist already has a poster of Berryman on the ceiling of his bedroom. He might add Fluke and Hearth to that by the end of today, because Apex are doing an incredible job as it stands. Antunes then has, just been singled out here, and wow, that's not ideal. What has happened there? Just Poulain's moved across, Antunes has been chucked into the wall. Luckily, they've got the insurance here of the 2 cars behind in Ferreira and Toth. I think that might be looked at by our race director, that's for sure. Apex is not going to be too worried. There's another Ballas car, by the way, is facing the wrong way. We've got some penalty points then for Luciano Whitver for causing a collision. So again, we need to see it. I'd need to see it again for me to see how different that was to the original incident we saw in the previous race. But yeah, they're not looking like they're going to go for it anyway. But right now, Team Fordzilla are 4th and 5th because of that, as Ricardo Ferreira is off the circuit as well.
And it's basically done for Arnage regardless of the spot for Fordzilla, because yeah, that's now Ferreira having more issues than after starting so promisingly. The 2022 ERL will come to a close with issues for the pink and white. Fordzilla 4th and 5th, still good, but Veloce are closing. Do not count out Dominic Hoffman and Sven Noller, who are charging their way forward at the same point as well. Milikangas and Colin Sport for Race Clutch trying to keep themselves in contention as well. I think we're going to get a look at the replay here, and well, to be fair, I think that one you can place entirely onto Jimmy Antunes, almost trying to side draft those cars going down his inside and maybe playing a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, 100% there. Fordzilla looking very good, and maybe that's the bit of luck they need. Finally, a bit of luck for Team Fordzilla, and what can they do with that? Can they get themselves through to the quarterfinals and then maybe make something happen, get to the semi-finals? And is today the day that Fordzilla finally get a big result as we
Bonk.
Well, that is, ladies and gentlemen, what I would like to call awful. That is not good in the slightest. Ricardo Ferreira has just been manhandled through that left-hander.
Was Alessio Bernardini, race control, already investigating that one, I can tell you. Is that the hairpin? Around goes Peo Pev, and now Fordzilla will gift Veloce potentially a spot in the quarterfinals. It is 7th and 8th for Veloce, 15 points between the two of them. Fordzilla run 4th and 12th, 16 points there, straight to the replay. It's into the hairpin. There's contact from David Toth from behind, and Fordzilla will be fuming.
Yeah, I think Race Clutch are in this as well, right? Yeah, Race Clutch are the lead car now because they got 14 points and it's 15 then for Veloce. So yeah, it still could all change. We're, we've got 2 laps remaining of this race, but right now then Race Clutch are in that position. It's almost like they've all decided to go, right, let's make Lewis right for once, because that rarely happens. And wow, the dominoes are falling here perfectly for Race Clutch to take that 2nd spot.
Hey, if all 3 of us can be right at least one time today, that's a miracle. It will never happen ever again. So I think now we will have, is it 2 laps or 3? 2 laps to go this time by. Again, remember, Apex have one of the spots basically locked up. The question is, who will join them? On board with Poulain, who's looking around and is probably thinking, well, what can I do? It's really now the question of, is Milikangas going to go aggressive to try and get past Poulain? Is he worried about anyone closing from behind? Because he has the benefit of a second and a bit in terms of a gap.
Yeah, so right now they're on 16 points. If he can gain 1 position here, that moves them on to 15 points. We've then got Race Clutcher on 14 points, so needs Payev to get past Antunes. Antunes is going to have damage to his car as well. So still, Race Clutch could, Race Clutch, Fordzilla are in a position to still take this away from Race Clutch. There's still a lap and a half to go, which is an absolute age for this car, for this circuit, for these drivers. I think anything is possible here, although this might be about to kill things. It is, and Eric Andre then has got himself
It's 2 penalty points.
2 penalty, is it 2? Oh, it doesn't say any penalty points.
It didn't say it on the graphic, but I've got the sheet up so I could confirm because I just knew something might happen. 2 penalty points for Race Clutch. Now advantage technically goes to
Veloce.
Veloce, although no, because Veloce and Fordzilla are tied, but Poulain's got the tiebreaker as we get ready to start the final lap. You are probably as confused as us. What I can tell you is that as it stands right now, Apex Racing Team are getting ready to go to the quarterfinals to face off with guess who? BS Competition once more. Yeah. Again, the Masters brings repeat battles, and we'll see that matchup once more. The second team that advances will go up against Team Redline. That is a terrifying proposition. Will it be Race Clutch? Will it be Fordzilla? Will it be Veloce?
It has to. We have to go on board with Hoffman. Surely we've got to go on board with Hoffman here, although it is a penalty for Race Clutch. So there's the 2 penalty points being added.
I think that's the confirmation.
Yeah, they're done and dusted here. But Hoffman is the driver. Hoffman currently in P7. If he can get ahead of Toth, well, that puts then Veloce through. But if Race Clutch can get past Poulain here, then that also puts Veloce through. So Race Clutch are really the key figures here. Can they get past the Fordzilla driver of Poulain? The move's being made up the inside, then through the hairpin. Poulain should be able to get in the power a little bit earlier. Runs out wide, again, utilizing those X points as well. Should be able to hold on to the position. Does indeed hold on, but Hoffman's close up to the back of Toth. We've got merely half a lap to go here, and 1 move could change the landscape of who goes through.
Timu Milikangas will look to the inside, but Poulain is not bothered by track limits. Now, I will question what race control will think about some of these liberties being taken to hold position and to gain position. But Josh Poulain wants a spot on the podium and into turn number 11. Fordzilla versus Apex Racing Team, as close as you would dare. Johan North should hold on to 3rd provisionally. Poulain still committed, knowing he's fighting for a spot in the quarterfinal. Incredible stuff. Berryman and Fluke will cross the line in the front of the field to take Apex to that matchup with BS Competition once more. But this battle for 3rd will run all the way to the line. Somehow they avoid contact. Hearth in front of Poulain, in front of Milikangas. And at the end of the day, with Peo Pev having issues on the very final lap, Veloce make their way to the quarterfinals.
Oh, that is just unbelievable scenes here. So, yeah, Payev is just crashed at the death here. I don't know what was going on there. So that means Veloce have gone through. My brain hasn't got the capacity to understand what's just happened here. I'm waiting for the official results to come up on screen so that we can be right because, yeah, that... God, we're already halfway through this today and my brain is already frazzled out. This is not ideal. It's honestly like bonfire night in my brain right now.
My voice is starting to go as well. I can only assume for Peo, it was a disqualification for the incident limits. And I will remind you, 17 incident points is the limit for these races. Race control will still take a look if you are flagrantly abusing track limits. So I'm not 100% sure what some of the decisions will be, but one thing we know for sure, Apex Racing Team versus BS Competition, it will be the final of our quarterfinals. You've not got to wait too long before we do that once more. Provisionally, it's a battle from Josh Poulain that sees him across the line in fourth, but it's not enough for him to take that team to the quarterfinals. Milikangas, Toth for Race Clutch and Arnage, and then the duo, Dominic Hoffman and Sven Noller, who do just enough to bring Veloce forward to fight against Team Redline. Boy, what a tussle that will be, with former Redline teammates battling against Redline. Colin Spork, Bernardini, the top 10, and then we say goodbye to a handful more drivers, and Tunes, Castellani, Whitfett, and Wolf on the lead lap with Peo Pev. Scored as one lap down. I don't know if that's a disqualification or an incident, but in front at the very least of Ricardo Ferreira, Tom Burns, and Enric Andre. Let's bring back in Lewis McLeod and see if his brain is maybe a little less scrambled than Luke Crane's and myself, because my word, what a race that was.
I don't even know what my name is. No, that was absolutely ridiculous. Like I say, at one point, even including the 2 penalty points, the 3 teams potentially battling over that second position were battling over essentially 1 point. It was 15, 15, and 16. Last moment drama from Peo Pev. As soon as I saw that, my mind was like, who's going? Oh, yeah, of course it's Veloce. Because, but it was absolute madness throughout. Apex Racing Team, they have no idea about the level of drama from behind. I mean, yeah, fair enough, I'm sure one of them does, but it was absolutely crazy, and it's exactly what we want from the second chance race. Just drama, drama, drama.
So 2 incidents reportedly race control will work their way through before we set the field for the 4 quarterfinals. I'm not gonna lie, I'm quite glad that I get 4 races off to rest my voice before I have to go again for the semifinals and the finals, because I'll leave Luke and Lewis to ruin their voices for this one. And provisionally, if this holds, outside of Apex and BS Competition, which is a storyline in and of itself, the fact that I think for the 3rd time in a Masters, we have a repeat matchup after the first round. Team Redline versus Veloce doesn't maybe sound as competitive as you might think, Luke, but with Paddy Wolf and Dominic Hoffman, of course, leaving Team Redline earlier this year and joining Veloce as they built a new iRacing squad, there's plenty of storylines that I'm very intrigued how they play out. Yeah,
100%. You know, there's no more fuel needed to be added to the fire for those 2 drivers. They want to beat their old team. It's as simple as that. Redline this week have added a new driver in Mama Siggy to the roster, so that's strengthened them as well. She's been out there practicing on the sim rig and looks really quick. But yeah, Redline versus Veloce, just there is a massive storyline there. Veloce going to give it absolutely everything. And how many times have we seen it now where a team scrapes through via the last chance qualifier race and then goes on to do something pretty special? It's happened a few times. Can Veloce do that once again today?
One thing that I've also just been brought attention to is the fact that Peo Pev was disqualified, Lewis, because someone else made contact with him. Now, this is one of those things that you do have to watch with a hard disqualification limit, but I did kind of worry when I saw the disqualification if that was a mistake that he had made or if someone had taken him out through no fault of his own.
Yeah, now, so this is always kind of the one where it's a little bit of a slippery surface. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, but he made contact with me, and that's why I got disqualified. And you kind of like, yeah, but what happened about the other 16 incident points? Like, what happened with them? What was all that about? Because it's kind of like, just because that one final one put you over the edge, sure, fair enough. But it's like, unless all of them, in my opinion anyway, unless all of them were added up and given to you because of other drivers' mistakes, then it's kind of completely irrelevant in my book, unless they did it intentionally, at which point, yeah, we're dealing with intentional contact, at which point is a very different kettle of fish. But that final four, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a very different conversation that we don't really want to dive our way into. So Redline, Veloce, Apex, BS. We've talked about those two matchups. Unicorns of Love versus RAG, Triton and Williams are other two matchups. Luke, in my mind, I see two clear favorites, but I would not be shocked in either case to see a shock winner come their way on through.
Yeah, I think Apex I think they're probably the favorite out of everyone now for me. I think they needed that result against BS for them to, again, have that metaphorical kick in the nuts. And it's improved. Like, they came out absolutely flying. And it's not like a usual last chance race that we've had in, previous championships. We used to have them every single cup. And it used to, be all of the lower base teams. This is the top 12 teams in our league, right? So those 6 teams are all top tier level. For them to go out there and obliterate them like that bodes really well for Apex. So for me, I think Apex needed that last chance race, and that will give them the confidence to push forward. And remember, Redline they've had the longest gap between their first race and now going through to the quarterfinals, so they might be a little bit cold again. So who knows? Like, it's very interesting to see how this goes down.
Yeah, from your perspective, Lewis, what about those other two matchups?
I mean, to be fair, all of them are open. When it comes to 1v1, Triton versus Williams, Unicorns Love versus RHG, they're all wide open. I'm really excited again for the Apex BS competition, especially for us to spend 8 minutes working out who is who and who belongs to which team. So that's fun. You get to have fun with that as well, Luke. That's fine.
Damn.
I don't know. I think that we're still in the phase where we're going to see drama, we're going to see triple. And again, we must remind everyone that basically all 8 of these teams, I don't think one of us would be super shocked to see making it into a final. That's realistically where we are with the Masters now.
In terms of ordering, the teams that advance directly from round number 1 will go up first. So it's Unicorns of Love versus RAG, as we mentioned, the first of the 4 matchups. After that, Triton versus Williams, then Redline, Veloce, Apex versus BS to round things up. Here's a look at what will be the next race up on our agenda. It will be Unicorns of Love versus RAG. Elvis ranking, of course, very impressive at the front of the field, but I get the distinct impression, Luke Crane, that he's going to have a lot more to fight with in the form of Mandanak, Lemonek, and Via Latte.
Yeah, they looked really good, didn't they, in their first round? I will say this, though, Gronewold looked very good racing in a pack. Just seemed to be able to control a situation. So if it comes down to it in terms of the team battle in a pack, we haven't seen RAG in that because they've been a bit too fast to be in that position. But against Unicorns of Love, they will absolutely have to be involved in a fight. And I think Gronewold might be a key in causing an upset. If RAG are not to make the final, it will be via them not, winning the quarterfinal opposed to a semi. If they get to the semi, I think they're going to be fine. This is the chance where there could be a bit of an upset. I think Unicorns of Love have a chance here, and I think Gronewold will be the key.
Yeah, so race control, by the way, still working out of the second chance race. So give them a few more moments time and we will get underway with 4 quarterfinals, 2 semis, and then the best of 3 finals. Still plenty of racing to come. We promised announcements and we got something more to talk about. Earlier this year, VCO Infinity delighted not just the 3 of us in the commentary booth, but drivers and viewers equally. It was very fun as we took a twist on endurance racing with not a 24-hour sprint, 24 sprints in a 24-hour period. And now we combine VCO Pro Sim with VCO Infinity to bring you VCO Pro Sim Infinity. It will be during December for our drivers in the 9th and 10th of December. Once again, focused on iRacing. We will have 4 or 5 different cars, 4 or 5 different tracks, a multitude of combos over the 24 hours. 6 out of those races must be done by a real world pro. You can head to the VCO Twitter to find the team registration link. And I know that, Lewis, you are looking forward to having a less busy weekend when it comes to this time, so you can actually focus a little bit more on commentating. You were saying you wanted to do all 24 hours.
Oh, whoa, pump the brakes there, Sonny Jim. Ain't doing the full 24, but no, I loved the Infinity event. It was so much fun. I could only do 6 hours, and they were really awkward times, so I didn't really get to see much of the event, and also I was knackered beyond belief. But to be able to see it again, to bring in the Pro Sim vibe as well, I am so excited.
And I mean, Luke, this is going to be a lot of fun as well, because who knows what new content iRacing still has in store for us, with a new build between us and VCO Pro Sim Infinity. Already announced that potentially we got a BMW LMDH to join the fun, so we could have some rather exciting combos. And I think you had the most exciting combo of all, the Formula 3 race at Daytona, where there was a car that finished upside down.
Yeah, Daytona's ace, isn't it? For doesn't matter what car it is. It's a bit of a lottery race, but I think that's kind of the beauty of this whole event, because we have, you know, a certain amount of circuits, a certain amount of cars, and obviously a certain amount of drivers now added with the pro drivers as well. So we can have different challenges for the drivers across a 24-hour period. Again, it's sim racing. We can do whatever the hell we want. It really is as simple as that. And I'm super excited for the sort of second iteration of this event, because the first one was just crazy. And now people kind of understand how it works. It should be even better.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Remember, 9th and 10th of December, team sign-up link, head to the VCO Twitter. Very excited to see what pros turn out, because I think we're all expecting, at the very least, Lewis, that we want a return of a certain Max Verstappen after his appearance at the Pro Sim finale in 2021.
Yeah, he did a fair amount, you know, of his pro sim stuff. Obviously, back in the day, even when I first started getting involved with some of this stuff over at VC, I think I joined for the 4th round of pro sim the first season. Got involved with a little bit of that. Like I say, he loves his sim racing. He'll be racing this weekend also in sim racing. He's very much entangled with the world of sim racing. Obviously, with things behind the scenes at Team Redline, he's not exactly just kind of coming in for the faff of it. But then having an event like that, where we see so many of the pro drivers come along into the world of sim racing, whether it's for their first time for quite a lot. Let's be real with this. With the Pro Sim series back when it first started, between season 1 and season 2, we did have quite a lot of pro drivers come into the sim racing potentially for the first time, and they're still here, they're still enjoying it, they're still loving it, and it's another chance for that to happen again for a couple of those pros that we've not necessarily seen in the world of sim racing.
I would say with Max though, it's if Formula 1 just happened to not exist tomorrow, he'd be the best driver in sim racing. So, like, that's how good he is. He's, for me personally, I think he's the best driver in the world right now and the best sim racer in the world. That is incredible in itself.
Yeah, Max Verstappen, not the only real-world racer jumping into the Le Mans Virtual Series this coming weekend, but Romain Grosjean, I saw on social media, is going to be part of the field as well. So make sure you stay connected with that one, because Lewis McLeod will love to have your company for that. Of course, a busy weekend in esports for all of these drivers as ever. You've got the Le Mans Virtual Series on Saturday, and then on Sunday, a double header on the VCO channels with the 24-hour series esports, and then round 3 of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship. So let's have some predictions, because Race Control is getting ready to release the drivers for the first of the quarterfinals. Unicorns of Love versus RAG. Do you expect an upset here, Luke, as we get set ready to go racing?
I think the real winners are going to be the people watching at home and us commentating, to be honest. Like, as much as predictions are great, I've already got one massively wrong. I'm not going to do any predictions now. We got 8, incredible teams. 2 teams have had to come through an incredible race where there was just anything can happen, realistically. So yeah, it's just every single one's going to be a spectacle for all of us to watch.
What about you, Lewis? Are you going to sit on the fence as much as Luke as we take a look at the bracket as it runs right now?
I'm gonna go. So yeah, speaking of it, do you know what? Actually, no. Do you know what? I'm gonna go with all of them. I'm not gonna be a wimp. I'm going Team Redline. Obviously, fair enough. We'll get to that one in due course. I actually think Unicorns of Love are gonna do it. I think they're gonna beat out RAG. Triton, based on their pace, I think Triton will beat out Williams Esports, and I think Apex will beat BS Competition. Those are my 4 predictions. Boom.
Interesting. Let us know wherever you're watching, VCO Twitch, VCO YouTube, how you think these quarterfinals are going to go. Qualifying is already in the books. We are, I think, moments away from getting underway with the racing action as drivers get their final moments of warm-up. Word in my ear is quarterfinal time is now. I'll step aside. I'll leave you with Lewis and Luke as we get set to put Unicorns of Love up against RAG Esports.
So first of the 4 quarterfinals then, Unicorns of Love versus R8G, and it's R8G on pole position. Shamasev Marek Lamanek starts from pole position alongside Elvis Rankin for Unicorns of Love, splitting the front row between the 2 teams. Quinton Violate and Valentin Mantanak lock out row 2 for R8G Esports, with Tobias Grunewald and Maciej Mlinek rounding out the final 2 positions on the grid, all within 0.6 of a second of pole, all getting a qualifying lap onto the board, all with plenty of drama to await as we head back to 8 minutes of racing. It's going to be a tricky one, but the most important thing surely is to get through that hairpin cleanly on the first lap. Then you can start going on the attack properly.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing is, what's Lemonek's first name again, Lewis?
Shamaslav.
Oh,
PRZ is sh apparently in Polish.
You just said it really fast. I thought it was a case of you.
Normally is the case, and I can also say 100% certain that I said it wrong anyway. So regardless, as you've always said, that's their name from now on.
Yeah, they should be contacting their parents and telling them that their name's been changed, whether it be their first or their last name. This is where it comes to the crunch, Lewis. It is down to the final 8 teams. There's no gimmies now. There's no gimmies really in any of our rounds, but there's definitely no gimmies here. You've got to work really, really hard to get yourself to the next phase of competition. Anybody or anything can happen in this race. R8G have done what they needed to do. They qualified really, really well. So yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be as easy passage through as it was previously in the qualifying rounds for R8G. Unicorns of Love will definitely not make that easy. The cars, the track will also have their say on proceedings, but R8G are looking very strong as per usual.
I'm not sure anyone's had a particularly easy run from this point on, but for up to this point rather, but I can guarantee from this point on things are not going to be easy. Even if you have had a casual run up to this point, trust me, things are going to be dialed up to 11 when it comes to the difficulty. Lamanek will start from pole position, then Rankin alongside in the front row. It's R8G versus Unicorns of Love, the first of the 4 quarterfinals underway here at the Hockenheim Ring as we race our way down towards that first corner once again. Lamanek with a decent start. The defensive line being taken by Elvis Rankin as Quinton Violate wants a little bit of a taster of that second position. The 2 Unicorns of Love cars that are sat in 5th and 6th looking to also get involved in the mix. You've got Tobias Grunewald going to the right-hand side of the shot, getting around the outside of that second corner. Might well get squeezed off by Valentin Mandanak. Just a touch. It's still the race lead being held by Lamanek.
Yeah, Lamanek doing a great job. And again, I mentioned earlier on that in previous iRacing Championship during this Fall Cup, Lamanek was kind of the 3rd driver for R8G. Didn't really look like the strong driver that he has been today, but today he's been the #1 from start to finish and still leads this race, although Rankin tries to go around the outside. He's got the overlap here. He's got the nose ahead. Wow. As you can see, it's so difficult to get that power down around the outside. He's still got the overlap here, but Lamanek with that inside line, by the time they get up towards this kink, should be able to get clear, should be able to get across that front wing, and should be able to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, he's got to watch out for Quinton Violate, though, does Elvis Rankin, because he's looking to the inside, back around the outside, though, from Elvis Rankin. This could be a brilliant move. Lamanek, though, around the outside as we depart the arena section. Rankin dominated his race earlier on in the day, now looking to try and take over the race lead from a trio of R8Gs. He's got the inside coming into Mobile 1, sends it in quite deep up and onto the curb. On the exit, though, it's going to be the inside line into the Sachs curve from Lamanek. What a super effort between these two. Quinton Violate can only watch.
There is grip around the outside, as you can see there from Rankin. Rankin now heading up towards that final double right-hander, and he has now got the lead once again here. Lamanek not able to get that move fully done. Violate being very patient behind his teammate, realizing, I think if it was 2 Unicorns of Love cars there, he's absolutely standing at some point, but realizing that Lamanek is in a very good position, just didn't really want to upset the apple cart. Through turn 1 they go. They all run wide, of course. They all do indeed want that 1x just to be the same as everybody else and indeed maintain their speed. And see that Grunewald, who was really the standout driver in terms of pack racing through the qualifying rounds, is still trying to get up into that P3, which would get Unicorns of Love, well, guarantee them to go through if it finished that way. But as it stands, Unicorns of Love getting ahead into the lead means that they are through on countback. Both teams are on 5 points. We've got Rankin in 1st, Grunewald in 4th, and then we've got Lamanek in 2nd and Violate in 3rd spot. But on countback because of Rankin's performance in the lead, although that might be changed now as there's a send up the inside from Lamanek. They're both going to run a little bit wide, not hit the apex, and I think Rankin might just about be okay. Holding the outside line. Take a breath. Lewis, your turn.
Yeah, smart move from Rankin there to avoid trying to stay on half-heartedly on the track. Avoided that sausage curb entirely, drove completely over. I mean, in wild play, and not a normal place, that would be considered wildly illegal. But either way, Elvis Rankin just using what he's got. There's been a spin from Linek, though, at the rear. So Unicorns of Love now just have 2 cars involved in this battle. And Tobias Grunewald, importantly, has dropped down to 5th. Here comes Lamanek to get around the outside, coming through Mobile 1, sends it in, does take over the race lead potentially. He's got the inside coming down towards the Sachs curve. Is what we saw in the previous lap. That outside run does typically work, and this time from Elvis Rankin, just about going to have alongside going into the penultimate corner, still side by side, as Lamanek's trying to take over the race lead for R8G. Elvis Rankin with the inside line through the final, retakes over it, but it is R8G taking the swing at the moment.
Unbelievable stuff here. Rankin is just not, well, missing a beat here at all. Under pressure from Lemonek, but still holds firm. But the best thing for this is Unicorns of Love battling at the front is also giving Grunewald a chance to keep up with the R8G cars here. As you can see, Grunewald is going to try and make a move around the outside. You can see the battle for 4th and indeed 5th position, forcing then Mandanak to be a little bit slow on the exit here for sure, which might give an opportunity for Grunewald to make a move up into top 4. So remember, if Unicorns of Love are in the lead of this race, all they need is their second car to beat into P4. R8G, though, by being 2nd, 3rd and 4th, are currently holding on to that spot. Lemonak, though, trying to find a move down towards the hairpin at the inside.
Yeah, look at Tobias Grunewald as well in the background, trying to battle this one. It might be for nothing, though, because Lamanek absolutely right. He's got straight on the inside. That wide run being taken once again from Elvis Rankin. Is that going to gift him the race lead once more? He's going to be on the power so early. As he heads through, he gets to the outside, going through the fast kink up towards the arena section. Elvis Rankin trying to take over the race lead, but the outside run through here does typically work because you get the inside on the exit. That is Lamanek trying to make that one stick. It might be advantageous, though, to Elvis Rankin. They're still side by side as he touches the curb.
Yeah, you got on the power early enough for sure, but still not quite got the job done. Then into the stadium section we go. Lemonek with that inside line has got the nose up ahead, and it's roles reversed this time round. Rankin will have to take the inside line. Lemonek then will have the outside line. Grip on both sides, a little bit different way of driving things. You've got to be a bit more patient around the outside, and on the inside you can kind of let the corner do the turning for yourself. But I tell you what, the door's been left open, and Violate is looking to get himself involved here. He's not quite made the move stick there, but R8G now are the favourites because Lemonek is in the lead.
Yeah, Quinton Violate spent a lot of his sim racing career in the recent past being classified as the young one. Now he's battling it out with Elvis Rankin, who is, I'm pretty sure, significantly young. I can't remember how old Quinton Violate is. I think he's about 18 now. But either way, Elvis Rankin definitely younger than that. Now battling 2nd position. Unicorns of Love dropping back to 2nd and 5th, meaning that it would be the swing towards R8G. They would be the one progressing through to the semi-finals. But with basically 2 laps left to go, we're on the penultimate one. We know that this race is going to swing wide open. 1 second separates the 5.
Yeah, very close between all of these drivers. Grunewald, again, is the key really here for Unicorns of Love, because if Rankin gets into the lead, it's still not enough. It's like a swarm of bees heading down towards the hairpin here on lap 4 of 5. There's a potential dive going to be made here by Violate, and if he can get himself up into 2nd spot, it makes it almost impossible for Unicorns of Love to progress through to the semi-finals. This is how close each and every team is. Expect this to be every single race in the quarterfinals. Elvis Rankin just holding firm here. You can see there's no beads of sweat coming off that young man's head. He is absolutely in charge of everything in front of him. He knows what he needs to do. He knows what job is at hand. Lemonek then pulls towards the inside here to try and get that defensive line. I think you'll find that Rankin will try and have the outside line here once again. That is the favoured line for these cars. There's no room to move towards the inside, and actually we'll have to be patient. We'll have to hold on, as there's a potential move then from Violate round the outside. This is perfect for R8G. They are going to run side by side through the S's down towards that final double right-hander. Rankin has got to be committed here. He has to try and force Violate into a mistake. Violate, though, holds that inside line. And as they head down towards turn number 1, Rankin's off the circuit. Riding crosses his way back on, and R8G are in a great spot. And I tell you what, he might even hold on to this position. Yeah, watch this though. Elvis Rankin's going to pin it through T1 completely flat to stick around the outside. We'll get a 1x for that one. No worries. So he takes over 2nd position, or rather holds onto it, but he might have a slowdown. He was out way too far wide, and that's it. The big swing over to R8G, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Regardless of what happened, I thought he might be out a little bit too wide. As much as you can get a 1x there as many times as you like, if you go out too far wide, you'll get a slowdown penalty. It's what Elvis Rankin had. He had to throw everything at it though. He gave it a go to try and hang on to 2nd spot, but at the moment, it's R8G. Yeah, rHG have just bided their time, waited for that opportunity. Rankin just kept his foot pinned on the grass, and ultimately we've just had a bit too much momentum through turn number 1. He had no real choice other than to pin it. It's as simple as that. It's pin it or bin it, or don't win it. It's just really is simple. Lemonade, though, who has kept the pressure on from start to finish, is looking like the finished article. I will say this, and I don't want to say that Lemonade hasn't looked quick over the last couple of years, but he's looked very raw in terms of his talent. Looks like someone who quite easily can let the emotions of a race get the better of him. But over the last sort of 3 months, he just looks like he's the finished article. He's just honed his skills, and looks like he's a driver that could maybe lead rHG towards bridging that gap towards the likes of Team Redline as we go 3 wide here, just for a bit of banter on the final lap of the race between Gronewold, Mandenack and indeed Rankin. But it's rHG with Lemonade and Violate looking so good here moving forward towards our semi-finals.
Yeah, Valentin Mandenack's going to trake over 3rd position, so it is going to come out of the final one. It is going to be an rHG 1-2-3. A damaged front wing for Valentin Mandenack does not matter for the team. It's still a 1-2. Mandenack drops back behind Elvin Rankin, who drops back even further than that, as we've got 2 Redline cars popping onto our timesheets as well. What a crazy race, but it is rHG at the end of that. Lamanek taking the victory, and a very well-deserved one indeed. Quinta Violate and Valentin Mandenack round out the top 3. And like you say, it was a race where realistically Unicorns Love could have done something, but it did seem as though Elvis Rankin was the one to really pull the team forward. Once he dropped out of that top battle, it was effectively over. Matej Mlinek with issues early on leave Lamanek, Violate and Mandenack the top 3, all for rHG, with Unicorns of Love 4th, 5th and 6th. Gronewold, Rankin and Mlinek will say goodbye to Unicorns of Love. We'll continue on with rHG. They'll be heading their way through to a very well-deserved semi-final.
That results board does not show the story of the race. I can tell you that right now. If you look at that, you'd be thinking that rHG just blew Unicorns of Love out of the water. They certainly did not. The fact that P6 in this race actually had the fastest lap of the race as well just goes to show how good all of these drivers are. And it's almost a case of I want to have another second chance race for all the teams that go out in the quarterfinals, because it feels so harsh that Unicorns of Love will not be with us moving forward. But rHG, I tell you what, they look so strong. Lemanek has come out of nowhere. And like I said, again, I don't want to overstate this, but I think he looks like the finished article. He can lead this team, even though he's such a young man. rHG looking very good indeed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a young grouping there, as we said before, with Unicorns of Love being a young grouping. Well, rHG are in the same boat with that. They've got plenty of young drivers. I said Quinta Violate is 17, by the way, not 18. Still, again, very young. Yeah, these drivers are there to kind of move their way forward and push the team forward in the future of sim racing, not just for the now. We'll bring back in Arjuna though, and like I said, could not put it better better myself there from Luke. Arjuna, that finished leaderboard does not show the story of that race. The 1, 2, 3 for rHG, but it was so open all the way through.
Yeah, but I still think rHG always had a semblance of control on there. You could tell how hard Unicorns of Love were pushing. A couple of things that I think both teams will argue their case to race control, but I don't think anything really is going to switch around there. So we get set for another quarterfinal now, heading out of rHG, moving their way forward. To Luke's point, by the way, about giving another chance to the teams out of this quarterfinals that don't make it through. Is that the 3rd chance, or that was not your last chance, but now you get a last chance race? I like the idea, but we then have to find the naming for it. We got Triton versus Williams. I don't know about you guys. Triton is very strong. And I said this earlier when we were talking about how them pipping Veloce was not a shock to me. It would be a shock though, Luke, if they got past Williams and did it in a comprehensive, dominant fashion.
Oh, I'm not sure it is. I think that Triton were one of the more impressive teams we had in the qualifiers. I really do. Williams, it was one of those races where they kind of struggled. It wasn't as clear cut for them. They had a couple of incidents they had to deal with as well. So for me, I actually think Triton, for the first time in this matchup, go in as favourites.
Interesting. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
No, I'd agree. I mean, I did say that of this. I'm now one of mine was wrong. I've still got 3 potentially. I'd take a 50-50. I take 50% correct. So sorry to Williams, but almost I'm sort of.
I feel so sorry for all the teams you predicted, Lewis. As soon as you mention them, they're done.
Oh, so Team Redline aren't going through then. Neither are Apex. So who knows who's going to win tonight then, based on that. I mean, I don't know. This one's open. Of course, we know, or they all are. Williams Esports are an incredible team, but I just kind of feel the confidence that Triton have. I agree with Luke. I think Triton are really kind of coming into this one as realistically more of the favourites.
Lewis doesn't believe in commentators' curses anyway. He only believes in bad driving. Definitely never hit fault. One quarterfinal done, still 3 to go. Triton versus Williams. Well, Lewis and Luke think Triton are the favorites. I would agree to disagree, but we'll see what it's going to look like out on track. 8 more minutes on the board. Quarterfinal number 2 ready to go.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed that Arjuna isn't correct, because we both agree in the commentary booth. But at least for him, Williams do have pole position. Moreno Sirica will start from it alongside Dominic Bly, just 700ths of a second separating the two of them, with Michael Romanidis in 3rd spot, Jerzy Glak in 4th, before we get to Mateusz Nagaj, and no qualifying time set from Alexander Spets. But as much as we can say maybe Triton are going through, as much as Arjuna might side a little bit more with Williams, what do you think? Drop it in the chat. Let's all have a little bit of a discussion. Let's see which way our fans here they're kind of swinging on this one, because I'm still more of the Triton despite Williams starting this one from pole position.
You've let me down, Lewis. It wasn't just shy of 700ths of a second. It was 69 thousandths of a second. Nice.
I can't say 69 on broadcast.
Oh,
no, I just did. That's fine. No, it's fine. Moreno Sirica will start from pole position though, and like I say, he's got a little bit of pressure on his shoulders. It's more down into it's down into the hairpin where he's going to be watching into his mirrors. Through the first corner, realistically, he doesn't have to worry through the first corner. That's not the main talking point. It's down to that first braking zone at turn 2. It's down into the hairpin.
Yeah, someone doing that inner Sergio Perez, just sort of figuring out
the tyres
before they even go. That's it's warming up 116 for the tyres. They're going to have a flat spot by the time they get to the end of this. So it's so close between these two teams. I think the qualifying, you throw it out of the window, really. You obviously want to start at the front. We see how, dangerous the slipstream is with these cars. Triton, I think confidence is absolutely key. Williams did not look, overly in charge in their qualifying round, whereas Triton did.
Sirica will start on pole position. Blyer alongside. We'll get this one underway. The second of our quarterfinals. It's Williams Esports versus Triton. We're underway once again for that race down towards the first corner. Whilst I said Sirica might not have to worry into that first corner, he certainly does. Great start from Dominic Blyer. He's going to take it into that first corner. The number 10, a brilliant launch. And Blyer will take the whole shot down towards the first corner into that first braking zone. He'll get on it, but he's got a comfortable lead. Sirica, Romanidis, Glak, Spets getting up a single position on Nagaj. But what a start from Dominic Blyer.
Yeah, incredible start there from Dominic Blyer. Absolutely needing to get up into the lead and piling that pressure onto Williams. We're on board then with Alexander Spets, who's currently in P5 here. Again, sort of half car in slipstream, half car not. And that's just really to stay right behind him. He doesn't really want too much slipstream and move out too early, because you hit that brick wall of air and effectively it can stop all of your progress. You can see that Blyer is going to get through the hairpin here and absolutely fly away, because he's the only one who can open up the corner perfectly. As it stands though, it is Blyer for Triton, then it's Williams, then it's indeed, well, hold on, what's going on here? Williams can't just let him go. Romanidis is just let Spets go by. I guess that's a team orders. Yeah, it's Spets, you're probably quicker than me, you get going, off you go. That makes sense.
I mean, again, genius to have done it straight away, right? To have not messed about. And that's sometimes when you have team orders or whatever in races, or you want to do a favor for a mate, or you understand what's happening with the team, sometimes they dilly-dally, they kind of mess about a little bit and kind of muddle over it. Get on with it, just get it done. If you're going to switch position, get it done now and allow your teammate to get through, because that could be a deal or no deal between the team. That could be the Williams Esports moving through, because Spets is so much faster. He's already made up a couple of spots. I know one of them was on the gas and one of them was given to him, but still, Spets is plenty fast enough, and he's up into 4th now. So eyes on Jerzy Glak, but real eyes for Williams Esports will be on Dominic Blyer, who leads over the lines to complete the first lap here in the second quarterfinal at the Hockey.
Yeah, whatever it takes, really, isn't it, to get yourself a victory as a team. So if it means putting your teammate ahead of you, you have to trust that that teammate then is going to go and do the job. It's very much about trust, as we see a potential move here from Glak, who's just going to try and take this completely away from Williams. This is brilliant, though, for Blyer. So Blyer's just going to be able to drive away. And as you can see, once again, Glak is kind of a bit caught between... He's caught between a rock and a hard place here, really. It's kind of he's too far ahead to be able to get the slipstream from the car in front. So ultimately, this is going to pull another Williams car involved. So I think Spets is going to get involved. But as you can see, he's got the slipstream of his teammate now, battling for that P2. And well, with him being a little bit timid through there, that's given Williams the opportunity to move up into P3. So Spets momentarily has got up into P3. And look at this, using his teammate, Sirica opening that door up then for Spets. And can Spets make this move stick as they come down towards the stadium section? And this has got to be clever from Williams, and I think this is incredibly clever from Williams. I think Sarika is almost provided to be a roadblock there, which is then forced Glack to be slow, but there's a mistake there from the Williams driver. I'd love to see that again, because I genuinely believe Sarika there has almost tried to give up P2 to go down to P3 to let his teammate through around the outside. That was very, very clever from them. It's not worked out, as we see synchronized rallycross there on the exit of that right-hander. Ultimately, everybody still go facing the right way. Blyer, by the way, looking in his rearview mirror thinking, this is a bit of a right, isn't it? I like this.
Ooh, yeah, look at this. Jersey Glack getting down the inside once again of Moreno Sarika coming through the final corner, then massively 1.3 seconds Dominic Blyer. I actually think there might have been contact between the two Williams Esports drivers there of Sarika and Spets. So there might well have been a touch in that arena section. Like I said, I think just Sarika trying to do something with his teammate. It might have just been a mistake on Spets' point of view. I don't fully know. Either way, we're on board with Michael Romanidis, who's in 5th spot. This is a big problem at the moment for Williams Esports. If Blyer wins the race by 1.3 seconds or clears off further, or whatever, if he's no longer a battle in this and it is a Blyer victory, we've said this before, Williams Esports need to be 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It's where the 3rd driver really needs to play their part in this race. But right now, their eyes are backwards because Moreno Sarika's having to worry about Jersey Glack, who might well make it a Triton 1-2.
Yeah, and he has to. He has to go very deep under braking gear and try and get up to P2 just to put Williams on the back foot. But in doing that, he's now under pressure here for keeping hold of not only 2nd, but maybe even 3rd. He's trying to get back onto the circuit here, and he went off the track to effectively gain an advantage. So the Williams cars do not need to let him back on. And actually, he's very fortunate that they did. A potential send here. It's going to be 3 wide in towards this hairpin. Surely they're not all going to come out here facing the right way. They absolutely are. This is absolutely sensational from all concerned. Romanidis, they're having to get off the gas, does not want to take his teammate out in Spets as well. Romanidis now drops down because Nogage has moved up into what would be a P5. Perfect from Triton. Blyer again, 2.5 seconds in the lead, so he's doing exactly what he needs to do. And right now, Nogage, if he can keep Romanidis behind him. Oh, as there is contact then, and I'm not sure that was Triton's fault there at all. I think Sarika has just run out of road there, trying to gain as much time as possible. That's forced then Glack off the circuit. We'd have to see it once again. But right now, this is actually worked out perfectly for what would be, yeah, this is perfect for Triton, because that means that they can't get all 3 cars up into that top 4 because one of them is effectively out the race.
Yeah, so if I'm Nogage right now, I'm literally just going, yeah, cool, I'm going to drop back to 4th and just let you get on with it. I'm not going to get involved in this because if there is contact, then there might be some further drama. Let's see, though, he'll go down the inside to try and take over 2nd spot. He's not really thinking of that. He's thinking of the race at hand. I think there might have been a bit of netcode involved in that one. Not 100% sure. Certainly was a bizarre incident that Sarika spat straight up into Jersey Glack going through the Sachs curve. But either way, around the outside, Nogage trying to stick something here going round the parabolica. It's going to be 3 wide, Williams Esports right and left, and then right in the middle is Nogage for the Triton Racing car. Be on the brakes nice and early, and dropping down 2 positions and all of that is Spets. Romanidis takes over 2nd.
Yeah, you just see that Nogage is like, yeah, no, I'm cool. No, I don't need to be getting involved in this too much. It's kind of like, yeah, I'm happy to slow you down so you don't catch up to my mate who's 4 seconds up the road, but ultimately I don't really want to be getting involved with any potential contact here. Although he does send it into the Mercedes corner and just about, again, just backs out. No need to be pushing right now. Triton, as much as this, you know, there's been some pretty crazy action, Triton look in control of this race, Lewis. This is dangerous for everybody else. I said after their performance earlier on, I said that Triton could be that team that are the surprise today, and I'm continuing with that. They look really good.
Yeah, but he's still trying to send it in here, is Nogage right now. He's really trying to fight on these Williams Esports. And like we say, he just doesn't need to. I'm all for it, though, from a spectator point of view, as we head on to the final lap of this race. Dominic Blyer is massively out front. It's 5.8 seconds clear at the moment. We're on Nogage straight around the outside of the penultimate and the final. Wow, that was an incredible move. I mean, I'm all for it. It's just crazy risky.
Yeah, do you know what? If these drivers have been watching every team today, the level of respect from all of these teams has actually been the best we've had so far. Of course, it's at the Masters. You'd expect it to be at the top level. I think that also the credit has to go down to the race director and how strict they have been with penalties over the course of this year, which has forced the drivers to race respectfully. So we're about to see the replay of exactly what's gone down here then. So Jersey Glack on the outside. Yeah, it's netcode, isn't it? They just got tangled up by netcode. No one's at fault there. That's going to go down as no one made a mistake, because we still see these 3 battling for 2nd and indeed 3rd. Of course, a podium. You'd like to get a podium if you're Nogage. If you don't get it, it's not really that big of a worry. But ultimately, do you know what? are the Williams drivers going to be able to slow them down enough? Look at them trying to throw the roadblock here. There is the outside chance that Sarika could catch up and get an overtake on, but they have to basically go through each corner like pedestrians. So it's almost impossible for that to happen. You know, how much has he got to catch up? Yeah, 6 seconds. It's not going to happen. Triton look good, Lewis. You know, we can say that they're the underdogs all we like. They've looked good from start to finish today so far. In the semi-finals, whoever they're going to go up against, I think they've got a chance of beating everybody. They just look really, really quick.
They're loving this IRO 4, but that's exactly what you were saying. So there was contact there, Nogaj and Romanidis coming into blows, but I'm going to say I actually don't believe that is at the fault of Nogaj. He got into the rear end of Romanidis because Romanidis was on the brakes so early, trying to slow that car behind in an unpredictable fashion. Bly will take the victory then, and at the moment, again, provisionally, Race Control will look into it. It's Triton moving through with a first and a third, but a little bit of drama. You were absolutely right. Williams Esports were throwing something at this. They were trying to slow Nogaj down, but for me, that is on Romanidis.
100% agree with you, Lewis, there. It's a case of, look, we want to slow them down for a driver to catch up. If there's some contact and they get penalty points, oh, we'll absolutely take that as well. Yeah, the initiation of contact there, as much as it's, you always say that the car behind is normally at fault, but no, not that time round. I think Romanidis has tried something, it's not worked out. And to be honest, Romanidis, someone who's been around for quite a while, I think he might be the first person to put his hands up there. I'd be very surprised if he didn't just go, do you know what? I'm sorry, I tried something there, and actually they don't deserve a penalty, from my perspective.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see on that one because Race Control, I'm sure, will be dealing with it. Triton Racing taking the victory with Dominic Blyer by 10 seconds. I think it might be one of the most dominant victories that we've seen all year with Blyer out front. Alexander Spets in second spot with Nogaj and Sarika. Triton Racing first and third will be enough to progress depending on what Race Control do. Romanidis and Jeze Glack with retirements through the race, or even on that final lap from Michael Romanidis. At Williams Esports, we could be saying goodbye, immediately bringing in Arjuna straight away. What do you think of that incident between Nogaj and Romanidis?
Plenty of incidents. I was taking a look at the end of the race. Both Nogaj and Glack were 4x away from being disqualified, which I think shows just how much liberties with track limits people are taking, and also how much contact we're starting to see as we work deeper and deeper into this ERL Fall Cup Masters. I'll have to eat some humble pie. I thought Williams were the clear stronger cars there, but great drive from Dominic Blyer, and Williams, well, provisionally, I think, Luke, we say goodbye to them now.
Yeah, for me personally, there's no provisional about it. Like, it was all on Romanidis there. He's tried something, and you've got to, right? You're at this stage of the competition. Yep. By no means am I having to go at Romanidis here. He's trying to think outside the box. He's trying to think of a way to drag his team through. It's a 6-lap race, you know. If there's a mistake, done. So he's tried to do something there. I genuinely believe he's going to be the first person to go, do you know what? I tried something, didn't work out there. Congratulations, Triton, you move on. But I just think we're seeing these teams improve so much. Like Williams, I think maybe 3 months ago were favourites to go through this and be a blowout. Like Triton have just improved significantly, especially on iRacing. I genuinely believe they're one of the favourites to win this now. I think they could genuinely challenge Redline. I think a confidence is such a big thing over such a short race.
We'll see how the matchups play out for the semi-finals, but that is an interesting proposition for sure. Confirmation from Race Control, no further action. So you're right, no provisional about it. Looks like Triton Racing will indeed work their way on forward at the expense of Williams Esports. Both teams, of course, going to be part of our Esports Racing World Cup in 2023. Next up, though, is when we say hello to one of the teams that worked their way through the second chance race. Now Veloce, after surviving, Lewis, have got to do it against Team Redline.
Yeah, it's sort of like, so you've just survived second chance race, and now it's sort of like, good luck. But let's not forget, Team Redline, earlier in the day, they didn't exactly have an easy battle on their way through to get to this point. And also, as Luke did point out earlier, they have had the longest time between races. We saw them racing about an hour and a half ago. There has been a long time since we've seen them back out on track. They've got to do it. They've got to reset themselves. They could be coming into this race a little bit cold, and that's where Veloce could pounce immediately.
2.5 hours.
Drivers will likely also have, in those off hours, be doing a few laps, maybe watching some of the racing as well, just to see how things are shaking up. And I think we've seen plenty of exciting racing so far. In terms, again, of storylines, I think I'll bring this up again when Dominic Hoffman and Paddy Wolf finished up the winter endurance season. They did so as champions for Team Redline. They now go up against their former teammates as part of the new look Veloce iRacing lineup. A team which is coming off some success in some of the other platforms, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly have. They've been doing really well over in ACC, mostly courtesy of James Baldwin, of course, who just went over and won the FIA Motorsports game, got a gold medal as it was in the sim race. Also champions in the Intercontinental GT. Yeah, I'm not going to say the full title.
It's a mouthful.
Championship, but it is a mouthful. Winning that championship, and of course, an incredible team.
They've had a lot of success. We'll talk more, I'm sure, about Veloce in a handful of moments' time. We're ready to go racing. 2 more quarterfinals left, 2 semis, and then the finals. Let's head back to see Redline versus Veloce.
So it's time for the third of our quarterfinals. Then Chris Lulham, who we've never really seen sweat so far during any of our races over the last year or so, was sweating through his qualifying round. He did manage to get a race victory, and he starts on pole position. The most beautiful man in sim racing, Enzo Benito, does start on the front row there, 0.2 of a second back. To be 0.2 of a second quicker than Enzo Benito, you had absolutely must have been flying. Dominic Hoffman then starts in third position, of course, wants to get one over on his past teammates. We've got Sven Noller, who is in fourth position. Patrick Holtzman, then, who is in P5 for Redline, and then Patrick Wolf in sixth position. So it's a nice split between them, but Redline do indeed have that front row. And I'm going to say this here, Veloce have had to scrap to get through to the last chance. Of course, they didn't quite win their qualifiers, but they scrapped through then the last chance. So they're fresh from racing. They're, right in tune, their head's in the right place. Whereas Redline, only one of their drivers really had a race today. It was Lulham, who won. The other 2 drivers were involved in an incident. The penalty points effectively took Redline through. So they really will be cold.
Yeah, and like I say, if we were to really think about dial this one back and think of Veloce versus Leo Racing Ballas Esports, if you were to think about that lineup, you think Veloce will go through easily. And if that were the case. Now, the reason why I say that is because if you say that Veloce are better than Leo Racing Ballas Esports, then Team Redline only just beat them. Now, I know that was out of an instant, fair enough, but what I'm saying is it's wide open.
Certainly is. Here we go. It's 5 laps for quarterfinal number 3. It's Team Redline versus Veloce, and we are green light racing here. It's a phenomenal start then from Chris Lulham. Enzo Benito's first phase was not great, but I think his second phase might be good enough here. Down towards turn 1, and yes, the Redline drivers are indeed P1 and P2. Veloce are in third and fourth. Again, don't need to panic at this stage. You just need to indeed make sure that you are involved in the race. Do not have it ended through the first few corners, as you see Hoffman then trying to outbrake their Enzo Benito around the outside. And I tell you what, as they come then through towards Parabolica, he is side by side then with Enzo Benito. And it's a case now of how many Veloce cars can make their way through. As we can see, all 3 of them are ahead of Patrick Holtzman. So Holtzman down in last position as it stands out of 6. And while Lulham has been given an absolutely beautiful opportunity here to just drive off into the distance. There's a massive send then from Holtzman. And well, there's contact on a Veloce car off the circuit for Hoffman. And that will absolutely be looked at.
Yeah, Holtzman sent that one in potentially a little bit too deep. That's what created the contact. It was from himself, almost like a pinball with Benito between the middle. Hoffman sent off. There's the move straight down the inside. Sven Noller coming through up into third position at the moment. It's a Redline 1-2, but race control, I'm sure, will be looking at that incident and will be dishing out potentially a couple of penalty points to Redline. It wouldn't mean too much at the moment, but could mean a lot more in 4.5 laps time.
Yeah, 100% there. You've got to feel that Holtzman's going to have damage to the car. P1 and P2 then for Lulham and Benito. Noller in P3. You've got to assume that Wolf has to make it up into P4 minimum, even with any penalty points for Veloce to go through. But that's a very similar situation as to what we saw earlier on with Whitford, which was ironically against Redline.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight little fight at the moment, with Veloce already being kind of partially removed from it. There being a 2-second lead to Lulham. It almost has that, aura of, is it done before it's even really begun? I don't believe so. These battles can absolutely come back together, and that's what Sven Noller will be focused on right now. He'll be almost fighting so hard with Benito to try and slow this group down, to try and bring Wolf, bring Hoffman back into it. And again, they're literally going after second, third, and fourth in this race, all of them trying to move their way through, depending on what happens with the penalties and whatnot. There's still a lot to play for. Just because Lulham's checking out does not mean this race is done at all.
Yeah, I'll say one thing here. We've seen absolute sends, minimal sends, where there've been penalty points given out, as we see potentially Redline versus Redline there. and penalty points are coming up, but Holtzman went in there like Miley Cyrus, didn't he? So, that may be even more of a penalty, although they've moved up to a top 3 now for Redline, so still working out pretty well for them. And Nolla and Wolf under a lot of pressure. And really, right now, Nolla just has to be a pain in the arse for the 2 in front of him, just so that Wolf can catch up, and then they can start charging with a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, I think it might be 2 penalty points, but again, don't know. We kind of they change with sometimes how strict the penalties are, depending on what point of the competition we're in, as we might well see a switch. Because Holtzman's sending it down the inside of his teammate. Oh, there was a little bit of a brush between the 2 team Redline cars. As off in the background, that was Hoffman, who's had a massive moment coming through Mobile 1. Sven Noller's going to try and get around the outside, but Hoffman's out of the race. He's done.
Yeah, what's happened to Benito here? Has he got issues? I think he might have issues here because, you're going to, if you think Holtzman's faster, yeah, of course, let him go through. But you don't just then let a Veloce car go through as well. As Holtzman, I think, has probably got damage to his car as well. He looks really slow here, Lewis. What's happened to Enzo Benito?
I don't know. And now he's trying to get down the inside. Oh, my goodness me. Yeah, there is a bit of drama here for Team Redline. I will say, because of that retirement from Hoffman, even if Nolla and Wolf finish 2nd and 3rd, unless there is a penalty again, as we've said before, let's take a look, then it might still be all right. There is a send to the inside. That is on the replay. That is... yeah.
That's terrible.
It's not good. It's not good from Holtzman. I will say there was no contact between Holtzman and Benito. It was actually only between Benito and the Veloce car there of Hoffman. So that's probably why Benito's struggling right now, because he's the one with the damage, not Holtzman.
Yeah, it's an interesting one there. He sent it from so far back, and he almost made it stick, but he didn't. So yeah, it is what it is. Oh, too much curb. There we go. So just hit the undercarriage of the car, and there's no wheels touching the ground, and that's pretty easily done. Simple as that, and off we go. So Hoffman, his day's gone from bad to worse, but Lullum and Holtzman now are still the lead 2 cars. Nolla is very close to Holtzman. So Nolla, again, needs to get up ahead of Holtzman and then just hope to the penalty gods, really. Redline are in control of this. Lullum, who's looked probably the standout driver of everybody, he was put under a lot of pressure earlier on. I think between him and Blyer, they've looked really good, and maybe even Lemonek, as there is a 1 penalty point then for Enzo Benito for causing a collision. So Enzo was the one who took avoiding action from Holtzman, and yeah.
I think they'll give him the penalty in that. As much as it is Holtzman, I think they'll give him the penalty because he made contact. But effectively, it's in this sense, it's for the team. Basically, it's not just for the driver, it's really just for the team. So it's kind of probably a bit easy because Benito was the one that actually made contact in that. That's why he's picked up the penalty point. So that is for that incident, as far as I would say. That is for that incident. Patrick Wolf getting into the rear end of Benito. But just a single penalty point for that. Interesting.
Yeah, I think Holtzman's got away with one there, Lewis, if I'm honest with you, mate. That's my perspective on that. I think it was a send, but it was a very big send. So it is what it is. You've got to go with what the race directors say. But for me, I think he's got away with one there. But the one driver that's not going to be too worried about it will be Holtzman himself. Lullum doing a good enough job right now to be in P1. So he was, again, just to maximise the performance regardless of what the penalty point situation will be. Enzo Benito is just fighting tooth and nail here with Wolf. And again, Benito definitely has something wrong with his car for him to have dropped back. And that would have come from the damage on the first lap. Although he's just trying to be a nuisance right now, which Enzo Benito is very good at doing.
Yeah, the front wing's actually intact, which normally with this car, that's the thing that effectively gets detonated almost immediately. You'll see it kind of like basically just crumple up a little bit because carbon fibre can bend, so that's fine, apparently. That is dead straight, so it's clearly some form of suspension damage, potentially, that's really slowing him down ever so slightly. Either way, like I say, he's just been a nuisance. He's trying to slow Wolf down again. A little bit of, looking at that car thinking, that was the car I used to be in, fair enough. We'll battle this one out. Patrick Wolf trying to hang on from Benito, but as things stand, having gone to that final lap of the race, this is the Redline show right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I will just do a little disclaimer that obviously we got to see that incident twice, right? Whereas the race directors get to see it from multiple different angles. So of course you always go with them. They're just focused on that incident during this race. So without them, we don't actually have a championship or a race. So yeah, you've got to sometimes tip your hat and say, well done. I certainly don't want to do that job. That is for sure. Redline still leading 1-2. Holtzman in second spot. So again, I was thinking that Holtzman may have some damage, but if there was no contact with any other car, of course his car's going to be absolutely fine. Enzo Benito still trying his level best to just be a nuisance here to Wolf. They used to race side by side with each other like brothers. Now they're racing for different teams. Down in towards the hairpin. Enzo You know, just trying to put one more smile on the team's face. Doesn't quite work out. Wolf does indeed hold on to P4, but it's looking like Redline. I'm not going to say they were lucky to go through from our qualifiers. Would I say they're lucky to go through at this stage? Maybe not. I think they've got the pace outright, but hasn't been plain sailing, Lewis.
No, luck is a part of it, though. Like, to its own degree, luck is effectively a part of sim racing, of motorsport, of esports, of life, etc., etc. And so, yeah. But in this case, I feel they've made their own luck, certainly in this race, by putting themselves in a position to battle out on their turf against Veloce. Yeah,
I agree. You know, you've got to ride your luck, and when it comes down to the crunch, you've got to put those performances in. As we head then around the final corner, a little bit more rallycross there from Chris Lullum. Looks a little bit less stressed this time round. 2 wins from 2 for him, and he spearheads Redline through to the semi-finals. A very good performance from him. Holtzman does take P2. In the end, Nolla takes 3rd spot, and Wolf will take 4th there for Veloce. Then it's Enzo Benito and Hoffman, unfortunately, still in the pits. Redline safe passage through to the next phase of the competition. And I think the scary thing for everybody else is we know that Redline are so strong, but we have yet to see the best of them. Here are your official results then. Chris Lullum in P1, Holtzman P2, Sven Nolla and Patrick Wolf are in 3rd and 4th. Enzo Benito is in 5th. Dominic Hoffman unfortunately did not finish this race. It was Sven Nolla who was the fault there, 39.471. Actually quite a slow fast lap. We've seen 38 in the race happening. Arjuna, it was an interesting race. It's the usual suspects that go through, but it wasn't usual performance from Redline.
And let's not forget that, you know, part of our storyline through the Fall Cup was, you know, Redline maybe not having the most dominant of performances, but still being at the front. And once again, that seems to be the story here. Lewis, from your perspective, I mean, Veloce did put up a fight there, that's for sure. Yeah,
they gave it a good go. But again, when you're battling with Team Redline, it's an incredible team that know how to battle out in this 1v1. And I think also same as what we were seeing before with when Apex were put into that second shot, it was kind of like the wake-up call for them to be like, oh, right, we actually really do need to react now. Whoopsies, sorry, lads. And they just checked out from everyone. Whether we'll see the same kind of thing from them against BS Competition, we'll have to wait and see. But I kind of think that Team Redline going against the iRacing Ballas earlier on and then almost nearly being beaten by them was, again, a little bit of a wake-up call to think, right, okay, let's talk serious game now. Lullum, you go off into the distance. We'll battle over second, and we'll try and bring this one home with a 1-2. And it's exactly what they did.
Luke, in your perspective, you said it during the race. You think that Redline's penalty maybe should have been a little bit harsher?
Look, I am not going to throw shade on any race director out there. So my opinion is, I only saw it twice, so I will go. It was maybe a bit lenient. The race directors, they are the reason why we get to do these races and stuff, so I'm not throwing shade on them whatsoever. So whatever penalty they give is the right decision.
And at the end of the day,
trying though, wasn't he? Arjuna was really trying to get
that
way.
Yeah. Race director is someone that
control.
The race director is someone that I'm working with closely and have a very good relationship. My question just was what he thought about the incident with the limited insight that we had relative to the plethora of camera angles the race director and the stewards would have enjoyed. One final quarterfinal to go. We've already waved goodbye to Veloce, Unicorns of Love, and to Williams, and now it's either Apex or BS Competition, Lewis, as we get this return of the matchup that we enjoyed during round 1.
Yeah, BS Competition obviously won on that occasion. I think Apex will be the one coming out on top. I think that the only thing that we can guarantee, though, is it'll be 8 minutes of us being extremely confused by 2 liveries that are far too close.
Yeah, I'm glad that I'm not the one that actually has to be differentiating the liveries this time around. It will be Luke and Lewis that have to suffer with that one. Regardless of who goes through, though, we have a very interesting complexion in the semi-final shaping up. Of course, 2 more races after that, and then best of 3 will settle who wins the $10,000 in prize money during these Masters, because this is where the majority of the prize money is paid out during the Esports Racing League, Luke. A lot more prize money on the line in the World Cup, of course.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the more prestigious the championship, you know, effectively you have to qualify to get to this point, right? Well, not effectively, you do. You have to qualify. You have to be the top 12. And very similarly with the World Cup. So, of course, there should be more money on the line. There should be more jeopardy. It is, you know, that's how it should be. And we also tend to get the best out of these teams and drivers, which has not been any different today. It's been actually exceptional. I would say maybe 4 or 5 of these races were good enough to be final races already so far today. So yeah, it's wow, that's probably what, like 80% of the races from what I've just said. It's been that good. So whoever wins this today really does deserve that extra bumper in terms of money.
It's been a fun little combo between this iRacing, IRO4, and Hockenheim, of course. The track selected by you, the VCO community, but it's the Corby crew versus the Who's Army. Who joins? 3 more teams in the semi-finals. Let's find out now.
Here we go then, it's the final quarter final, and well, when we get to the actual grid, I'll let you guys decide who's where and what's what, because their liveries are very similar when you look at them front on. But here is your grid then. Jarl Tayen is your pole sitter for BS competition, and they've got Peter Berryman, who is 2nd spot for Apex Racing Team. Then we've got Ryan Barneveld for BS competition. Then we've got Johan Hath for Apex Racing Team. Jamie Fluke then for Apex Racing Team in 5th position, and then we've got Philip Denez, who's not put a lap time in, for 6th spot. 1.5 tenths of a second separates the top 5 here, Lewis. 0.003 of a second separates the front 2. We saw BS competition see off Apex into that last chance qualifying race. Will we see the same result now, or Apex had that kick in the nuts, and are they going to make themselves the favourites to get into that semi-final?
I mean, I still think this is going to be Apex, but the thing is, between these two, like I say, Jarl Tayen grabbing the pole position. Phil Denez now starting from the back of the grid after failing to get that qualifying time, but obviously how good he was against Apex last time, obviously in that fantastic battle between himself and Jamie Fluke. Well, they're on the back row of the grid this time. Are they going to do that battle whilst trying to work their way through to the front? I don't really know what's going to happen in this. I just know that based on the previous race, this should be an absolute thriller for 5 laps.
100% should be an absolute barn stormer, if I don't say so myself. I think this is going to be the race where there's going to be the least amount of strategy in. It will be a case of we want to get all of our drivers across the line as fast as possible, and we'll see how it works out. So very interesting in this. Well, here we go. As you can see, we're about to get going then. BS competition on the right-hand side of your screen. Apex on the left-hand side for both front 2 rows. We're about to go green light racing for our final quarter-final, and we are off. Barney going crazy there in the background, and it's an incredible start then for BS as we move in towards turn number 1, and it might even be better for them as it might be 1st and indeed 3rd spot. They're all going to filter in into single file before we head down in towards turn number 2, and Jarl Tayen still leads the way. Then Jamie Fluke making up a couple of positions, runs very deep then through turn number 2, now loses all those positions that he might have gained. Berryman, by the way, he's now up into the lead here. It's side by side between the 2 of them. Absolutely nothing between the 2 of them, but it is Berryman and for Apex who's up into the lead down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, that was going to be a crazy drive, by the way, for Jamie Fluke. He ran out a little bit wide into 2 and into 3, but it does mean that we have the highest top speed coming into this section, obviously courtesy of the slipstream as well. Bit of a lock up in the background. Jarl Tayen takes over the race lead once again, but he's gone out a little bit too wide. Peter Berryman's come through to retake over the race lead. Johan Haas comes through to 4th. Jarl Tayen and Ryan Barneveld in 2nd and 3rd, still side by side on the inside line. That'll be Ryan Barneveld trying to take it with Johan Haas also involved, and Jamie Fluke's trying to find his way through.
Johan Hath then trying to make it up into 3rd position. Barneveld holding that outside line. Tayen now has indeed succumbed to the pressure from Berryman. Berryman clearly now into the front of this pack of 6 drivers. Johan Hath now down to 4th position. So as it stands, it's tied. Apex have got 5 points, and so have BS competition. But in terms of race position, Berryman leading gives Apex the passage through to the next phase. There's nothing to choose between these 2. There was nothing to choose between them in the qualifying rounds. It's still the same here as we come up towards the end of lap number 1.
Yes, indeed, Berryman leading, but not by much. This race is going to be absolutely crazy. I'm surprised Denez and Fluke haven't actually made any progress. The 6 of them separated by 1.5 seconds. It's what we were talking about back, of course, when we were racing these cars for the first time in the Esports Racing League back in Fuji, is that these cars tend to work in a group of 6. Well, it's perfect for this, because guess what? There's 6 of them, and it's brilliant.
Absolutely spot on there, Lewis. You were pointing that out earlier on in the season. Johan Hath, then, who is again the latest member to the 10K iRacing club, something I could only dream of. To be fair, I'm struggling to keep above 2K at this point. That's just my level. That's why I'm commentating. Berryman still leads, and right now Hath would love to get a bit of insurance here for Apex by just gaining another position. You can see that Tayen trying to force a mistake there from Berryman. He has forced a mistake there from Berryman, although that might be an intentional line there, trying to get onto the power a little bit earlier. But ultimately, the door was left open, and I'm thinking right now, if that's left open another time here, Lewis, Tayen is going straight through that gap.
Oh, yeah. He's, I mean, when you think of what Jarl Tayen's been racing in the recent past, I mean, in the last, 10 years, obviously started out in Live for Speed and whatnot, but more recently, you might have seen him in a small championship, might have heard of it. It's called the NASCAR Coke Series, potentially. Anthony, obviously used to racing there for a few years. Absolutely super driver when it comes to what he could get out of a race car. Just because he's been racing over in that kind of stuff does not mean he can't get out of a car on a road course. That's where he really is at home. He's an absolutely super fighter. And I say, if a door is open, he will absolutely go for it. So don't leave it open too many times. And Berryman might bite off a little bit more than he can chew if he leaves it open that wide once again into the hairpin.
Yeah, talking to the Coke Series, shout out to Casey Kerwin, who actually won the Coke Series last week with an incredible run. Had to overtake all of the contenders of the last 4 to actually win it. Did that, and indeed went out there and come second in the race overall, but won the championship. So, yeah, a lovely chap. And maybe we'll see him racing in this series at some point in the future, because he is probably, for me, the best pound for pound over multiple discipline driver in the world, as we see a lovely move there from Johan Haaf, as again he is in the 10k club and he is forcing his way up to the front here. Brilliant stuff then from Haaf, and that is the insurance that they needed.
Yeah, it's Apex Racing Team from BS, Apex Racing Team from BS, Apex Racing Team from BS down the order, but it might just switch over because Tyan's going to try and take over the race lead. He's got to the outside this time, down to the hairpin. Is Berryman going to run out wide from the Apex? No, but Jarl Tyan is going to say, yeah, I'll just go straight around the outside of the corners. Absolutely fine, don't worry about it. I'll come and attack you down into the arena section. Still trying to find his way through, still trying to take over the race lead. This is what could progress them through.
He's got that overlap. He needed to keep that front wing as an overlap there on the Apex car. He's done it there. Jarl Tyan does take the lead of this race. It's brilliant from him. Johan Haaf, though, is going to get ahead of Berryman. And we've seen Johan Haaf and Berryman work together in team events so many times in the past. They're going to have to do it again here. So now, all of a sudden, BS are the team that are going to go through in terms of countback, because they lead this race. We've then got Apex in 2nd and 3rd, and then we've got Barneveld in 4th position, which is the key spot right now. But I think you'll find that Fluke might be looking to make a move. He does. See, Jamie Fluke and Barneveld are side by side here, battling for that final position. And if Fluke can get ahead of Barneveld, then that puts Apex in the driving seat to go through.
Oh, yeah, he's got to try and get up into that 4th position, as you say, because then 2nd, 3rd, and 4th would be enough for them. Can I just say, can we have this as the final? I don't really care who's going to go into the final. Can we have a few more races of this? Because it's absolutely superb. The only thing that I would recommend, can we have home and away liveries in the future? Because this is a nightmare. I want to see a slightly different BS competition or Apex Racing Team. So it's easy to pick apart. Denez looking to the inside of Jamie Fluke. Out wide, though, is Ryan Barneveld for 4th position.
Oh, you've just come up with an amazing idea, Lewis. Or you've just put an amazing idea in my head. Imagine you get to this stage of the competition and it's the home and away leg, so each team gets to pick their track. That would be cool.
Yes.
Yeah, ideas coming up now. Anyway, back to the race here. Johan Haaf then is in the lead. Jarl Tyan's got to try and hold on, as Berryman is just got to force the pressure on effectively. Well, he's not going to hold on. He's going to take the lead once again. So Jarl Tyan still holds on, and Johan Haaf may have his nose just about ahead, and he will. He's going to have the overlap around the outside. His nose slightly ahead, and then the run in towards the stadium section here, through in towards Mercedes. And Berryman just needs to be patient here. The door will open up because of the battling in front, although you can see that Jarl Tyan is forced to take a very adverse line through there, which means he's slower, although he's managed to get the power down. Berryman just trying to find an inch of room, but this is great for Haaf. It means he can drive away, and now Barneveld has got to close up here. So Barneveld has to put the pressure on himself as we go down in towards Sachs. Still Tyan that holds on. He's going to run wide here, and this might be a bit of a freebie opportunity for Berryman. It's still side by side between the two drivers. Haaf again looking in his rearview mirror thinking, thank you very much, teammate, this is exactly what we need. But Barneveld has to now help out the BS competition driver, because as it stands, Apex are freely going to make it through.
Yeah, what a respect, though, between these. They're battling hard onto the final lap of the race, but it's been so good. Berryman to the inside of the first corner. Once again, near contact, but the sideways drift. Wow, Berryman just keeps it on the road. Absolutely super stuff, as Tyan's going to hang on a second.
Yeah, we're on the final lap of this race, and right now Barneveld and Denez both have to get up ahead of all of the Apex cars. Tyan's doing the job he needs to do. Barneveld is almost in the position that he needs to be, but really it is on Philip Denez. Denez has to get up ahead of all of the Apex cars. Johan Haaf doing a sensational job as it stands. It's 3 wide in the background here. It's Berryman, Barneveld and Fluke. Then 2 Apex cars make that 4 wide down in towards the hairpin here. Surely this is going to end in tears, as it's a massive send up the inside. And I tell you what, the BS competition cars are now in that position. Where's Berryman? Oh no, Berryman's just about got the power down, but I tell you what, this is closer than I thought it might be. Down in towards that Mercedes corner once again. Apex are under pressure. BS competition, have they got one more last trip towards that final? Oh, there's the mistake.
Wow, he's just opened up the door. It was a little bit of contact, and I think there was just a touch between the two of them, but you're absolutely right. BS Competition, second, third, and fourth. They could be making their way through here. Apex, with a few corners left to go, might have just been pushed out of moving through into the semi-finals.
Peter Berryman under pressure is the best version of Peter Berryman. He's going to have to go round the outside, locks up round the outside, then 2 corners to go. I tell you what, he's got the overlap here. The Apex Racing driver might be able to produce a miracle. 2 corners to go. Peter Berryman has got up into what is 4th position, and he has got Apex through to the semi-finals. An incredible quarter-final race here, the final one. And Apex, who got dumped out by BS Competition earlier on, are back in via the last chance qualifier, and they are through to the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, all 6 drivers here take a bow. That was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I've got to say, that is the best 1v1 in team fight that we've ever seen in the Esports Racing League. Absolutely incredible. The first race delivered drama when we saw these two go side by side back in the opening race for them in this competition earlier on in the evening. But this one's turned it up even further. It's delivered even more. What an absolute, like we said, a barnstormer, a breathtaking race won by Johan Harth. More of that, please. So much respect, so much brilliant driving. I'm sad to see one of them go.
Incredible there into the Mercedes corner. It looked like Apex had thrown it away. Yes, there was a bit of contact between the BS Competition and the Apex drivers, but I just don't think it was too much there at all. I don't think there would have been a penalty. So Berryman was under pressure. He had to make an exceptional move. He locked up in doing so, did get up into P4, and Apex go through. Here are your official results then. Johan Harth takes P1. Yes, he was in the race. Jarl Tayen then in second spot. Phil Denez in third. Peter Berryman in fourth. Ryan Barneveld in fifth. Jamie Fluke in sixth. Apex are through by the skin of their teeth. And well, BS and Apex both have provided some incredible entertainment today. It's been probably the tightest bout we've had all day as well in terms of both races. Fantastic stuff. We're down to 4 teams, but what a day so far. Arjuna, come and just give us a break. Say something. That was incredible.
That was, but I mean, we've said this a couple of times in the Fall Cup. That might have been the best race of the ERL. It is definitely the best move of the ERL. That is without a shadow of a doubt. Peter Berryman shows why he is the 2021 Force Dynamics Dallara iRacing Grand Prix Series champion. Lewis and myself were talking offline about series names. Some of them are a mouthful. I mean, first thing to note, 4 teams we waved goodbye to in the quarterfinals. They all walk away with just under $500 in prize money. So even though they leave us, they still walk away with something. The loser of the semifinals will walk away with $1,000. So the stakes continue to get ratcheted up from here. But Lewis, what a day we've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible race. It's kind of proof as where, you know, sometimes everyone always wants to race in the biggest cars. Obviously, when it comes to endurance racing, you always want to be in that top category. When it comes to open wheels, everyone seems to want to go their way of F1 cars. And you go, fair enough. I get it. But sometimes tone it down a little bit. Go for a smaller car, because sometimes the racing you get out of it has been incredible. What we've seen out of this car, like I said, it's only got like about 160 brake horsepower. It's got basically no downforce, but it races so well, especially when you throw it around a massive circuit, a Grand Prix circuit, which comparatively is like the Nordschleife for a car like this. Absolutely super stuff.
It's funny you mentioned the Nordschleife. A couple of the teams actually suggested a one-lap shootout at the Green Hell for the Masters. Boy, that would have been crazy. That would have been something. And we've had a couple of slower cars. Let's not forget the touring cars that we've had this year as well. Let's look at the bracket, though, as we get set for 2 semi-final matchups. One, a repeat of a previous final. One, where I have no idea what to expect. Team Redline and R8G will do battle in the first of the semi-finals. That's coming up momentarily. After that, another 8 minutes. It's Triton Racing against Apex Racing Team. I mean, Luke, both very, very exciting matchups. That's the reality of the situation.
Sometimes, you have to kind of add to storylines, and sometimes you have to kind of... we've had some events where it's very clear that there's 2 teams, or maybe 1 team that are just outstanding. Legitimately, from those 2 semi-finals, I have no idea who's going to go through. I think R8G on form today beat Redline, and I think Triton and Apex is literally put 2 names in a hat and pick one out. That is a ridiculous set of semi-finals, and for the first time, I genuinely have no idea. Whoever makes the final, it will be an incredible final, but we've got 2 unbelievable semi-finals. If the racing so far is anything to go by, you're in for an absolute treat. Wherever you're watching from around the world, you've got to be so excited for this, because this is the epitome of what we're trying to achieve. And the two semi-finals are so mouth-watering. I'm genuinely excited. I'm not even doing the quarter semi-finals here, so I get to sit back, relax, and enjoy, right? It's going to be amazing.
I've been reading our chats both in Twitch and YouTube, so let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and who you think is going to win, as we've whittled it down to 4 to close out this Esports Racing League. Of course, again, Esports Racing World Cup 2023, 24th to the 26th of February. It will be in person for 12 teams. You'll be able to catch all the action here on VCO Esports, so do make sure you get ready for all of that. But I think we're ready, Luke, for some semi-final racing.
I need a break, to be fair, thanks to Peter Berryman. So luckily, I do have a break. It's now over to Arjuna and Lewis to take it away for our semi-finals.
Some time for Luke Crane to adjust his pants. It's R8G versus Redline, and well, each row or each column is dominated by a team. No expectations for this one except pure insanity. And the last time R8G and Redline did battle in open wheels, it got a little bit uncomfortable with the amount of contact that we had, Lewis. That was on rFactor 2 earlier this year.
Yeah, back in the Esports Racing World Cup, the first iteration of that at Silverstone. It was a very feisty affair where Redline came out on top. We've seen them battle time and time again from that point onwards. And on all of those occasions, I'm pretty sure, Redline have come out on top. I genuinely get the feeling that today, I agree with you, I think today might be something slightly different. I genuinely feel that R8G have the pace, have the ability. They're not just kind of like there out of luck or whatever. Yeah, they've got the ability to really take this one to Redline. Lull them, not putting in a qualifying lap. He'll have to be starting from the back, and it's going to be tough out there. It's going to be very, very feisty, and Redline certainly don't have a stranglehold in this race.
I think the reality is this might be the most unpredictable of the combos that we've had across of the entire year, and we've had some pretty wild combos when you think about it. I think my favorite still, though, is that stock car rFactor with Daytona.
Really? Wow.
That was something. I was not expecting a lot from it, and then we got something.
Yeah, no, I'd say the RO4 at Fuji was there, but I'm really liking this.
Yes, no, I think we separate the masters out, but here we go. Semi-final number 1. One spot on the line in the ERL Fall Cup Masters. It's Redline versus R8G, and immediately tucking into line for second. Single foul on the run into turn number 1. Lemonette from Holtzman, Mandanog, Violate, Lullum, and Benito as they power into turn number 2. But of course, draft will play its part here. The decision making going to be important. Mandanog trying to pinch Holtzman on the run out of turn 3.
Yeah, Benito with a shocking start, goes from 4th down to 6th behind even his teammate as we ride on board with Lullum being hung out to dry just a touch as Holtzman. He drops back into the slipstream of Lamanek and Mandanak, but this is going to be a tough run down to the hairpin. It's going to be big, bold stuff on the brakes.
Patrick Holtzman blocked all the way to the white line. Valentin Mandanak was having none of that. Chris Lullum will slide his way potentially up to 3rd. No bumper cars through the hairpin for the opening lap. Side by side, RAG lead. Lemonette from Mandanak still. Lullum and Holtzman advantage RAG with half a lap complete.
Yeah, this is going to be a super stuff. Lamanek hanging on to the race lead, but I do think that Lullum's been charging his way forward. He is going to be fancying something. He's gone from 6th to 3rd in 1 lap, whilst Lamanek and Mandanak switch over positions coming through the arena section. Look at the up and under from Lullum. He's going to try and go for something here. He's going to try and make it up in a second. Could he go from 6th to 1st in 1 lap? The potential is there.
Well, 3 wide for a moment, and around the outside, Chris Lullum is bold and finds that bump that almost caught cars out earlier. He controls it,
wow.
He grabs the race lead, and around the outside, Valentin Mandanak tries to fight this one back. Incredible stuff from Chris Lullum to go from the back to the front in the space of just 1 lap, but with 4 laps still to go, it is anyone's game, and 6 drivers have showed up to play here.
If you ever need an example as to why qualifying doesn't matter in this, that is it. 6th to 1st, 1 lap, no problems. I mean, absolutely super stuff there from Lullum. But even despite that, if the race was to finish as it is, Redline would not be progressing. 2nd, 3rd and 4th for R8G would be enough, dependent on whether Lamanek can hold off Holtzman and Benito for the entirety of this race. I'm not so sure about that one, Arjuna.
regardless of how the points play out today, Redline will enter the Esports Racing World Cup at seed number 1, RAG as seed number 2. They have been the most consistent over the course of the year, which is saying something. Now Lullum challenged by Mandanock around the outside as we ride on board with Quinton Violate. Lullum tries to slam the door shut. Mandanock says, well, there's space there for me to fit my car, and now has the power on the run into a Mercedes arena.
Yeah, he's got to go around the outside, but like I say, it's got the inside line for Valentin Mandanock to get down that inside, but we've seen before the outside line works quite nicely. A lot of curb taken there from Mandanock. We're on board with his teammate Quinton Violate, who's in 3rd spot. Lullum hangs on to the race lead by a quarter of a second as we head out of the arena section back up towards Mobile 1. He's going to hang on to it for now, but he's got 2 RHGs behind. Because of Holtzman's move, by the way, on Laminac, it would be Redline right now moving through into the final, but it is way too early to decide any of that. Out wide is Quinton Violate.
And Lullum now on consecutive laps has really flirted with that bump on the outside of turn 11. He's got to be careful. He's already caught some drivers napping. We'll get ready to hit the halfway marker. It is now flipped over, like Lewis mentioned. It sits right now with the checkered flue. Advantage Redline, but lap by lap, expect the draft to still be playing its factor. Now, I would really love to get some live incident counts from these drivers to see how aggressive they're being with track limits, as Patrick Holtzman has to defend from Lemonek, who now will spin himself around.
Wow, that could be big drama. That means that his teammates have to do all of the work, but there is damage. You can see there on the front end of Holtzman's car, and that'll be severe. It's going to slow down his teammate Benito as well. It builds the gap to 0.8 of a second. Still shouldn't be too bad when it comes to the slipstream, so Benito will be back involved in this as Mandanock switches it up to get to the inside.
Nicely done and executed, and now Mandanock will shove Lullum wide. Repeat of what we saw a lap ago. Will Lullum be able to get back the race lead as they enter into that same complex of corners? Benito starting to be dropped very slightly, still within drafting range, but despite the fighting, these front two, the fastest in the field. Lullum retakes the lead and asserts his spot there. Mandanock will try and find the opportunity. And again, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to be running in second coming to the start of the final lap.
No, I agree. The slipstream is going to work out in your favour right now. You'll be able to bring yourself back into it, but you still got to do the work. You still got to put on the move, and that is what Valentin Mandanock's trying right now, coming down to the Sachs curve with a 1st and a 4th. Again, a reminder, it will be 5 points to Team Redline. It would be them progressing based on countback, because while Valentin Mandanock and Quinton Violate on 2 and 3, meaning it's also 5 points for them. Of course, the top 2 of each team scoring points in this race. It will go to countback of highest finish at the moment, which of course is Lullum's race victory. So right now the swing is for Redline, but the opportunity is open for RHG to steal something. But the difference is that Redline have 3 cars in this train, RHG just 2.
So you say that, but incident under investigation between Valentin Mandanock and Chris Lullum. Now, I'm assuming it was on the opening lap of the race as Lullum charged his way forward. What does race control have to say about that one? How will it change? Remember, Lemonek out of the equation. It is all on Mandanock and Violate's shoulders if they're going to advance their way on through. Penultimate time into the hairpin. Mandanock again to the inside. Can he force Lullum even wider as they work through the corner? Gives a little bit more space, and surely Lullum will be able to convert back for the race lead.
Yeah, he's got the drive off the corner, but he's got the inside line through the arena, which I've said before, sometimes isn't really the option that you want. The outside line can be fast, but Lullum's going to send it in deep on the brakes. He's going to wash right over to the white line, taking the full racing line all the way over. Mandanock had no way to get around there. Valentin Mandanock is sat there waiting for his opportunity inside outside into Mobile 1. It's going to be the outside line. It can work.
Update from race control. No further action. It will be settled on track with 1 lap to play. Still Lullum is leading. He has led every lap since he has gotten to the front of the field. Mandanock looking aggressive and trying to cut back into the penultimate corner. I don't think you really want to make the move happen just yet. It's all about coordination now between Mandanock and Violate as Mandanock tries to urge himself forward, coming to the line.
Yeah, one final lap, one final opportunity into each of these, one final attempt in the big slipstream run around the Parabolica, which Lulham's already trying to break just on the touch on this short shoot between 1 and 2. Onto the brakes, coming in towards that second corner, wrestles it to the apex and gets a tighter drive off the corner. It's going to give him a little bit extra speed on the exit. It's exactly what he needs to do. And once again, straight over to the left-hand side, putting the shortest line all the way around the Parabolica, trying to shorten the attempt of that slipstream, the length that Mandanak can work into.
So this is that opportunity. How aggressive does Lulham go on the defense? Covers the inside, but Mandanak jukes him back. He'll be pinched to the apex by the Redline machine. Mandanak bullies his way through, but squabbles on the exit with the power down. Lulham alongside once more and back in front. Advantage to Redline.
Just about, but still a couple of big opportunities here coming. Valentin Mandanak with much more speed. He's going to send it in as deep as he can on the brakes. Might try the up and under here. He's going to be pushed out wide by Lulham on the exit of the arena section. He's got the inside line on the exit of it, though, coming up towards Mobile 1. This could be big for RHG.
It's going to be important if Mandanak can clear himself into 11. Bit of wheel banging there between the two of them. Lulham's got to be careful how wide he'll be forced. He kicks up a little bit of gravel, maintains the momentum, and holds on to the lead momentarily.
Yeah, this is super stuff. He's only got a couple more corners left to go. He's got the inside line to defend here. It's still going Redline's way, but there's the send from Mandanak. Wow, what a move.
He just makes it stick, but he runs off the road. Lulham's still there. Drag race to the line, almost 3 wide out of the final corner. Beating and banging, Lulham will take the victory and take Redline to the finals of the ERL Fall Cup Masters. Redline are not to be defeated.
You could see how irritated Mandanak was in all of that. Lulham drops to the bottom of the timesheets, but is that just a bug on the timesheets, or is that legit?
That's a good question. Lulham has dropped. You are right. That is an iRacing scoring correction. Now,
did he have a slowdown? Oh, because he would have run wide into the penultimate final. Would he have been forced into it or whatever? Race controller going to have to look into that one. Woo!
Yeah. So it's not over. Drama once more. You can never script an ERL event, and as it stands right now, it's RAG going through. Will Race Control intervene with that one? I'll say Mandanak forced the issue.
I agree.
Maybe there's penalty points. Yeah, maybe there's penalty points for the contact. Let's grab a look at the race results. I do get the distinct impression this is something that Race Control will have to take a couple of moments to work their way through. We'll look at the results. We'll talk to Luke Crane. We'll give them some time. And then we'll get ready for the second of the semifinals. And these races are just getting better and better and better. Mandanak takes the win provisionally from Benito, Violate, Holtzman, Lemonek, and Lulham. What a drive for Chris Lulham, though, quickly, Lewis. I mean, regardless of where he's classified, from the back to the front in the space of 1 lap.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely incredible display on the first lap, but obviously helped a little bit by a poor start from Enzo Benito, who have given a bonus one down towards the first corner, but put in some brilliant moves to have taken it. And like I say, what a stunning affair it was through the race. This is him running out wide. Now, it's whether you can argue he was right next to the RHG. The question's really no. These are the times where I really feel bad for Race Control, because basically there isn't a right call. It's kind of like, great. It's a right call from some opinion, but then it'll be the wrong call for others. You can't win. Didn't know it was 4 wide.
It was, no, I said 3 wide, didn't I, out of the final corner? No, you're right. It was 4 already, as it does tend to do in races like this when it was that electric. Complaints from both sides as to how it went. Race Control and the race director and his team of stewards will have the ultimate say on whose claims have more validity. But what a finish. Incredible stuff. And that's why this one-on-one format is so exciting and electric. Let's bring in Luke Crane, because Luke, my days, this is what you've been waiting for since we got underway with the ERWC.
You know what? I checked that my mic wasn't on during that race because I was screaming. I got a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old next door that are probably not asleep anymore. Like, that was sensational. But again, we didn't see the replay far enough back for me there to make a judgment. I think that Mandanak has made a move from well behind Lulham, and Lulham's then had to move left. He's going towards the apex, then he's had to move left to take avoiding action from Ascend, and then driven off the circuit. So again, I think you're right. It could go both ways. We're not here to judge that. Realistically, we can give our opinion. I think it was a little bit too much from Mandanak, if I'm completely honest. But what I will say is, again, both teams were exceptional, and one move there shouldn't define the respect levels we should have for those teams, because that was outstanding.
Oh, great race once more between these two in open wheelers. One of you two made the comment earlier on that race control tends to adjust the penalties to the situation as we work the way through the course of the evening. 2 penalty points for RHG in that scenario would be enough for Redline to work their way through. But yes, let's give race control a little bit of time. While we do that, while we get set to watch Triton and the Apex Racing team do battle, let's recap everything that we've announced here during this ERL Fall Cup Masters finale. Of course, we've talked about in-person ERWC, but Lewis McLeod, Assetto Corsa Competizione is maybe one of your main platforms that you commentate on. And we have VCO partnering up with Low Fuel Motorsports for Flex Stream starting in just a handful of weeks.
Yeah, got a few 6-hour races, got a few 9-hour races, something a little bit more advanced when it comes to BOP. Obviously, a pre-season show. We'll be doing a bit of a draft next weekend. We'll explain a little bit more about that in due course. But something a little bit, new in the world of sim racing again when it comes to these endurance racing stuff. It's always nice to see that each series doing its own little thing rather than just going, well, we'll just put some cars on track. Let's try something more. Let's try something different. Let's try spicing it up a bit.
Yeah, you can't complain about BOP if you're the ones deciding your BOP and your car for each race. I'm just saying, although I'm sure racing drivers, they will find their way. Then, Luke, we talked about Vicarus, the digital race car manufacturer, as VCO partners up with Munich Design, bringing real-world experience to the virtual world, and the first of the cars to be unveiled to the public at Sim Racing Expo on December 4th.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? We can actually build cars tailored for sim racing. You're going to get cars that are specifically built for certain circuits as well in the future. I just think this is an incredible announcement, but it's just what opportunities does this open up? I think it becomes endless. And what does the landscape of sim racing? I asked this question 5 years ago, and obviously I didn't have any idea that COVID was going to happen, and that's really accelerated things. But I was asking the question, 5 years time, what's sim racing going to be? How big is it going to be? And I was saying it's going to grow exponentially, not to the level that it has done, to be honest. It's been accelerated because of COVID, but this next development could just take sim racing to a ridiculous level. You're looking at some of the biggest streamers in the world now have sim rigs at home. We've got Crimsix, who was a 3-time Call of Duty champion, one of the best of all time, is now racing on iRacing. We've got Courage as well, who's got a sim rig. He did an event with Lando when they came over to America with Formula One. Like, sim racing is massive, and now the fact that we're going to have manufacturers sort of, deal with just like sim racing cars or virtual cars, the possibilities are endless. And it's really now, what do existing manufacturers do? We've seen, of course, the Porsche electric car is coming to iRacing. There are many other cars that are kind of not available in the real world but are starting to be built. But what does this open up for us? The real winners are us, right? The sim racers. We get treated to some incredible things that you can't just take out onto the road. So effectively it'll be a case of, the real life racers will be like, I need to go onto this now to be able to race this car and stuff like that. So it really opens up opportunities.
A couple more announcements, quickly recap them. We talked about the VCO Simmies returning for their 3rd run in 2022. Nominations open this Friday, so make sure on social media you get your voice heard. And then we talked about the merger of VCO Pro Sim. We will continue blurring the lines between virtual and reality, and then enjoy the combination and a mashup with VCO Infinity. 24 races in a 24-hour period. A pro racer has to do 6 of those 24 races. It will be a lot of fun. 9th and 10th of December. Head to the VCO Twitter to find the team registration link. Got word from Race Control. There is plenty for them to work through. They need a couple of moments. We're going to step aside here on VCO Esports. We'll be back for the 2nd of the semifinals and then get ready to crown our Esports Racing League Fall Cup Masters champion. Welcome back to the Esports Racing League Fall Cup Masters. Drama, as it has been all day in the semi-finals, as Redline and RAG went head-to-head. Still waiting for the final confirmation on who is advancing to the finals. My name is Arjuna Kangipati, alongside with Luke Crane and Lewis McClade. We're just chatting a little bit about our own personal thoughts on the incident and how it played out. But I think the main thing that we're looking forward to is seeing which team gets to the final, and more importantly, a second semi-final matchup that lies ahead of us. And Luke Crane, you've been very impressed by the performance of Triton Racing so far today.
Yeah, look, it's a very difficult for teams to really distinguish a difference between them. I would say one thing, Redline haven't looked good today. Regardless if they go through or not from this semi-final, they haven't looked like their usual selves. R8G have looked exceptional, but they've come up against Redline, who are not really firing. And, well, if they don't go through, then they would have struggled, obviously. But if they do go through, it wasn't clear-cut and easy. Apex have had a right kick up the bum because they were struggling earlier, and they've had to go against BS competition twice, lost to them once, beat them the second time around, but had to go via the last chance qualifier, which they absolutely blitzed, by the way. They qualified P1 to P2, P3, and indeed had all three. Did they finish 1, 2, and 3, actually? I'm not sure if they did.
No, not at the end of the day.
Yeah, but they got through very convincingly and then looked good against BS competition. But Triton have just looked good. Like, I've been saying this from the start. They have just looked good. I don't think there's a lot of difference between the top drivers in terms of time, but I feel like getting across that line and having to deal with the battling, Triton have just done it better. I genuinely believe that whoever they face, if they get past Apex in the final, Triton, for me, are the favourites to win this whole thing. I think they've looked the best, genuinely.
Let's look at that bracket pre-semi-finals, at least pre-semi-final one, and run you down through that first portion of the day so far, of course, as well. And Lewis, such an exciting day as well. The ERL events have just been getting better and better and better. I distinctly remember last time us saying, clip the entire semi-final and put it on YouTube. Multiple races today, I could say that about.
Yeah, I mean, particularly, especially for me, quarterfinal, that fourth and final quarterfinal between BS competition and Apex, that is one I'd put a big circle around and be like, bam, take that whole race and show it as a big example. Like I said, when we had the semi-finals back in the opening round of the Fall Cup, that's another one, of course, Fuji. But the race that we've had today, I mean, there's been a lot of drama. Leo Racing obviously trying to take it to Team Redline earlier on, and nearly did, to be perfectly honest. That second chance race was absolutely breathtaking all the way through. And to be fair, I know it ended in a bit maybe a bit too much drama, courtesy of just how the final corner is and whatnot. But Team Redline versus R8G, that semi-final, throughout the race was absolutely phenomenal. Maybe a little bit too much contact, maybe a little bit too much elbows out. That's what we expect at this level, at this part of the competition. We expect it to be like that. We expect it to be very racy. It's what we kind of want to see.
And with slower powered cars, you can get a little bit more away with some of those bumping. Just a reminder as well, the 12 teams for the Esports Racing World Cup 2023 already locked in before we got underway here today. Race Clutch and the Leo Racing Ballas esports teams, the only two not heading to Germany next February. The two teams missing out, Burst Esports and Yas Heat, who were technically the 11th and 12th seeds overall. So they will line up like that anyway. Potential for the seeding to shake around as well, with the likes of Veloce having a pretty decent run compared to those they were close to. Hopefully we will get a look at your overall Esports Racing League points at some point during the day. Again, for those that we eliminated in the quarterfinals, they walk away with just under $500 in prize money. Those eliminated in the semifinals still get $1,000 to their name. Each of these Masters events, Luke Crane, pays out $10,000.
Yeah, good money, isn't it? I'm not sure what else you want me to say about that, mate.
Not bad for a day's work.
It's pretty good, Arjuna. You know, it's better than the kick in the nuts, isn't it? Yeah, brilliant stuff for these teams. I do want to just backtrack a little bit here. I'm talking about Triton being like the favourites. Apex are very capable of beating Triton, just to throw it out there. Like, I'm not discounting Apex by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, back to your question, Arjuna. Yeah, 10 grand's pretty nice.
I'll take it.
It's going to be 50. We're paying out 50K over the course of this 2022 Esports Racing League. Another 50,000 on the line for the Esports Racing World Cup. It's not a bad competition, and we've always talked about this over the course of the year, Lewis, but the idea that we'll continue to evolve and learn through this format. And one thing that I kind of had put forward last time out was this idea of when we break the year up into cups, instead of focusing on the same simulators every single time, we could change simulators every single time we go racing.
Yeah, as much as we're focused on 3 simulators here, being iRacing, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and rFactor 2. There are a lot of other sim titles, and to be fair, sorry, ladies and gentlemen,
Racing
games.
titles.
Just race titles that I want to see people racing in. I'm not saying Mario Kart, although that would be banter.
Let's do it.
Like you say, we can open things up. I mean, you brought up before about jumping on with some of the WRC or dirt titles to get, of course, some rally in there, some rallycross stuff like what you can get in like Project Cars and whatnot. Where Project Cars 2 has some of the best, as Luke said before, some of the best rallycross stuff that we've got in sim racing. There are so many opportunities that we've got in sim racing. For me, I want to go over to Automobilista because I absolutely adore it. Things like that. There is so many options where we can actually open this up a little bit more, and like you say, maybe even focus each cup on a certain discipline rather than a certain sim. And I like that idea that we can spice things up like that.
And maybe going even further now, Luke, with the announcement of Icarus today, maybe we have the same car across a different multitude of platforms, and you jump between that car across the sims over the course of a year.
Yeah, my brain isn't big enough to understand how that works, I'm afraid, Arjuna. So, I do appreciate the question, and I've got a lot of respect for you, but I'm not sure how I can answer that because, I don't know. I have no idea how that works.
Basically, we have a blank slate heading forwards now. We can basically do whatever we want. Florian lets us loose here on air, so we can make those suggestions as we want. I see a penalty on the race control sheet. There's not a note on who it's for. There's not a note on what the penalty is. So race control still toiling away to get some clarity on that one. But Lewis, we'll talk about this weekend. Busy, of course, for you on Saturday with Le Mans Virtual Series, and then on Sunday, back right into the comms booth for the third round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship.
And the first 2 rounds have been absolutely amazing, haven't they? Of course, we went racing at the opening round of the season at Road Atlanta, which I'd still say, despite no safety car intervention and whatnot, I'd still say Road Atlanta was a better race than Laguna Seca. Still
Agreed.
Fantastic, but Road Atlanta was absolutely breathtaking. I don't really like Rovals, but I will say Indianapolis, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun in the race. And then when we go racing at Daytona for the season finale, I mean, this is going to be absolutely crazy, the final 2 races of this championship. Can't wait to have the GTDs and the touring cars on track at the same time. It sounds like crazy because it is. Really, there's no other way of putting it. It's just absolute madness on track when they go racing because the speed differential is massive. And that's great.
Okay. Confirmation from Race Control. It's officially official. Redline will advance. The judgment from Race Control, Luke, was to reinstate Chris Lulham's position to the top of the field, and therefore, it is, as we called it at the line, Redline walking their way through.
Oof.
Yeah, I think harsh, is that not, it's not really the right word. I need something that's a little bit less than harsh there, because for me, Mandanak did send it from behind. Like he wasn't anywhere near alongside, and Lulham had to take evasive action. There was no contact. And then he drove off to the moon, didn't he, to be fair, and that's why he got that slowdown penalty. It's one of those, I don't want to be a race director. It is what it is. If RHG were in the final, I would enjoy casting them. And if Redline were in the final, I enjoy casting them. So for me, it is what it is.
So let's put the book on that. Let's close the book on that, rather, and let's move on. Unfortunately, we wave goodbye to RHG, but they are very much going to be a team to watch in the ERWC in February. Triton versus Apex. We can finally look towards that one, Lewis. What are you expecting in this one, with Apex having had to fight through the second chance race, getting the kick up the back, as we put it? Triton, like Luke says, have been so consistent and so impressive so far across the night.
Triton are going to be incredible. They've had a great night, but I still think this one's going its way of Apex. Although I will say both teams I think might be a little bit cold when it comes to their racing one. They haven't been in the car for quite a while now. It's been a long time since we've seen them, just courtesy of how long it was there for the semi-finals. So they're coming into it a little bit like that. They're almost underprepared, probably isn't the right way of putting it, but they've got to fire themselves up and be like, right, okay, it's time to go racing. Let's go get in that right mindset.
And I think already with qualifying done, drivers have got their warm-up session complete as well. I don't think we're too far away from going racing, so it is bound to be an exciting one, Luke.
As Hugo just said really loudly, it's race time, ladies and gentlemen. Arjuna and Lewis, take it away. And I think Hugo wants to get involved as well.
It's like Hugo read my mind there. Perfect timing. Peter Behrman, Johan Harth, and Jamie Fluke. 1, 2, and 3. Dominant. Once again in qualifying. Triton will line up behind them with plenty of work to do, but I mean, the reality is, expect the unexpected when it comes to the second semi-final, Lewis.
Yeah, but as much as we've said before, I mean, I still think that Apex Racing Team, they're the favourites to do this. Sure, slipstream is the key factor around Hockenheim Ring, especially in these kind of cars. And so, despite Triton Racing, all the Triton Racing fans up there maybe it isn't the case in standard racing, yeah, probably. But in this, no. We just watched one dude go from 6th to 1st in one lap. There's no this is certainly not done yet, and it won't be for a long while in this race. Certainly not for surely 5 of the 5 laps. Not until that final run to the line.
Important for, I think, all drivers to stay on track, because if any team is reduced in numbers from 3 to 2, I think instantly you find yourself in a world of trouble.
I don't know which way this is going to go, though. That's the thing, is that when you're okay, so I kind of prefer this when you're kind of like one team is on one side of the grid and the other team's on the other, because you have less likelihood of tripping up over your teammate. When it's kind of like this, you do have that likelihood. Jersey Clack's got 2 of his teammates directly ahead of him, but he wants to get past Bowman, he wants to get past Luke, wants to get past Half. The likelihood of you tripping over a teammate is very, very high. So not so sure.
And note those gaps through the field, even amongst Apex versus Triton. It's big, but teammates split up quite significantly as well. So it's going to come down to the draft to see how the second semi-final will play out. Apex have had to fight their way to this point. Triton have been ultra consistent, have impressed us all the way from here. But as the lights go out, the green flag flies. Immediately Apex tuck into line and will run us in through turn number 1. It's not really about the start. It's about the funnel out of turn 2, the run onto the power, and the slipstream all the way to the hairpin. Who wants to lead at this point? Already Dominic Blyer going offensive. We saw him very impressive in his quarterfinal earlier on in the evening. He's fighting alongside with Johan Harth and already up to 3rd position as they wind to the back straight.
Yeah, side by side between Harth and Fluke is what's allowed Berryman to check out just a touch, 0.6 of a second, but Blyer's coming back into this. The slipstream's being taken. Fluke rather moves over to block off Blyer. Meanwhile, coming straight through the middle, it's going to be 4 wide down to the hairpin.
Peter Berryman sees it in the rearview mirrors and will try and build an advantage. Somehow they survive, but Dominic Blyer is up into 2nd and on the outside, so should be able to convert that in the battle against Jamie Fluke. 3 wide behind them. Harth, Glack, Nojak throw a blanket over them. Fluke is able to get to 2nd and run around the outside, but contact with Dominic Blyer.
Yeah, thankfully it hasn't pulled the rear left off of Fluke's car, but he might have a bit of damage trailing here, coming up towards the mobile one, up towards the Sachs curve. Once again, 3 wide behind that as Johan Harth's trying to get between Glack and Nogauge. But yeah, bit of drama there between Blyer and Fluke, as once again Harth sending it.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and how aggressive Triton are looking to be. Now, Peter Berryman has not broken the draft to Dominic Blyer, so he will still have to keep the driver in mind, but Jamie Fluke trying to run side by side through the final corner, maybe just trying to displace Dominic Blyer from the draft. Fluke has the inside as 2nd for the time being. Advantage to Apex at the end of lap number 1, but remember how semi-final 1 went. Lap after lap, it switched back and forth. You cannot be guaranteed a path to the final until the checkered flag is out.
Yeah, and Dominic Blyer is trying to fight his way back into this, almost down the inside of Jamie Fluke. A 1.7 second lead to Peter Berryman right now. He's absolutely gone from this field, side by side between the 2 Tritons, Blyer and Glack. Glack to the inside, running around the Parabolica, but Blyer has the slipstream of that Apex Racing Team car ahead. Going to make it 3 wide in the run down towards the hairpin and sends it in deep onto the brakes, but Blyer is going to try and make it stick around the outside. Might just do it here on Fluke.
Again, plenty of exciting racing, but it's Peter Berryman that will run away. It was Johan Harth that ran away earlier on tonight, so it's now Berryman that will do so. Again, 3 wide for a moment. Glack backs out of that one and will allow Johan Harth to regain 4th spot provisionally. Blyer in front of Jamie Fluke for a moment. It's hectic, it's electric, but again, they are realistically fighting for 2nd now, and it piles the pressure onto Triton to get cars all in front of the Apex duo.
Yeah, again, when it's like this, once one team's checked out for the race lead, the other team needs to be second, third, and fourth. That is exactly the position that Triton are in right now. They need to be second, third, and fourth, and they're not there at the moment. Dominic Bly trying to get around the outside of Jamie Fluke, who's just slowing him down right now. They know what's at stake as Jamie Fluke doesn't hang on, because I think the outside line for Dominic Bly is going to come out on top on that race down towards the first corner. What a move once again.
Great stuff. I mean, seriously, this is by far the best event that we've had so far. Yes, it's taken us a while to get some of this racing out on track, but my days, what a way to close out the book on this first running of the ERL. So Blyer now comfortably in front of Fluke. Glack, Nojak in front of Johan Harth. It's not totally out of the realm of possibilities of, despite Peter Berryman being 3 seconds clear at the front of the field, Triton might still have the upper hand here.
Yeah, they've got their potential to get involved in it. There is no doubt. With half off the rear end of this, it's all down to Jamie Fluke to try and hang on, but he's got to keep 3 cars at bay. Pushed out wide out of the hairpin, Dominic Blyer. These two going side by side time and time again. Whilst it's a great fight, it's brilliant to watch, it is not conducive to good lap times, despite them setting some pretty tasty ones, I've got to say. But Jamie Fluke to the inside, coming through the arena section. Blyer straight around the outside. Triton need to make this one stick now, because he needs his teammate at Jersey Glack and the Gage to get involved in this and get past as well if Triton have any aspirations of reaching their very first VCO Esports Racing League final.
What a story it would be as well. And they're a team that's got experience across the simulators. I don't think anyone would have thought iRacing would have been the one that they'd get to a finals first time around. Yes, it's the Masters with just 12, but they've had to do it on track, one-on-one. No other teams to play shenanigans. Opportunity again for Fluke to look to the inside. Second time he's done that this race, and now will lose out and drop to 4th.
Yeah, this could be bad, because Nogage is also going to potentially come through. It was a mistake from Bly that's actually worked out in favour of Triton. He went out a little bit wide in the penultimate corner, got stuck on that massive curb on the exit. You get beached on it ever so slightly, but it was actually Jamie Fluke who had to lift out into the final corner. You can see Johan Hart's back a part of this, but look, Nogage is looking to the inside. He's trying to grab 4th, and if they get 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Triton will be going through. That's the big thing we need to talk about right now.
2 laps to go. Jamie Fluke has got to try and find a way to hold on. He does have Johan Harth for company to be able to work with, both from within the Apex Racing Team facility at Corby. Fluke not going to be able to get past Glack and Blyer. Johan Harth is going to provisionally get in front of the 3rd of the Triton cars. It swings back in the direction of the Apex Racing Team. But I tell you what, I am as nervous as can be. I cannot imagine what it must be like for the teams watching this.
Yeah, I mean, it's so frustrating. Obviously, you've got all these maths going on, but it's an issue for Dominic Blyer when it comes to his connection. He's okay, though, because Jamie Fluke's got to the inside of Glack. Triton still hanging on to 2nd position with Blyer behind the wheel. Thankfully, he's not dropped out of this race. He is still in that 2nd spot, but certainly some concerns within the Triton Racing camp. The Polish squad trying to do something special here today as we head on to the final lap of the race. But you're absolutely right, for the teams, it's a proper nail-biter. As a driver, you've just got to focus on what you've got ahead of you. You've just got to be a racing driver. Beat the car ahead. That's it.
One thing is under investigation in this race. Johan Harth pushed wide into a slowdown penalty. Sounds familiar from our first semi-final. Final lap of the race underway as the white flag is in hand. Peter Berryman 5 full seconds clear at the front of the field, but this is really where the attention, the focus must be. Harth has been able to build a little bit of separation between him and his teammate. That's all he really needs to do. Let Jamie Fluke run in 4th, unperturbed by the 3rd Triton machine at the back of the field.
Yeah, this has been pretty... I mean, I was going to say it's been pretty calm for some. It's been pretty dramatic between this time. It's been pretty calm for Berryman, who's just checked out and run away. We've seen that one a couple of times, but for Triton right now, things are slipping out of their control with where Nogage is. He's now even going to be behind, potentially, Johan Harth. So the other two need to do their work to slow this one down. Jerzy Glack and Dominic Blyer need to slow Jamie Fluke down. They need to bring their teammate back into this. If not, we will be saying goodbye to Triton Racing here in this race. I mean, still have had a great evening, but they want to go that one step further.
It's definitely, at the very least, a point of momentum that they'll carry forward to the ERWC 2023. Likely to go in as 7th seeds out of the ERL. Well, here we go from race control. It's academic now. Penalty point down for Jerzy Glack for shoving Johan Hoff off the track and maybe carrying forward the precedent that was set in the previous race. Quite race for Peter Berryman, and now it's once again Apex versus Team Redline in the finals of the Esports Racing League Fall Cup Masters. Not a smile on the face of Peter Berryman. There's still work to be done.
What an incredible drive for Berryman to have taken that victory by 5.7 seconds. For the Apex Racing team, I mean, they didn't need that penalty point, so fair enough that it was dished out to the Triton Racing team. But at the end, that was actually pretty calm. Which, to be fair, I'm going to say after how dramatic the last race was in the semi-finals, I'll take a pretty calm end to a race, and a confirmed Apex Racing team going toe-to-toe against Team Redline in that final. Once everything's been dealt with behind the scenes, that'll be the way it goes.
Impressive for Triton Racing, but it's not enough against the team that has been the most improved of this Esports Racing League. Peter Berryman will carry the Apex Racing team forward into yet another fight with Team Redline, with Jamie Fluke and Johan Hart alongside. Blyer will lead Triton Racing into the Esports Racing World Cup. It is going to be a lot of fun. Fastest lap, Dominic Blyer. He was flying today. I have no doubt he will be feeling confident about his performance here today. We'll bring back in Luke Crane as we get set for the final. It's Redline versus Apex, a familiar duo that are battling, but it's taken a long road to get here, Luke.
It certainly has, and it needed Apex to be at their very best to beat Triton. Triton were very good once again, but Apex, again, they went out earlier, didn't they? They went into that last chance race, and since then, they've looked really, really quick again. I think by beating Triton, they're the favourites now to win the final, because Redline haven't looked good. Like, we have to say this. For the first time, this is how good Redline are. They haven't looked good all day, yet they're in our final today. That's ridiculous, because they just, probably, I would say, actually the worst they've looked in terms of a unit going in one of our championships. But again, they're in the final. But Apex will fancy their chances, I think, here. I think there's an opportunity for them to win this. Apex
has got a pretty good record in the finals against Team Redline as well, don't they, Lewis?
Yeah, they certainly have. Yeah, they've beaten him on a few occasions, particularly here on iRacing. The last time we went racing on iRacing at the start of the Fall Cup, it was Apex coming out on top, of course. The last time we did before that was back in the Summer Cup, Road America in the IndyCar, and guess who won that one? Yep, it was Apex. Again, they've got very, very good at these one-on-one fights. Now, whilst we did see them lose one earlier on, it's like you say, it's given them the kick to get on with it. And I think this is this is definitely the first time that we've seen a team go into the second chance race to bounce back and then to have got all the way through to a final. Can they top that by taking a victory as well? To be honest, part of me saying yes, part of me saying this is definitely going to be 3 races and I don't know which way it's going to go. So, each their own on that one.
Yeah, we have gotten into this trend, really, of only really requiring 2 of the 3 races to sort the finals. I get the sense that we will need all 3. I think even if Redline are a little bit behind where they would want to be, Luke, they're still, like you say, scrappy enough to be able to put the fight forward.
Yeah, exactly. When it's not going your way, I'm an Arsenal supporter, right? So we're actually currently top of the league, which is mind-blowing.
Woo!
And we've been winning a couple of games where we've just not looked good recently. And that's the sign of a really good football team. It's the same as sim racing. When you're not performing particularly brilliantly and yet you're still managing to get to finals, things are pretty good in the camp, right? But I will say one thing. We haven't seen a team go through the last chance qualifier and be as successful of what Apex is. But Apex's mentality is so much different to other teams. I think Redline, if they went through the last chance, they're a team that wouldn't let that affect them. It's a case of, right, it's another chance to go and prove ourselves. Let's get through this. Look how Apex managed to get through that. P1, P2, P3 in qualifying. It was a case of, if we're going to be in this situation, we're going to look good doing it, and then gain the confidence to then go through the quarterfinal stage, the semi-final stage. And if anything, they've just been getting better and better and better, looking good as well to the eye. Whereas Redline have kind of just been, stagnate's probably the wrong word, but they've just been sort of the same all the way through, yet still making that final. Have Redline got one more, rabbit to pull out of the hat? Can they grind out a victory here? Or will the Apex train run Redline over? It's going to be fascinating. It really is. But I think for the first time, Redline are going into a final outside of ACC as not the favourites.
So here's confirmation of Redline versus Apex as we get ready for this one. 1 and 2, of course. In the Fall Cup standings, it was maybe to be expected that it would shake up this way. But I think, Lewis, we are ready to go racing.
Yeah, it's been a long, long road to get to this point. We've had some thrilling racing thus far, but it is time to once again see Redline versus the Apex Racing team. It's time for the finals.
The finals, and as always, best of 3. I've been practicing just for you, Luke, but as always, best of 3. If we only need 2 races, we only need 2, but we qualify once, and at the end of race 1, we invert the top 4 and go once again. If needed, we qualify for that 3rd and final attempt. Now again, qualifying maybe not important in terms of the racing that we have. We saw that with Triton and the Apex Racing team. However, at the very least, it's important to make a statement like we've been talking about with the Apex Racing team 1, 2, and 3 in multiple sessions so far today.
Yeah, since we changed the rules where it wasn't 6 reversed, we've not really needed to go to 3 races very often. So I think it's easier to manage once you get a good result in race 1 with only having the front 4 reversed for the 2nd race, because if you come P1 and P2, ultimately that's the most likely scenario. You've only got to get past 2 positions, whereas it would have been 6 previously. So I think that's kind of worked out in the favor of the people who do well in race 1s historically. But yeah, you're right, it's time for the final.
Let's see if we can go on board for a lap here with, I believe this is Johan Harth, the Frenchman. Like I said, racing from the Apex Racing team facility for the first time. We'll be going back and forth between Corby and his home in France. Through turn 1, look at how he maximizes the track on the left-hand side and then uses all the curb on offer as well. Have to make sure you stay within the confines of the track though, especially in qualifying. We've seen multiple cars not put in lap times. Braking after the 100 down into 3rd gear, but so important to carry this momentum out of turn number 4 and all the way down this very, very long back straightaway where technically you go through turn 5 as Johan Harth straddles the curve trying to minimize the distance so much. Lewis McLeod and myself complain about turn 2 at Road America. We'll allow that as a corner. I think we've accepted. The hairpin, though, at turn 6 is so difficult to get right because you can see Johan Harth missing the apex, pushing out wide. But sometimes, as long as you get onto the power early enough, you can minimize the bleeding. We've seen side-by-side out of here through turn 7, but when you're in qualifying, again, you'll just see on the right-hand side, Johan Harth sets up. Careful with the anti-cut curve this time on the inside and will work his way through into turn number 9. Just so smooth, so calm. Not much power, of course, so you don't want to be overworking the car. Let it do the hard work for you. Through turn 11, got to watch the curb on the outside and the bump. Johan Harth manages it quite well with his rallycross experience. Of course, the 2020 iRacing Rallycross World Champion. Through this tight final sector where you are flat to the floor and just hoping for a little bit more power from the engine. Johan Harth so comfortable through that penultimate corner as well. And this is where Apex have taken a tighter line on entry and then swung all the way wide. Now, did that invalidate the lap time? It's a 1:38.533, around where we've seen the lap time so far in this session. It's 2nd for now. It's 1 and 2 with only Apex on the board.
Yeah, it's not the best time we've seen so far today. We've seen a 38.0. It's actually from Apex earlier on. So yeah, we're expecting to see faster times, and there you go. So 38.2 posted for Holtzman, who goes 2nd fastest. And there is a 38.0 for Peter Berryman, which I think is, if it's not, it's the 2nd fastest time of the day from Peter Berryman. So yeah, showcasing his skill set when you need to in the final. But the three Redline drivers, all in very close proximity in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And if it was to finish like that in the race, they would be the winners for race 1. So Redline have come to play this time round. Berryman, though, is the driver to beat.
And it's qualifying done and dusted. As soon as the qualifying clock kicks 0, we will advance forward and get ready to go racing with the first of 3. So Berryman's going to have some work to do at the front by himself. Remember, Jamie Fluke and Johan Harth struggled in the semi-final relative to their teammate. See if they'll be able to get towards the front and to punch it up. Since the heats, though, Luke, overall, we've seen no major drama at the start. We did see a couple of drivers launch this car quite poorly. It is a difficult car, if we're being honest, though, to get off the line badly.
Yeah, do you know what I'm going to say here? And this is no disservice to all of the other teams that we have, but the difference between being exceptional in sim racing and being great, which we're seeing from these 12 teams, is very, very small. But to reach that great level, you've got to take chances in race starts. We don't have all 30 teams or 29 teams on the grid for there to be that drama. These 12 are as close as you can get, and they know and they will not panic if they're out of position. So I think that's probably a big part of it.
And they're split by just half a second, around a lap of 1:38.0 for Peter Berryman. He'll be at the front of the field, along with the Redline trio of Holtzman, Lullen, Benito, Jamie Fluke, and Johan Harth will line up at the back. And remember, not a full invert, a top 4 invert for the second race of these finals. So it's actually something to fight for as we get our way underway with this one. Strategies, you talk about, taking risks on the start because of how the start works here. It's not the risk into turn 1, it's the risk into the hairpin on the opening lap, which is so important. And we have seen on a couple of occasions just stacking up and concertina effects causing cars further up the field to go around.
Yeah, 100%. It's a case of you just got to make sure you get the power down evenly. Don't panic. If you're out of position, if you're on a bad start, it's not the end of the world. There's only 6 cars to be contending with. I think Fluke's been the epitome of that. He hasn't qualified particularly well today, but has been very patient in his approach and made up very key positions for his team to advance to this point of the championship. Berryman's been the outstanding driver this week, today. Lullen's been the outstanding driver for Redline, so it's no surprise to see them on the front row. For me, today is all about the second and third drivers not panicking and negotiating through the field the best they possibly can.
So all the cars are almost on the grid. We wait just for Peter Berryman, who was the last on the grid in the semi-finals as well. Likes to leave it as late as possible. I think we got about 20 seconds before he is queued up. In terms of iRating, we were talking about mine slightly earlier. The lowest in the field is Enzo Benito, 8,139 iRating. 2 of these drivers, 10K Club members, Patrick Holtzman and Johan Harth, 10,001, the newest member of the 10K Club. But we're ready to close the book for the Esports Racing League in 2022. It's 2 familiar names, Redline and Apex, and a false start already. Now, was that Enzo Benito? The lights will go out, the flag will drop, but drama before we even got underway. Single file into turn number 1. It was Enzo Benito with the false start. He'll drop to the back of the field. Already Redline down 1 of their drivers.
Yeah, that is exactly that. There, Apex got 3 cars now, and Redline have only got the 2. And to be fair, Benito can still be a thorn in the side here, right? He's just going to stay out. He's going to stay out here and try and cause as many problems as possible. He will not take the black flag. He'll just basically disappear at some point. I think that's how it works, right? He'll just disappear after 3 laps, but he will not take that black flag for sure.
And, well, is that Chris Lullen that decided that track limits are not a thing? I think it was. We saw aggression from him in the semi-final. He's decided to go even more aggressive. Holtzman around the outside, challenges for the lead, but Berryman will try and fight him. Somehow, Holtzman finds the grip and goes to the lead of the race.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times, though. If you run out wide there, you can still get the power down. There's a lot of grip there on the outside of the hairpin, so it's not really the end of the world. And with 17 incident points, in your back pocket, effectively, you're only going to get 1 through doing that each and every time. So in 5 laps, it's 5 incident points. So you'll see drivers run out wide there very easily as well. So you see a massive bit of snaking there from Lullen trying to get that power down. And I didn't think there really was enough power in this car to make that happen, but there we are. It's like a happy dog wagging its tail.
I did wonder if there was maybe contact with Johan Harth, because it was a couple of wiggles before he was able to snap it back into a straight line. End of lap 1, Holtzman from Berryman, Fluke, Lullen. So points as they stand would give race 1 to Redline, but again, no guarantees of how things will end. Holtzman has already built up a 6/10 advantage. Gap is totally not blown open. Now, we get to look on board with all the drivers. Now, no Redline and Rietveld, so no spy cam there, but Johan Harth's camera has decided apparently we don't need to see the look of intensity on the Frenchman's face.
Yeah, that's even more. Maybe it's really close to him. I don't know. That's just, I don't know how that's working, but there's no camera. Yeah, I think because you're the iRacing expert here, I'm sure that if you don't serve a black flag, you just disappear, right? That's it, you're done.
Yes.
Right, so at some point here, Benito's going to disappear. There's going to be 2 laps where the Apex team can isolate Lullen. So that's what I think this is going to come into place. I don't think anything's going to happen now at the start of this race. Holtzman's going to hold on to the lead again. He'll run wide here, and he'll be able to get the power down, although he won't even get the incident point there. He probably should have run wide, because actually he's given an opportunity here for Berryman. Berryman on the power nice and early. Through the kink they're going to come, and just about going to hold on here for Holtzman, but ultimately the whole pack's now going to close up, and Lulham's now move up to P3, and off the circuit we will go there for Berryman. He wasn't pushed off the circuit there, he just went off the circuit, but he's got a lovely run here up the inside, down towards the final couple of corners, and well, Lulham's now disappearing here. That's the last thing they want, is two of them to go, but yeah, it's Holtzman that still holds on. But I think this is going to get very interesting once Benito disappears, because the Apex team can isolate Lulham and force him to then drop back behind the three of them, or maybe they can get one of the Apex cars ahead here of Holtzman. But this is a train, isn't it, right now? They could almost all high-five each other.
Yeah, to Luke's point, so we would have got the penalty on the first lap of the race for not for jumping the start. You're giving 3 laps to serve it, so at the end of the 3rd lap, aka the next time we come across the line, expect Enzo Benito to disappear from the virtual world. Don't worry, Luke, he will still be there on our screen for you to continue looking at. Peter Berryman looks to the inside for Patrick Holtzman, and a battle for the race lead. Berryman feels a little bit of urgency maybe, and sees an opportunity with Benito a lap away from disappearing from the fight. Not the move working for Peter Berryman, and now Chris Lulham takes advantage.
Yeah, and Redline are just doing what they need to do, right? They know the situation, or what the situation will be after the end of this lap. And here, look at this, you could cover 5 of them here with a small, very small picnic blanket. At this stage, is it's now the front 2 are going to be Apex, I think. Out of the exit, the corner, Johan Half on the far right of your screen, now far left of your screen, is now going to set. Oh no, there's contact between Redline and indeed the Apex car. They're going to be okay here. They didn't get involved there. There's not going to be a baby F4 born in a few months' time. They're golden. But now the Redline cars are 2nd and 3rd. So Lulham just doing what he needs to do. And all of a sudden, Lulham's now in the lead. So Lulham's gone from the back to the front here. And that's the last car that Apex want in the front, because Lulham's been so quick. Maybe the quickest driver, bar Berryman, as an individual. Maybe even Blyer as well, so far today. Jamie
Fluke made a mistake there. I don't know how he made the mistake. It shocked me, but the amount of effort these drivers are putting forward is immense. Great fight so far. Remember, Benito, as we cross the line, will wave goodbye to him until the 2nd race, where he will start at the very back of the field with the inverted top 4 across the line. Once again, it was advantage Apex last time around. It's back advantage to Redline with 2 laps to go. Now, Enzo Benito has not disappeared. Has he maybe gotten the favor of race control by dropping to the back of the field? I'm not 100% sure here, and we'll try and get word. But he's still in the fight. That's the end of the situation.
Yeah, right. That's very odd that he's still there. But I tell you what, I think Lulham being in the lead of this race is a disadvantage for Redline. I think Holtzman's easier to get at than Lulham. I think Lulham being a bit further back, they could isolate him, and I'm not sure Lulham would have been able to give up the ghost because of his pace. I don't think Holtzman's quite got the pace here of Lulham, thus making it a little bit easier for them to isolate him and potentially get those 3 Apex cars in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It remains to be seen if that indeed happens. 1.5 laps to go here, but as it stands, Redline would go through, but very similarly to what we saw in our last semi-final, it's 1 position that would make the difference here. If Berryman could get ahead, and Berryman, I would say, is probably the best driver for them to have chasing to make an overtake. We saw what he was able to achieve in the quarterfinals, probably move of the day, maybe even move of the Fall Cup entirely, chasing down Holtzman. So this is fascinating here, and he might have the overlap. No, he doesn't. But right now, Holtzman kind of he's made a mistake here. He needs to kind of get Benito involved, but I really don't know how Benito's still really involved in this at all.
So we'll see if he gets disqualified at the end of this lap, but I'm not factoring in Enzo Benito into the equation. Berryman shaped for look for to the inside of Patrick Holtzman. Those were 2 cars that were fighting at the very front of the field. Benito trying to insert himself into the mix as well. Final lap will start. Lulham in front of Hart, Fluke, Holtzman, and Berryman, the top 5. As there we go, Enzo Benito is now disqualified, but it's now on the shoulders of Johan Hart to get in front of Chris Lulham, or for Peter Berryman to slide in front of Patrick Holtzman.
I'll tell you what, Johan Hart is trying to send it round the outside then of Chris Lulham, so it comes down to the hairpin once again. And right now, Benito is still, who's been disqualified. He shouldn't be allowed to be involved in this, I'm afraid. I think he should be told by race director, you've got to pull over or just use his initiative, because he can still affect this by making a dive of some sort. So again, well, there he's gone actually, so he's disappeared now. But as we come down in towards the hairpin, it is Lulham who still leads. This still would be Redline's day, and there's contact between the Apex drivers. They're trying to both get past him as Lulham disappearing there, a little bit of a connection issue. It is one move here that will send them to a 1-0 lead. Right now it's past Redline, but if Apex can find one position, then it would be Apex to take the victory.
It's Johan Hart that tried to force the move when it was never really on, but he's running out of time. He knows the pressure is on. Holtzman now puts the pressure onto Berryman, and Holtzman, incident limit. Holtzman now disqualified.
Apex win this round.
So Apex Racing Team will take strike one in the finals of the Esports Racing League Fall Cup Masters. But my days, it is not done. Redline will look to come out swinging, but Apex will line up 1, 2, and 3 for the second in the best of 3 series. Again, this is not scriptable. This is just dramatic at its best. Lullum will take the victory at the line, but Apex take the first point. My word, drama once again on the final lap of the race.
That is incredible scenes here. So Lullum, again, who's been probably the standout driver. Redline haven't looked good, but he just continually wins races. But it's not enough because of the disqualification there for Holtzman for incident limit, we would say. Enzo Benito, who started, that was very clear to see. Apex have got second, third, and indeed fourth, which means they line up first, second, and third in race 2. Apex, who looked done and dusted at the qualifying stage of today, maybe having one hand on the full cup trophy.
For those wondering what happened with Patrick Holtzman, remember 17 incidents is the limit. The more contact you have, you can get up to 4 points per contact, up to 1 point every time you leave the limits of the track. Patrick Holtzman finds himself down in 5th with that late race disqualification. And again, remember, top 4 invert will see Apex 1, 2, and 3 at the start of the second race. Now, we'll hold for a moment here because Johan Hart is going to be required to fix his webcam so that we can look on board and the adoring fans of the Apex Racing Team can take a look as well. So let's slide in Lewis McLeod very quickly if we can to chat about that first race, Lewis.
Yeah, wow. Literally was, big drama straight from the off with that jump start from Enzo Benito. You don't typically see that from these drivers. I don't think we've seen one at all in competition throughout the running in the Esports Racing League or Esports Racing World Cup. So that was a bit of a shock to see that one straight from the off. But then a disqualification on the last lap of the race. Wow. I mean, that's just, again, you can't script it. You said it. It's true. You just cannot script this stuff.
I feel like I keep saying that at this point. Every single time there's something. It goes back as well to remember the Tauscher moment, Luke Crane, where poor Mitchie Tauscher will never live that down.
We won't.
No, he never will live that down. And again, I'm still, to this day, it was him turning the traction control off to try and be clever around the final corner. That will be on to my deathbed, but I will say that's what happened. You can say he accidentally hit the traction control. I'm not sure you can do, he does like 3-hour stints and whatnot and never manages to accidentally turn that off. Remains to be seen. I still think we call it a Tauscher. It deserves to be so. The whole Holtzman one, again, it's an accumulation, right? So there is going to be some argy-bargy 4Xs where he's had with other people. He was leading the race at one point as well and ended up down into P5. So obviously there's been some contact somewhere. He's ran wide too many times as well, taking liberties with the track limits, but there's 17 for a reason. If you can't go under 17 in a 5-lap race, then you kind of deserve not to be at the end of the race. It's really as simple as that.
It's funny you say that 17 is a healthy limit because there were some teams and managers that suggested with track limits being the way they are, Lewis, that 17 was too high. Can you imagine how many more disqualifications we would have had if we lowered that limit down?
Yeah, look, we know that track limits around here, you can really abuse it out of T1, going out, of course, of the hairpin, or we've seen it time and time again. 17 for what we're seeing here, because we kind of want to see it. We don't want to see too many disqualifications. 17's a decent number, like I say, over a 5-lap race. I know what everyone will be saying, with Holtzman. Holtzman probably coming out of the race saying the same thing as what quite a few people have been. Oh, there was there was a rubbish 4X, or someone else drove into him and got the 4X. Same as what we were saying earlier on the day, is that yes, sure, you get the odd 4X here and there, but you're building them up through the race. There are other ones where you've had the control. Either way, we'll scratch all of that off because it's time for the second one of our finals. This is going to be exciting stuff. Take it away, boys.
The Unicorns of Love, not too happy that we bring up the Tauscher. Luca says it's the first meme in ERL history. Agreed. Here's a look at the starting grid, though, for the second race in the best-of-3 finals. Peter Berryman, Jamie Fluke, Johan Harth will line up at the front with Lullum, Holtzman, and Benito having to work their way forward to extend this to that third and final race when we would re-qualify the field. I mean, I want to ask about expectations, but the reality is, if you're Redline, it's 1, don't jump the start, 2, don't get disqualified for the incident limit.
Redline are the best team in sim racing for raw pace. They are the quickest team out there. They get jobs done. Apex are the best team in sim racing for me, in my opinion. They are 1, 2, 3 here. They are going to make this so difficult for Redline to get anywhere near one. They're going to let one of their drivers just drive away. It's as simple as that. That's what we have to do, or they have to do. I will say one thing about Michael. I'm sure he's from the Czech Republic, so he won't hold that against us for a beer next year. That's for sure. But yeah, Apex they've got one hand on the trophy here. They are the best in terms of sorting stuff out when it comes to using or utilizing, you know, the rules, regulations, the team orders, and all that good stuff. So I would be very hard pressed to see them let this slip.
I think the main thing is going to be just surviving the first lap, keeping clean at the hairpin. Do remember, the winner of today's ERL Masters walks away with $3,500. Second walks away with $2,000. So it's almost double the prize money between first and second. It is double the prize money between second and those we eliminated in that semi-final round. We get down to the final 10 seconds on the countdown clock, the final moments of nerves. It's been a long day. Apex will want to end it here. Redline looking to extend it to the best-of-3 finals. The engines will build once more as the lights come up. We get ready to finish the road to the Esports Racing World Cup. As the lights drop, the flag waves, they get themselves underway at Hockenheim. Again, single file into turn 1. They will plan out and fan out of turn 2 on that run into the hairpin. Apex versus Redline. Plenty of excitement around this one, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant start from Apex, and I'm telling you now, Johan Harth might be able to get 2 cars away here. He's already just making that little open wheel car as wide as he possibly can, and he will be slowing down the whole of that Redline train. If he can get his team a second and a half here, it is game over. They will not make a mistake. Jamie Fluke, Peter Berryman are not making a mistake worth 1.5 seconds. I would say door banging. There's tire banging going down in towards the hairpin, and that's a big mistake there from Lullum. Lullum drops down now to 6th position. Holtzman's now right behind Johan Harth, and Harth is playing the perfect team game here.
I think that was a 4-wheel lockup for Chris Lullum as well, so hopefully his tires are not completely destroyed. But yes, Johan Harth has one job, to be the blocker and to hold up those behind as much as possible in what is a short 5-lap race. Note the blue lights behind all 3 of the Apex Racing drivers. They walk away on top here. You better bet there'll be a celebration at the Apex Racing team facility in Corby. Holtzman shapes for a move, but still Johan Harth blocks the path. And already the gap is almost 1 full second between second and third spots. It doesn't get much better of a team drive than this right now from Johan Harth.
Yeah, do you know what the best thing about that was? Do you see what Jamie Fluke did coming into the final sector? He moved over just to give a little bit of slipstream to Johan Harth as well, just to take a little bit of pressure off of him. But Johan Harth, this is incredible from him. Of course, a world champion driver. He's the latest driver to hit 10K. And while racing in this format is not always about winning, it's sometimes about just putting, you know, your team ahead of your own personal performance. And this is exemplary from him. No mistakes being made. Again, doesn't want to be in a position where there's any potential penalty points, but right now he's just slowing them down so significantly enough. And look at the gap. It's about 1.5 seconds.
It's the discovery of the meta of this Esports Racing League. 3 wide for a moment, and now maybe bump drafting. I think Enzo Benito may be giving the push to Harth as they work down into the hairpin. 3 wide definitely now as they enter the braking zone. Gaps building bit by bit to those up front, and Harth continues to make the Redline trio pay. Parks his car in the middle of the corner, and now it's 2 seconds between Johan Harth and the race leader as he waves goodbye to his teammates at the front.
And again, he's got the inside line for the next corner. He'll park it on that apex, and he'll make it as difficult as possible for Chris Lullum. I think Lullum will now finally get the position. But what, 2.3 seconds being caught in 3 laps? Absolutely zero chance, because the front 2 aren't going to battle for position. Johan Harth, for me, the most valuable driver of the day. just for this race alone. Exceptional. He could come 6th right now, and he is the most important factor as to Apex winning this. It's not even going to be close.
To be fair, we probably should not give him the most valuable driver award just because he's made the second race of the final so boring. So if anything, we're going to take points away from him. At the end of the day, though, this is that understanding of how the racing works, the understanding of the format, and again, without a shadow of a doubt, the Apex Racing team are the most improved team of this ERL. Go back to the Spring Cup and remember, they were 20th out of 26 teams, and the only reason they weren't dead last bottom was because the final round of the Spring Cup was an iRacing where they were able to work their way to the finals. Without that result, they were the worst team in the spring.
Yeah, 100%. It's a massive turnaround, but is it something we absolutely expected? Yes. Apex aren't going to be rubbish for very long, are they? And again, this is the only championship that they've not been doing particularly well at up until the spring part. And then after that, they've looked incredible. So yeah, but in other championships, they've been out there winning it, right? So, you know, Redline, of course, have been going out winning everything as well. It's 2 exceptional teams. And the difference today is just one driver, Johan Hart. It really is. Again, he didn't qualify, right on the front end. The reverse grid didn't work out in his favor, but he played the team game perfectly. It's a 3-second advantage now. So Berryman and Fluke, just by running together right now, are pulling that gap out. It may not be by a lot, but with 2 laps remaining, once they come around the checkered flag or across the line, they've looked so good. And Redline has been comfortably beaten. I didn't think I was going to be saying that today. Yeah,
no, agreed. Well, you say we've been talking about how they've been struggling but still able to scrap their way to the final. I still expect just this nature of the track to lead to something a little bit closer, but I agree in many ways. I think it also illustrates the strength of these 2 teams across the platform. You know, heading into the nomination phase for the VCO Semis, which of course opens on Friday. If you're asking me who the best team in sim racing is right now, as someone who would have argued to the death about Coanda last year, this year I find it very difficult to pick a winner between Redline and the Apex Racing team because they have both had blockbuster years in their own regards.
Yeah, and I think R8G could be added to that equation as well if they can develop Lemon. If they can develop him into that leader that he's really become today. He's been the star of the show in terms of iRacing. You've got, of course, Yuyovski, who's going to be in and amongst it. Van Lozenord is someone, again, if he puts his mind to it, is exceptional, but he's been busy with other things in the last sort of 12 months, to be honest, with him. They could be up there. Unicorns of Love, they are the team that, for me, have the biggest ceiling in terms of potential. They got one of their drivers today who's 15 years old, Arjuna. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous. To have the maturity, not only to be racing at this level, but winning races and qualifying pole at this level, the potential for that driver specifically is endless. But every single one of their drivers, bar a couple, are under the age of 18, under the age of 16. Like, it's scary how good they are.
Yeah, Johan Hart and Patrick Holtzman, something must have happened to them because they are now well and truly adrift of Lalem and Benito. You mentioned Elvis Rankin, the 15-year-old for Unicorns of Love, of course, on loan technically from the Apex Racing team, and I think Apex have shaped them. No, they've shaped themselves up very well for the future, relaunching the Apex Racing Academy for 2022. It's already delivered drivers to the main Apex Racing team. They are adding new faces for 2023. Who knows what Apex will look like at the end of next year? But my word, how much they have grown as we start this final lap, not just of this race, but of the entirety of the Esports Racing League for 2022.
Yeah, it's been exceptional. Again, Elvis Rankin, I forgot about him being part of Apex, which is just so scary that they've got that kind of talented driver. They're already the finished article. I think Unicorns of Love on ACC, of course, right up there, but they're not the finished article. What they can achieve over the next 10 years, I think you'll find that they will be right up there. If they've got the financial backing, if they can keep hold of their drivers and they don't get, poached by the likes of Redline, the likes of Apex or R8G, I think Unicorns of Love they're going to be, that team to watch out for. Could be very much a dominating team. But as it stands right now, Apex are the team to beat. They have had to come through the hard way. The script was written very earlier on, actually, by Luca. He said Apex were going to go through the last chance qualifier. I'm not sure it was a genuine prediction. It's more of a this would be cool if it happened kind of deal. Because if you're predicting that, then, well, you must have a crystal ball. They've had to come through the last chance qualifier. Then they had to retake on BS Competition, who sent them out earlier on. And then since then, they have been absolutely exceptional.
And what a year it's been. I mean, it started with that Esports Racing World Cup. We knew we had something special. It didn't start great for Apex. It will end fantastically for the Corby crew. Once more winners, this time of the Esports Racing League Fall Cup, as the Apex Racing team need just 2 races to displace Redline from the top. An incredible year, and now we have to wait 114 days to do it in person in Hamburg at the home of the Unicorns of Love for the Esports Racing World Cup 2023, and the days cannot fly past quick enough.
The only travesty for me is I don't get to talk to Enzo Benito, but we get to talk to the Apex drivers. They fully deserve it, and Johan Harth, I think, needs to take a massive, massive bow, really, because if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be as comprehensive. I think Apex still would have had the pace and would have been able to get the win. Without Johan Harth and his incredible defensive display in this race, I'm not sure it would have been as easy as it was.
It was the gentleman's wave that sent Berryman and Fluke off into the sunset to grab the victory at the front. But like you said, drive of the day went to Johan Harth, ensuring it was not a tussle in the second of the best of 3 final. Apex have come alive in this Esports Racing League and feel on top of the world, winners of the Esports Racing League Fall Cup. Here's a look at the results. Academic, who won between Berryman and Fluke, Lull and Benito behind them. Harth and Holtzman both had to take a trip down pit lane at the end of the race after having some extracurriculars at the back of the field. But what a way to close the chapter for the Fall Cup, to close the book for the ERL, and now we look forward. We'll bring back in Lewis McLeod before we get a chance to chat to the Apex Racing Team trio, all from Corby. Lewis, an incredible year, an incredible drive from Johan Harth to lock up the Fall Cup for the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying it during that race, both were, that there is no other team in this competition that has improved more than the Apex Racing team. Again, consider where they were in Spring Cup, consider where they were in the Esports Racing World Cup back in January, and how much they've improved since then, not just on the one platform. We know they're good, they're quality stuff on iRacing. We saw that, of course, the Apex Racing team back in the ERWC. They got through into the final at Okayama in that V8 supercar. But from that Summer Cup, they've obviously had a little bit of assistance from Unicorns of Love. They've figured things out on multiple platforms, and they are looking like the real deal. And this is the kind of thing, a beautiful thing with this competition, is that maybe it's kind of, for me as a fan of sim racing as a whole, across all platforms, not just on iRacing, but on rFactor 2, on ACC, or elsewhere outside of that, I hope this is the push for Apex to be like, okay, let's go and investigate on other platforms. It's only because of series like this that show some of these sim teams the other platforms, what else is out there in the world of sim racing. Absolutely love it.
And I think very much it helps the fact that Luke, the Apex team, are now all in person in a facility. We've talked over the year about how Redline will be doing the same moving forward as well, but I think we are really seeing the growth of Apex partially boosted by that facility.
Yeah, whereabouts are they?
Corby.
Oh, okay, so that's
if you didn't hear me,
quid, Lewis. He said it 25 times today. You owe me £25.
No, damn.
He loves mentioning Corby and Apex, I'll tell you that. It helps though, right? I follow a lot of esports, as I've mentioned a few times, and for instance, Call of Duty, they maybe had 2 or 3 teams that had their own facility nearly 3 years ago. Now every single team's in the same place. Actually, to be fair, every team's in Texas, but yeah, they're all in the same place. They're all learning from each other. They're doing 8 hours a day. It's a job, right? It's a job for them now. And if one driver's learned something about a sim, or they found some improvement around a circuit, they're going to give that information to their teammate. They're all contracted. It's not like the lad's going to go, oh right, my teammates told me this, I'm going to go tell my mates over there. They're contracted to that team, so they're going to be more confident in terms of keeping it to themselves and improving as a unit.
Well, let's not dally around. Let's head down to the winners. Let's first chat with Peter Berryman, who joins Luke Crane and myself here in the VCO Esports commentary booth. And Pete, I mean, it's been a remarkable bounce back for Apex after a struggle at the start of this ERL, and you guys have really fired your way forwards and maintained that momentum. Now Fall Cup Masters champion. How much fun was this combo compared to how you had to deal with Fuji a handful of weeks ago?
Yeah, it was interesting, I'll say that. I mean, Fuji and Hockenheim, I think most people would probably agree that racing-wise, they're probably 2 of the best tracks you could have picked, especially here. and the racing was pretty feisty. And yeah, like you say, a few scares early on there. We almost sort of knocked ourselves out, and then I managed to pull a move on the last lap when we came through the second chance. So pretty much from that moment on, we were sort of up all the way to the top. And yeah, I honestly think we deserve this so much. You know, coming through from the IndyCar all the way through to Fuji, and today I think, yeah, I think we've easily been the best team going. So fully deserved, and yeah, I can't thank the teammates enough. Obviously, a three-man team makes it work, and yeah, super pumped.
First of all, congratulations, mate. Really good performance, especially individually. I want to know what the conversation was between the first qualifying race and the last chance qualifier. What was the conversation between you three lads? Who was saying what? You know, who got you all focused to bounce back like that?
I mean, we're sort of experienced enough that I think all three of us sort of know what's going on. I don't really think we all sort of, you know, one person needs to G the rest of us up. But yeah, I think we sort of just knew in ourselves that we needed to pull something out the bag. Otherwise, that was it, over, day done for us. So yeah, super happy.
It was a great drive from Peter Berryman. We saw some great racing, though, out of Jamie Fluke, not once, but twice against the BS competition team. We chat now with Jamie, and I just want to ask Jamie about that fight and how much fun you were having, because you and Phil in that first race really put on a clinic about how to go wheel to wheel.
Yeah, it was hard and fair. And you know, we've raced Phil plenty of times now over the last few years. Very good, respectful racer. Obviously, you don't want to take too many chances because you don't want to start picking up penalty points where you don't need to. And we weren't sure. We actually didn't know whether I needed that spot or not based off of what happened earlier in that race. So it was a case of, I need to try this, but I don't know if I need it. So I wasn't going to do anything too silly. But yeah, full credit to Phil and actually, you know, Jarl and Ryan as well. I think they all raced it, you know, pretty well. Hard and fair, you know, dicey as well. Like, they didn't give an inch, but it was all in good fun.
Well, first of all, congratulations, mate. And I will say it's nice that you've actually prepared on the track this week. Secondly, obviously, it didn't start off well today. It was not the greatest of starts, getting knocked out into the second chance qualifier. At what point do you think, do you know what, we can actually win this? Or was it never really in doubt?
To say it was never in doubt is probably pushing it a little bit far, because we know the strength of the competition here. Anyone can beat anyone, especially around here. Like, it was never straightforward. It was never easy. Once we sort of got our eye in a little bit better in the second chance race and sort of built a little bit of confidence, then once we got back through BS Plus again, that sort of set us up. We sort of looked at Triton and thought, okay, they're good. They've done really well to get that far, but hopefully we got an edge on them. And then when it comes to fighting Redline, it's, you know, toss of a coin most of the time. So luckily this time it worked out in our favor.
Great drive from Jamie Fluke, but drive of the day, I think Luke Crane and myself have already awarded to Johan Haas for that second race in the final, playing the blocker there and then waving your teammates off to grab the victory. But Johan, I want to ask you about your experience now being with your teammates in person, because after racing by yourself from France for so long, you've been able to go and spend some time with your teammates. How different is it in terms of the environment for you?
Well, the guys keep saying it week in, week out, but it's a world of difference being with your teammate day in and day out. So yeah, that's definitely a big improvement compared to being alone in your room. Being in person, yeah, that's definitely up there.
Outstanding from the team and yourself. Congratulations. But I will ask you, was there a conversation before race 2 where you were like, do you know what, I'm going to give up my race? Or was it just, you just were going to do it, didn't mention it to anyone? And for me, probably one of the best drives I've actually ever seen. You didn't win the race, obviously, but you got them that 1.5 second gap. It was brilliant to watch. But was there a conversation about it?
We had already agreed it. If we ever were 1, 2, 3 on the grid, the third guy would block the guys behind. And luckily I was the guy in third, so yeah, straight away out of T1, that was the main focus.
It was a great drive. It's what helped your teammates run away, and it's what helped Apex take the Esports Racing League 4 Cup. Thank you to all three of them for the time they will go off and celebrate at Corby. That was just for Luke and Lewis there. We'll bring Lewis back in as we get ready to wrap things up and get ready to look forward to the Esports Racing World Cup, because guys, the next time we do this, we won't be on camera. We'll be in person together in Germany on February the 24th. And Luke, it's a long time coming to do it once more.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the beers. Apparently the bar's amazing, so that's going to be fun. But if this is anything to go by, like it's been, I wouldn't say it's a slow burner per se, because it's been exceptional from the start. But specifically the last couple of months, the racecraft has been on a different level. Because they're racing against each other a little bit more often, so they know exactly who's going to be more aggressive, who's not going to be. But in person, it's just a whole different level of pressure. Like knowing that if you make a mistake, that someone could come over to you and give you a bollocking, like face to face, look you in the eyes and go, "That wasn't right." You know, some people it's going to make them shrivel. There's going to be some young lads who are going to be like, "Oh, that's not really how I want to do it." And there's going to be some of them that just gets their backs up. They're more, more in tune to do that and get involved in it, and it's not going to phase them in the slightest. It's just going to be a whole different. I think we'll see some surprise results because of it, but it will still be the top teams. The cream will rise to the top.
Lewis, it's been a great year. Started over in January, of course, but what's your main highlight been of this year as we recap a great year of racing?
I mean, this is the whole thing of like, again, to talk of what Luke was saying there about how much it's built up. Yes, sure, the ERWC was absolutely amazing when we did it for the first time over that 3-day period back in January. Then as we've moved through, as we've gone from the Spring Cup to the Summer Cup to the Fall Cup, I feel the racing genuinely has been getting better. And just look at the Fall Cup in its entirety, right? When you had that opening round back in Fuji, what we had at Daytona as well, like you said, in that stock car, and what we've had today, we've had some of the best racing when it comes to wheel-to-wheel combat in the entirety of sim racing that you'll just see, especially today with that BS competition Apex battle. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. It's why I can't pick one moment. Maybe to fair, that semi-final race back in Fuji was pretty excellent. It's been getting better. That's my point.
I think, to be fair, I can't pick a moment either. I was just reading some of the chat messages on the VCO Twitch and the VCO YouTube. I will leave you with one question to ponder and a couple of answers from all three of us to this question. I know there's a long way to go before February. Driver lineups will change, team complexions will change before we get underway. But I'm going to ask for a prediction for your ERWC winners in 2023. And I'll give Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod a moment to think, because I'll go first. I think this momentum that Apex are on will continue to ride strong. The wave sees Apex, the ERWC II champions. Luke, what do you think?
I think we've got a fair few months before it, and there's one team that's developing really nicely across the two platforms they're not the strongest on, and that's Unicorns of Love. I think they're so good on ACC, and if they can back it up with a couple of really good performances on rFactor 2 and now iRacing, because they were close to going through to the semi-finals today. There's like 8 to sort of 10 teams that really you can't choose between them, especially on iRacing. I think Unicorns of Love are going to develop well enough for them to be our champions.
Lewis?
Well, none of us agree then, because of course, if you're saying Apex, you're saying Unicorns, I'm going to go Redline. I think they'll bounce back strong. It's the boring call. I know it's the call that no one wants to see it. Let's be honest, everyone's bored of seeing Redline winning stuff in sim racing. But I think as much as today they've not been at their best, and we've seen it a few times. We've seen a couple of cracks in the shell, and I would say, particularly on iRacing, Apex have been the better team. Not just the last couple of rounds, for quite a while this year, they have been the stronger team. I think Team Redline will come back strong in 2023, and I think they'll be taking the ERWC crown.
I'll leave you with one thing, Arjuna. Sorry, like the fact that none of us are doing this for storylines. None of us are picking these teams for just to be different. We genuinely have, and we can speak about other teams outside of that. Triton look like they're improving. Of course, BS competition look exceptional as well. Like but the fact that if you asked us this question in January, Team Redline. It wouldn't even be a question, right? There are so many different teams that can actually go out there and win. And with the added factor that it's going to be on LAN in person, it's going to be really exciting.
I think out of the Spring Cup, all three of us likely would have said Team Redline as well. It's changed a lot since then. Quick look at the bracket out of today before we say goodbye, because what a finale to the Esports Racing League in 2022 that we had. The 12 teams entered the one-on-one round 1, 6 advanced to the quarterfinals. We had the last chance race, of course, where 2 more teams had their opportunity to get a final chance at redemption. One by one, we waved goodbye to the teams until it was just Redline and Apex once more. Apex, your ERL Fall Cup champions. That's going to wrap it up, though. 114 days from today, we'll do it again. Plenty more action to come with so much happening in the world of VCO. Make sure you stay connected on VCO social media to have your say, to have your input, and to stay connected with the world. For everyone behind the scenes, for Mike Yao, Hugo, Luis, doing all the broadcast production, for our team at Race Control, for the team at VCO, including Florian Hausper, and myself, Arjuna Kenkipati, along with Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod. We will see you in person from Germany on the 24th of February to kick off the Esports Racing World Cup. Until then, happy holidays. We'll see you next time.